they're sticking together or anything like that. But if you watch this play out, even if Donald Trump wins the blue wall, he still has to win somewhere else, right? But if you're winning the three of these, it's a pretty safe bet you're going to win at least one or two of those. We live in a pretty nationalized election climate. So that's why this one is so key, because it's 19, right? This is 16. That's 16. You think, well, that's only 3. But when you're trying to get to 270, if we have a, he wins one, she wins one, then you just get into this wild card race. I mean, it lets us, if Donald Trump were to win the whole blue wall, right? This is what's fascinating to me. Let's just, just these are the whiter, older states, right? Demographically, they should favor him. These have been more Republican states of late. But let's say Donald Trump won all that. Can the vice president still win? Well, yes, but she would have to pull off a Sun Belt sweep. You have to come across and just do the entire, come on for me there. She would have to do all the Sun Belt states, right? It would be a very different map, a map like we've never seen before. But 2020 was a map with Arizona and Georgia flipping like we've never seen before, right. Which is why, these are the 3 that most likely are going to decide who goes to the dance, who gets 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Those are the 3 that likely to decide it. But again, we live in this crazy year. Yep. Where there's many different paths, there's many different ways to get there. And again, we could have a blow by blow, state by state, or somebody could sweep them like Biden did in 2020.
We're just going to have to let the voters vote.
Math.
We will tell you what happens.
For just as long in this presidential campaign that anyone can remember, it's all been about those 7 swing states where the outcome appears uncertain and where, given the expected narrow, razor-thin margins, they could swing the scale, they could tip the scale one way or the other within the state result, and of course all the way up to the White House. The result in the other 43 states plus Washington D.C. here is assumed to be done and dusted. We already know which way their vote will go, or so the pollsters say. But could there be something of a swing in any of these 43 non-swing states? Trump, consider, won Texas in 2020 by 5.5 percentage points, which is a lot, but that was down from 9% in 2016. He won Florida last time by 3.3 percentage points, up from 1.2% in 2016. All still around the margins if the margins are relatively wide enough. And margins can be fluid. Republicans are nevertheless widely expected to take both these states, Florida and Texas, unless there are factors that come into play on voters' minds not seen or foreseen by the pollsters. But there is one state, Iowa, that is where a survey suggests that Harris now leads Trump by 3 percentage points. It would be cataclysmic for Republicans to lose Iowa and for Democrats to take the state, considered as deep red a state as any politically can get. A poll in Iowa earlier in September had a 4-point lead for Trump over Harris. A poll earlier in June had Trump ahead by 18 points. The candidate from the Democrats then, of course, was Joe Biden. But if this new poll is reliable, if any such shift is being measured with any accuracy at all, it could potentially spell a shift in other states, not considered swing states at the moment. Not impossible, even though this really has the color at the moment of some wild Democrat.
10:29 on the East Coast and 7:29 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we keep an eye on everything elections. Now, over the past, I would say 2 hours now, we've seen the podium set up for Secretary of State for Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, expected to speak. Now, we are waiting on that news conference, but as you can see, the microphones are set up and ready to go. Once we see him walk up, we'll make sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And also, in a matter of minutes, we expect to hear from officials in Pennsylvania as well. We'll bring you that in full once it does get underway. Do want to check in with some of our other crews out there as we have Ted Linder with Fox News following more about first-time voters.
The finish line is almost in sight. And as the race for the White House enters its final stretch,
the only thing I want is get out and vote. Just get out, finish it.
Each candidate is using all their remaining time to convince Americans they're worthy of their vote.
Are we ready to do this? We're ready to get out the vote.
This presidential election will mark the first time millions of newly registered voters will be able to cast a ballot. Many are expressing excitement over participating in a democratic process that allows their voices to be heard.
This is my first rally ever. I am a first-time voter, so it was really, really nice. Some tears were shed. I'm really excited to vote.
21-year-old Alondra Cortez went to Vice President Kamala Harris's rally in Allentown, Pennsylvania on Monday. She said the experience was inspirational.
This rally, she just said a lot of things that you really have to take into account as a college student, as a first generation, as a Puerto Rican.
Meanwhile, in Alamo, Texas, another first-time voter story highlights the passion driving people to the polls.
Well, one thing is very important. This country is one of immigrants.
After living in the U.S. for roughly 40 years, 78-year-old Carlos Salas said he was fueled to finally, quote, wake up his civic duties.
This beautiful country has opened doors for me.
Salas, originally from Mexico, recently became a U.S. citizen so he could vote on the matters important to him and his community.
Now, I've exercised my vote. I've exercised my right. If what I voted for happens, that's good. And if it doesn't happen, there's no reason to get angry.
Ted Lindner, Fox News.
All right, Ted, thank you for that report. And don't forget to join us here on Live Now from Fox starting tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That is our primetime coverage. We'll have all the results as they do come in here on Live Now from Fox. The second we get them, you will be the first to know at home. I know you have a variety of choices for who to watch tonight, but I can promise you the best one, Live Now from Fox. Want to talk more about election complaints? So let's bring in Trey Traynor, Republican Commissioner on the Federal Election Commission, to talk more about that portion of it. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to start by going back to basics. Can you overall explain the role of the Federal Election Commission and what you all do?
Sure. So the Federal Election Commission is made up of 6 commissioners, all appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. And we're responsible for regulating the money that's spent in our elections. So campaign finance regulation is our primary responsibility. We also have some responsibility over the funds, the matching funds that are used in presidential campaigns, and how those monies are doled out throughout the election process.
And I know you can't talk about specific complaints, but speaking kind of generally, what kind of complaints do you guys get?
Well, we get all sorts of complaints. There's only certain ones that we have jurisdiction over, but we get complaints on everything from how elections are conducted to what happens on, the most recent snafu over FCC regulations related to, Saturday Night Live appearances. We get complaints like that. The complaints that we have jurisdiction over, however, are those that relate to how money is spent in politics, typically around how advertisements are done and whether or not they're deceptive, and whether or not the money was spent properly, and whether or not it was reported properly for the public to know how that money is being spent. So we deal with all of those things. We deal with a lot of foreign interference and money and foreign interference in the elections. We've seen complaints related to that in past elections, whether it be from Russia, China, all of the various nations that people complain about playing in our election process. We see complaints of those because they all relate to how money's being spent in the political process.
Do you think people have maybe a misconception of what the FEC is compared to maybe the FCC or other organizations?
Oh, absolutely. I think they have a misconception of that. I mean, the name in and of itself, the Federal Election Commission, would lead you to believe that we deal specifically with how elections are conducted. And what we need to remember is that in our republic, elections are conducted by the states. The Constitution gives the specific authority of how to run the elections to the states. So there's very little federal regulation that goes into the process. In fact, most of what comes down from the federal government for the conduct of elections is really guidance to states and best practices to the states with regard to how to conduct their elections. So most of the complaints that people will have about the process today in the election on election day would be one of complaining to whether it be secretaries of state or attorneys general for the 50 states in order to get those type of complaints answered.
As far as the number of complaints, again, I know you can't go into specifics about a lot of the specific complaints, but how has, I guess, this election cycle compared to previous election cycles? Can you kind of delve into that?
Sure. So there's been an uptick in the number of complaints that we've seen this cycle compared to last. Now, obviously, it's a presidential cycle, so people pay more attention to what's going on. And we do, in presidential election cycles, see more activity at the Federal Election Commission than we would do in, say, in the off-year midterm elections. But we've seen an uptick. What we've seen a lot happening in politics these days is that the presidential campaigns in particular, but even the congressional and Senate campaigns, are being fueled primarily through low dollar donors. So those would be donors who donate $200 or less to the process. And the regulations don't have the same rigorous requirements for reporting those type of donations as they do for those that donate over $200. And so we see a lot of complaints that come in about people say that they're not seeing as much disclosure in the money that's coming into the process. And so, and a lot of that is being fueled by the fact that there are low dollar donors. You know, we hear a lot about dark money and big money donors being the problem with the process. And I actually see the opposite happening. I see low dollar donors as driving the process more than anything else. Candidates have become very good at asking for that $10, $15, $20 donation, and people have been very receptive to that. I know most people are probably tired of it by now, but they're getting text messages and emails like crazy asking for those donations. And it's been a very effective fundraising strategy. And not that money in politics is a problem, because it's not. It's just that that's where we see the money coming from mostly, is low dollar donors.
My last question for you: when should people go about lodging a complaint with the commission? And more importantly, how do people go about doing that?
Well, they should lodge a complaint with the commission when they genuinely see a problem in the process with how money is being spent in campaigns, and they should do that with actual knowledge of what's happening. You know, one of the things that I get frustrated with the most in my job is just complaints that are filed based upon mere innuendo or hearsay, and people don't actually have knowledge of what they're filing a complaint. It makes it very hard for us to do our job, because we do have to open an investigation, and we spend time and taxpayer resources to go investigate something, and ultimately there not be anything there. So if they actually see something or know that money is being improperly spent, file a complaint. It's very easy to do. You can go to fec.gov. There's a complaint process outlined on there. There's forms that people can fill out. And they do have to swear to the information that they're submitting to us, saying that they believe it to be true.
All right. Trey Traynor, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, Josh, it's just so important for people to participate in the political process. I'm glad to be a small part of that in dealing with the money that's spent in politics and people exercising their First Amendment rights. And thank you for taking the time to highlight it today.
Of course. Thank you again. And I know it's going to be busy, so we appreciate you being here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Josh.
And I do want to pop up this image that we do have as we saw Brad Raffensperger, the Georgia Secretary of State, walking in and addressing the media on elections. Let's pop up the audio.
And I'm just really grateful for the team that we have. I've led the way to make Georgia the most secure, free, and fair place to vote in the United States. And we've done that by doing a citizen audit, make sure only American citizens are on the voter rolls. We've done 2 audits on that. Now we have photo ID for all forms of voting. We have photo ID for absentee voting. And I believe that has helped shore up security and also confidence. And then we have a multi-state organization that makes sure we have clean voter lists, so our lists are up to date and accurate. So far, we're tracking line times. Average line time in Georgia right now is 2 minutes. And then with the electronic poll pads, average check-in is 49 seconds. When I checked in, it was actually, under 49 seconds. It was actually about 47 on early voting. And I did want to share that because you probably thought I got special treatment. But today, it's 49 seconds for everyone in Georgia. And so people are having a great voting experience. So turnout looks like right now it's just solid, steady, and it's more than you would think because the lines are moving so quickly. So people are in and out in less than 10 minutes. So it's just a tremendous day. So that's where we are right now. And didn't know if anyone had any questions right now they'd like to ask. Yes, sir.
Secretary of State, when do you think Georgia will be able to call a win in the presidential race?
Well, we will have, with SB 189, all of this early voting, so that's over 4 million ballots that were cast early, and the absentees that were accepted. All of that has to be uploaded and reported no later than 1 hour after the polls close. Most polls will be closing at 7 p.m., so by 8 p.m. you'll have probably 99% of all that. So that'll be uploaded, so you get a good idea of what the race looks like. Then all the voting that you're seeing today, before the end of the night, you'll have all of that. Many of the smaller counties are pushing to be done by 10:30 at the latest, but that's the type of response you're going to see in the smaller counties. But by the end of the night, you'll have all of those results.
One follow-up question. Regardless of the outcome, do you expect legal challenges?
Well, that gets into future predictions, and our job is to make sure we have a secure election that's accurate, and we're really excited that's also going to be fast. The voters are having a great experience. Lady in the back?
Sorry to interrupt. We've received a lot of emails today about people who say their polling location was changed last minute. Signs outside of polling locations say it's actually this other location. Are there any reports of that? Do you know of any last minute changes? What should people do if they encounter this?
I haven't heard any reports about last minute poll changes.
Did all the polls open on time at 7? Any delays today?
As far as we know right now, it's been smooth, and so we obviously hear about that a little bit later. But you always have a couple precincts that will have a 15-minute or a 30-minute extension. When you have 2,400, there's always something that could happen right at 7 a.m. I know I was up at 5, but many of the people that are working here, when I checked with them, they were actually up at 4. So I guess they stepped in.
Still on pace for 1 million, you think, today?
Oh, I think we'll pass that. Based on where we are right now, just the feedback we're getting, I think it'll be a little bit north of that. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
You can't predict the future, but have you prepared for litigation if you need to go to court, and specifically what kind of things have you done?
We're battle tested, and we'll have a process in place. We'll make sure we follow the law, follow the Constitution, and report the results accurately.
One last question.
Several thousand Cobb County voters got their ballots late. They were under the impression, many of them, as of yesterday, that they would be able to return those ballots late. With the motion to stay now, any word to them or to the people who are in charge of submitting those ballots or mailing those ballots?
The Georgia Supreme Court had a ruling, and every voter needs to return those no later than 7 p.m. If they can't get to the election office for Cobb County, then they can show up at their precinct, and they can then, nullify their absentee ballot, and then they can vote in person. So there's a process in place.
Have you heard of any threats at polling places? That we've heard about one bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any polling places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to no mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election, and anything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers. Thank you so much.
Can you clarify where they were from?
All right, that was a news conference underway there with Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State in Georgia. What you're looking at right now is a live look over in this is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, not Pittsburgh there. You can see that is a voting count site where they are counting the ballots. We're not seeing folks lining up to vote, but rather the behind-the-scenes action there in one of 7 swing states. Again, that is over in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania at this hour. Officials expected to give an update there here shortly. We're going to hear from District Attorney Larry Krasner and Assistant DA Joshua Barnett of the District Attorney's Office in Philadelphia to provide a general Election Day update to members of the media, which we'll, of course, play for you here live as it does get underway. Again, that is coming up in just a matter of minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick break here at 10:46 on the East Coast and 7:46 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox 1048 on the East Coast and 748 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on your Election Day as we bring you the latest up-to-the-minute news coming in here. We have news conferences that are scheduled with officials from several different states. Coming up here in just about 10 minutes or so, we're going to hear from officials in North Carolina as they provide an update on the situation there on Election Day. Again, that is one of 7 key states that we are watching, those swing states that include others like Georgia, Arizona. We have our eyes on all of those. Now, I do want to pop up this live image that we have right here. This is actually over in Milwaukee. We do know Wisconsin, another battleground state here. I do want to check in with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team as they do have Zoe Chapala covering everything on the ground.
The polls are open. Take a look at this line. Dozens of people lined up this morning at the Zeidler building in downtown Milwaukee, getting ready to cast their vote for who they think should be our next president. Now, they do have until 8 o'clock tonight to cast their ballots. Now, sometimes officials confirm U.S. election results within hours of the polls closing, but this year's tight race could mean a longer wait. In Wisconsin, the first round of voting results tend to be a mix of ballots on Election Day and in advance. In the spring primaries, more than 1/3 of counties reported most or all results in the first report of the night, but bigger counties like Milwaukee did take a lot longer. Their first update, for example, of the night included only a small share of total votes cast. The Milwaukee Election Commission expects to work into the early morning hours to tally all of the votes.
We are ready, and I'm excited. Every observer has to sign in and respect the rules, but we look forward to showing transparency in the operations here at the City of Milwaukee.
Coming up throughout the morning, we'll talk to voters about how they're feeling about casting their ballots. In Milwaukee, Zoe Chapala, Fox 6 News.
Zoe, thank you. And again, that is our Milwaukee station, as we do have Fox affiliates all over the country, many of them in those key swing states. Want to pop up this live image that we do have just coming in. We've had a lot of different polling sites that we've seen throughout the morning, but this right here is over in City of Industry, California. It's not a polling site where people are lining up, rather a polling processing center where they are processing all of those ballots that have come in. A pretty cool look inside, and for the most part, we do have images coming in from all over. This is one where you can see voters are coming out in large numbers, and it's over in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky. We also have this image coming in out of Philadelphia. That is where they are counting the ballots there as well. Again, some locations will let us inside to get a view of the situation there with the ballots being counted. Others just like to keep us kind of outside or in the location where people are casting those ballots. Again, don't forget, our results coverage does start at 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. You can watch it all unfold right here on Live Now from Fox. The second that we have those results come in, you will be the first to know. Do have to sneak in our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but so much more coverage to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:54 on the East Coast and 7:54 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. And of course, we are all focused on Election Day today, as we do have our live coverage, our primetime coverage that begins at 6 p.m. Eastern time as we start to see some of those results come in. We'll make sure to pass those along to you the second that they come in. You can get them right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to actually pop up here on the left-hand side of your screen there. You can see just some of the facts as I do pop up some of the other live images that we have. This one right here is going to be over in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We're going to have a news conference get underway with the district attorney's office in just a matter of minutes to essentially break down what we've seen so far as voting issues there. We'll make sure to bring that to you as it does begin. Also want to call your attention to the left-hand side of your screen there. Former President Trump expected to vote soon over in Florida. We did have a shot of that polling site a bit earlier, but if it pops back up, we'll make sure to show it here. But also it's important to remember that we did see Senator J.D. Vance vote a bit earlier on this morning, and afterward he walked right up to the cameras and answered some questions. So if Trump does the same, we will make sure to show you that live, raw, and unfiltered. Vice President Kamala Harris did cast her vote via mail-in ballot, and President Biden took part in early in-person voting on Monday, October 28th. As I mentioned, we have been checking in with our different Fox affiliates all over the country. So for now, I do want to check in with Fox 5 DC as they have a team of reporters that are all over the area.
And today is a historic day for the DMV and the entire nation, and Fox 5 will have you covered each and every step of the way. So Steve, he's in the newsroom to kick off and kickstart our 10 a.m. coverage. Hey, Steve.
I think like everybody else, I'm focused on the puppies right now. But at 10 o'clock this morning, we are starting hour 7 of our live election coverage already, as polls across the region have already been open for hours. And we are watching some major races in addition to, of course, the big race for the White House that's drawing so many people out today. So we're going to take on a little tour across the DMV right now, courtesy of our amazing crew. Stephanie Ramirez has been all over D.C., from Howard University to the White House, now up on the Hill with more on security measures in place across the city for election night. Melanie Alwick's been in Maryland throughout the morning, keeping an eye on all things there, including that very key Senate race. But we're going to start things off in the middle with Maureen Ume. She's in the battleground state of Virginia, where voter turnout was pretty strong early this morning. How's it doing now, Mo?
So it was strong earlier. Now we're seeing kind of an ebb and flow of crowds coming to vote. Right now, not a whole lot of people going in, but there has been steady activity today. A lot of people early voting, some people voting for the first time today, certainly wanting to make their voices heard. It's been an interesting couple of hours here. You know, as you know, Virginia is a swing state. A lot of people, knowing that it's a blue state, perhaps could turn purple. So what happens with these down ballot races is certainly very important. We're watching a couple of them. The key ones are the Senate seat that's being held right now by Senator Tim Kaine. He's looking for a third term. He's running against Hung Kao, who is a Navy veteran. He has been a very formidable contender here. As you might know, he ran for the 10th Congressional District back in 2022. He did not win that race, but he is very much in line here with Kaine keeping toe-to-toe. They talk about immigration issues, tariffs. That's been the big concern here amongst those two. But polls have shown that Kao is trailing Kaine in the polls by 14 points, so that's pretty significant. Let's talk about the congressional races. We're focusing on the 10th District, also the 7th Congressional District. No incumbent in the ballot this year in both of those races, but in the 10th District, current Democratic Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton is not seeking re-election because of her health issues. The race is now between Democrat Suhas Subramanian and Republican Mike Clancy. The 7th Congressional District, Democrat Eugene Vindman facing off against Republican Derek Anderson. Vindman has focused on reproductive rights. He's also touted his military experience, while Anderson has talked about the economy and illegal immigration. We did speak with voters this morning who say whatever the outcome is today, they're just hoping for a better Virginia. Take a listen.
It's a big district, but we've got it's been a fun campaign. We've got a lot of tremendous energy, a lot of enthusiasm from the voters. And, it's really become a movement, and with a lot of great support.
Most importantly, I've talked to a lot of people that I already represent, and they've been very supportive of our campaign. So we feel really good right now.
All right, we're hoping to hear from voters who we talked to earlier. A lot of them saying that they're just hopeful that after all of this contention with this election, that things come back together and that we can at least function as one perfect union. For more or less, we'll see how that plays out as the votes begin to be tallied this evening. Polls are open until 7 tonight. Keep in mind, if you're voting here in Virginia, you have to vote at your precinct. Some people have made the mistake of coming here to the government center to vote. You have to vote at your precinct, but as long as you're in line by 7 o'clock, you can still get your votes in. So that's the very latest from here. Steve, I'll send it back to you for more election coverage today.
All right, Maureen, thank you very much. Let's go from one heavily populated county in Fairfax in Virginia over to Prince George's County. That's where Melanie is. Mel, it's interesting. Not just in Virginia, but in Maryland, as in D.C. Millions of people voted early, so there was some question as to how many people will come out, how busy it might be at the polls. What are you seeing in Upper Marlboro?
I see a lot of enthusiasm. People are excited to come out, and it was what we would call a steady turnout. So no lines, nobody waiting just yet. However, people continuing to come in. And as Maureen has been observing, we're seeing all types. We've seen people who are regular voters. We've seen a lot of first-time voters, and they make it a big event here when there's a first-time voter. Everybody cheers them on, really trying to support folks being involved in that civic duty. We've seen a lot of people bringing their children here here as well. Of course, the candidates voting for themselves, I would think, this morning. Let's show you video from earlier today. Early this morning, Republican Governor Larry Hogan, former Governor Larry Hogan, he was out bright and early casting his ballot in Davidsonville, Maryland. And we know he has been campaigning heavily across a lot of the state. He's been hoping that he might be able to pick off a few independents or maybe some right-leaning Democrats in the state. We know, however, that that it's probably an uphill climb for him. Now, back out live here at Wise Junior High School, we are standing by waiting for Angela Also Brooks, his contender, to arrive here. She should be here any minute, her entourage. So this is where she plans to vote this morning along with her daughter. And she's not the only one. As we mentioned, we've seen lots of people coming out with their sons and daughters. Here's one mom we talked to this morning.
I'm just excited. This is a very important election. I felt that it was important to have my daughter here, too, so that she understands the importance of having a voice and speaking, and this is the perfect way for her to do it.
Yeah. The whole process was fun. I got to see what I would do when I'm older.
And so that's really nice to see families making this an event. Both candidates, of course, have made their cases over the airwaves for many, many months now, at times turning negative. But today it is all about the positives, about that civic duty and coming out to play a part in this historic election. So, Steve, a lot of people, I've been asking them, do they have plans for tonight? How are they going to watch it? And a lot of people saying they're just so anxious. They're not sure what they're going to do today, but they're going to try to keep themselves busy until those polls close at 8 p.m. and the results start coming in.
Yeah, it's the next big question. The important thing is they got out there and they were able to cast their vote, and that's the most important thing. Mel, thanks very much. Let's wrap things up in the district. Stephanie Ramirez, for hours this morning, has been canvassing different parts of D.C. She's up on the Hill right now. Security is always an issue. You know, you hate to see things like all the fencing that's going up. City officials, though, believe it's necessary if anything happens today or tomorrow or in the near future. Stephanie, what have you found across the city?
Yeah, a lot of security measures in place this morning, and rightly so. Now, we were at the Naval Observatory this morning behind anti-scale fencing. Howard, I'll get to that in just a moment. We did move over to the Hill, and now we're by the White House, which we know is behind fencing, but we're just a few blocks off from that by 15th and I, where I also want to show you the businesses. So some restaurants this morning are operating business as normal open, but then others have decided to take measures into their own hands and board up. Now, this is not new. It is something we have seen in the city before. Over at Howard University is where Vice President Kamala Harris is holding her campaign election night watch party. So to the left of your screen, you should be seeing fencing going up yesterday when we were able to get on Georgia Avenue. Then today, police not allowing us near that same location with our news truck. You can see from our vantage point earlier, a couple blocks away from Georgia, there in Barry, I believe, several police vehicles, tow trucks, city dump trucks were in place for added security. The street closures around the campus officially in place as of 7 last night. And as you noted, we might be seeing these heavy security measures in place for the days to come. And while some say they are anxious seeing all of this security, a lot of those who are Bisons, Howard students or grads, they are moving around with more pep in their step this morning. Here's some we talked to this morning.
We're feeling excited.
Super excited.
Yes.
This is just an historic time that we're really looking forward to.
Let your voice be heard.
Get out and vote today.
Now, we know D.C. police, they're operating all hands on deck. Do want to answer Mr. Presswood's social media message. Polls in D.C. are open until 8 o'clock tonight, guys. You can vote in any of the city's at least 75 polling locations, and make sure you have your ballots in by 8 o'clock today as well. Send it back to you.
All right, keep that in mind. In the city, you can vote at any of those locations, but if you're out in, say, Fairfax County, where Maureen is, you got to be at your precinct. So keep that in mind as you vote today. Stephanie, thank you very much. Maureen, Melanie, thanks so very much. We have many other correspondents out throughout the day today. We're going to continue that coverage all day long on air and on our Fox Local app, which you can download right now by just scanning that QR code that you see on the screen. Our live election coverage will continue right up until...
All right, remember, you can watch our election coverage here starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We appreciate all of our Fox affiliates across the country. Looks like we do have an update coming in right now out of Arizona. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
80%. We're looking close to about that. But those predictions we will leave up to you all. We just want to make sure everyone who shows up today will vote. To that end, we have 657 polling locations all over our 15 counties, a variety of models, vote centers in many counties, precinct-based polling in just a couple of our counties. As you know, Arizona is a bottom-up state, and so the counties get to decide a lot of the specifics and particulars about the way they get to run their elections. If you have any questions about your voting location, you can go to Arizona.vote. Again, that's Arizona.vote for a lot of this information. As of about 6:20 this morning, all of our polling locations were open. We did have one issue of someone who forgot to bring a key to one of our locations in Maricopa County, which is very typical. We also had one location in Mojave County that lost power for a short period of time, but they were also open by the time we hit 6:20 a.m. We want to make sure to mention something right off the top, and that is this. Observers inside of our vote centers and polling locations are authorized only if they are credentialed by, one, the political parties, or number two, the Department of Justice. There are no other authorized folks other than voters and the election staff who are authorized to be inside of that 75-foot line and into the polling places. And we also want to mention very briefly, we've had, as of about half an hour ago, we've had 8 calls to our office. 4 of them were for folks who were electioneering within the 75-foot line. These are complaints. The other 4 were a variety of different sorts of questions. And so I can report that as far as I know right now, everything in the state of Arizona is running about as smoothly as it could be. Ongoing tabulation of ballots will continue, and it will not stop today. As many of you know, Arizona allows, unlike some states, Arizona allows for tabulation well before Election Day. So when you see those 8 p.m. numbers tonight, many of our counties are estimating that we'll be at about 55% of our total. That will not include Election Day voters, and it will not include those voters who turned in their early ballots today or within the last day or so. We want to make sure that folks understand that all of the ballots that have been tabulated go through a pretty rigorous process, and it runs in sort of 2 stages before the ballot. Where those folks doing the signature verification get trained by the same folks who train the FBI. It's a 27-point analysis of every single signature, and there's 3 layers of folks who actually look at each of these signatures. So that takes a while. And then they go to a series of folks in pairs who will take the envelope out of, or take the ballot out of the envelope. This is another process. And now that we have 2 pages worth of ballots here in each of those envelopes in Arizona, in 9 of our counties anyway, it's going to take a little longer for all of that to happen. So please be patient with us. We know folks want results as quickly as possible. And we leave it to the media to make your projections whenever you like. But we will have our numbers, as always, 10 to 13 days after Election Day, because we want to get it right the first time. We're not just making projections. We're actually giving you the official numbers. After the election and after we're moving forward, there will be post-election audits that the counties will run. These hand count audits and or logic and accuracy tests ensure on the backside, as well as so much of what we've done on the front side, that we've got solid integrity in our elections. Now, Arizona did lower the threshold, excuse me, for recounts recently. It was 0.2% would take us to an automatic recount. In recent years, and again, I'll reiterate, without any statistical reasoning whatsoever, I think it was based on some people's feelings, we lowered that threshold to 0.5%. And what does that mean in a battleground state like Arizona? It's possible we will have to do a recount if some of these races are very close. Now, there's one in particular that has deadlines under the Electoral College Act, the ECRA, that office, if we go to a recount, we're going to have to deploy our election director and several teams around the state very quickly after the canvass so they can redo logic and accuracy tests on all of the tabulation equipment across the entire state before we can actually do the recount, because we will recertify the equipment again prior to that recount. And so, as with so many elections administrators, we hope that whatever the margins are, they're better than 0.5%, because I'm sure that nobody really wants to deal with that sort of thing. But if it happens, we are ready for it. Now, I want to make sure that folks get out there and vote. And remember, across many of our counties, and I'm speaking to our voters now, please understand you've got a 2-page long ballot. And in our biggest county, Maricopa, the average ballot has 78 different elections on those 2 pages, front and back. Please be prepared, have hopefully made your decisions before you get into that voting booth. You can bring in a piece of paper. Some folks will bring in a voter guide that they've received. You can use that just to transfer onto your actual ballot the choices that you've already studied and made. This will help the process go much more quickly. But for those people who may find themselves in line, the weather's beautiful in Metro Phoenix and I think across the state today. And so get to know your neighbors. Please exercise patience and make sure you get up and moving once you get in there. I think we've covered just about all of the specifics that I wanted to cover. Madam Director, do you have anything particular you want to share before we go to questions?
Thank you for being here. Thank you for encouraging people to get out and vote. Do have your patience. Do bring your sample ballot. Do ask as you're standing in line if you need a sample ballot, you need a publicity pamphlet. They have plenty of supplies for you. So make your voice heard today.
Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and do questions, and we'll come this direction, starting over here.
Secretary, you were saying yesterday that you were being briefed on the video that was circulated that's been suspected to be for misinformation. Do you have any updates on about that?
Well, when I told you I was being briefed on the video, I was under a little bit of a misunderstanding. The briefing was a little more broad than just that, and so because of that, I can't really talk to you too much more about that. But the parts that I did get briefed on are the same things that were put out by the FBI and sort of that joint investigative task force. That's already been made public by those folks, so you can refer to that statement. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks so much, Secretary. Liz Schulte with ABC News. You mentioned 10 to 13 days. Is that the timeline you are expecting for all the votes here to be counted in Arizona this year? And what's your message to voters or candidates frustrated who might want to know results?
Well, 10 to 13 days is as usual, right? And that's for our official numbers. Now, if the media and the folks who do these sorts of things want to make their projections sooner, that's fine. Those are the projections from the media. Now, a lot of times people will get confused. If they hear it on the media, you know, let's say our friends at the Associated Press or any of the other outlets make a call, they think, well, that's it. Well, that's never been the official number. The official number comes from the counties to the state, and then we put that out. That takes 10 to 13 days. We'll leave it to you all to talk about the other timelines, and that's really what I want to let the voters know. We are consistent in Arizona. We have very rigorous standards with which we analyze each of the ballots that's going to go through the process. With 2-page long ballots, it could take about the far end of that and maybe a little bit more. And what I have to say about that is this. You know, if the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate had decided to work with the governor this year instead of shoving all these policy issues onto the voters and have 13 different initiatives and referenda that we'd have to deal with, I think we'd have a shorter ballot, and I think we'd get it a little quicker. So if you want to call President Peterson or Speaker Toma, let them know about your dissatisfaction for waiting too long for the results. Yes? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Statewide early vote numbers are still being compiled at this time. Early voting really is a very long and sort of a dynamic process. And when we give you numbers, we want to be exact as possible. We can come back with you later on in the day with some better estimates from across the state. But here's the thing. We really have a lot of teams that are working on a whole bunch of stuff right now. We don't want to bother them too much, but we, at this time, since it is election day, but we'll get you our best estimate on those numbers at our press conference later this afternoon. I think we might be scheduled for one.
And you can say that we had across the state record turnout for early voting this time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. You're right, Director. We've had record turnout here in Arizona, as we've seen in a lot of spaces. I think we beat 2020 already, which is a really great thing for our voters. It means that they're excited, they're participating heavily, and that's a very good thing. It's a lot of work, but it's work that we're happy to do. Yes, and then I'll come.
NBC News. If there are problems that pop up at the vote centers throughout the day, do you plan on reporting those in any way?
When we do have problems, the first thing we want to do is identify the problem and try to get on the path to solving the problem. We don't want to really kind of bring a lot of attention to something if we want to make sure to get it solved for the voters first. They are our priority. That having been said, when we do identify issues, I think you've seen my administration constantly bring things forward that might be uncomfortable, and so we will be as transparent as possible through the day, but it really depends on the circumstance and how close we are to resolving those things. Really, it's about the voters who are voting in those locations more important than anything else, and so that's where we're going to keep our focus. Yes, sir.
Chris St. Cleve, CBS News. Wanted to ask you said, looks like so far so good as the voting. We have seen in other swing states today things like bomb threats being called in. Do you have any security concerns? Have you experienced anything like that today or in the days leading up to that election day?
Well, we saw some stuff that was breaking. One of your colleagues here asked a question about that video earlier. We have seen a couple of other minor instances at this stage of the game, though we haven't seen anything that has come to my knowledge today. I don't think the directors heard anything else either, and we're usually close to the first ones to know. And so I don't have anything like that to report, and that's a really positive thing. Let's find some wood to knock on over here that's the way it stays for the rest of the day, not just for the safety of our voters, but all the folks who are out there working to make this election go well. And I'll go right behind you. There was a question.
So about 45 minutes ago, the navigation president said some voting machines were down in Apache County and voters were being voted away. What do voters do in that scenario if that was in fact the case? And how often is your office being updated with all of that locations?
So I can't confirm right now what is being reported apparently out of Apache County, but what I can say is this. If in fact you do have a circumstance as a voter at a polling location in Arizona, don't go away and don't let anybody outside of that space turn you away. And our poll workers should be hoping that folks can either stay there and vote or redirect them to a vote center nearby, which is the best protocol. But folks can always just hang tight for a while. Usually the elections officials can deal with issues pretty quickly. Oftentimes you'll get maybe a printer that has a jam, or they might run out of paper. We've got folks all over the state who are ready to troubleshoot these sorts of things. In fact, that's part of our regular planned protocol. So if we do, we'll definitely check into Apache County and what's going on up there. I don't have any personal knowledge to confirm what you're asking about, but we'll get there.
So we can talk about serial planners. Election administrators are serial planners. So they have backup plans to the backup plans. So they have additional paper ballots. They also have accessible voting devices, so people can vote on those if they have a printer jam with a ballot on demand printer. So lots of various options, and every county has different setups.
Thank you. Yeah.
Adam from ABC 15. Just wondering if you can clarify again, just with Mojave County, we were getting messages from viewers saying it was a computer glitch or something of that nature. You said it was a power outage there, and things are back up and running?
Yeah, our understanding was it was a power outage, and they got back up by about 6:20 this morning. I got the text message once it got down the chain to me a little after 6:30 this morning that we were 100% open, and that came from the ACTIC, one of our fusion centers that has all that information. So I think we're in good shape. Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us in what county was the problem with the key forgotten, and also could you explain what happened with this video?
Yeah, the county that had the key that got forgotten was right here in Maricopa County. They've got several hundred vote centers. In fact, when I was the Maricopa County recorder, we had one, literally the church lady didn't wake up that day and someone had to go knock on her door to get the key. In fact, we had another circumstance where the golf school that we had leased our space from got foreclosed on the night before. The landlord changed the locks and we couldn't get in. So these things happen, right? And it's not unusual. But we eventually will make sure that we're taking care of our voters. What was the second part of your question? Oh, the video. Yeah. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, a video popped up on the internet, and it was, I think I called it BS to one of the local stations. I won't use the full word here, purporting to be someone who had worked in my office, claiming all these other kind of instances of like that I was actually doing something nefarious, and the person interviewing this other person was speaking with a very heavy Russian accent. Again, the FBI and their partners in the intelligence area have put out a very clear statement on that that describes it a bit. And so we're going to leave it in their hands at this time. But it's been widely sort of thrown under the bus as a fake on the internet. So it's just another one of those attempts, I think, that we have from foreign actors to try to influence our elections and make people lose faith in the work that we do.
Okay, and lastly, can I just ask about the list, the famous list?
The famous list? Yeah, we talked about that extensively yesterday. We turned over, according to the court order that I opposed, that list of names and personal identifying information of approximately 218,000 voters in Arizona. I did not want to turn that over. I was supported by some folks who are former law enforcement folks who understand the possible risks that releasing those names and that information would foist upon voters. And what we asked voters to do was go to my.arizona.vote to check and see, A, if they were on the list, and number two, we asked anybody who might be on the list to hold off on contacting their county recorders to wait. We're going to be contacting those voters after this election because the state Supreme Court issued an order that said that these folks were eligible to vote in every election. We're standing under that order still, and I very much hope that the folks to whom we gave these names and this identifying information will hold off on trying to contact or harass any of these voters until well after this election. We're going to get this issue resolved and bring all those folks into compliance with the letter of the law. Yes?
My name is Kenta. I'm with TBS, that news media outlet. How do you want the people of Arizona to react when they got to know the results?
How do I want them to react?
Yeah.
Well, you know, winners are going to be happy and the losers can try again better next time. I mean, that's just the way American elections work. I'm hoping that part of that reaction is a deep sense of gratitude for all of the election workers out there. These folks who are, for example, here at Burton Barr Library working very long hours. I mean, our folks just today will probably have arrived somewhere around 5 o'clock in the morning. They're not going to get out of there until maybe 9, 10 o'clock at night. It's a very long day. And many of these folks have been working for a month or more, and this isn't their permanent job. So I hope voters will have a sense of gratitude when they see these results towards the folks who work hard to preserve their constitutional rights. Let's go to the back here.
Bloomberg News, are you in communication with any of the counties that have previously been skeptical of the election results, Cochise County, and what is your message for some of those officials that have previously had issues with canvassing the election?
Well, that's really one of the most interesting parts about this work, because we work day in and day out with all of the counties and all of those folks. You know, whether some of these folks feel one way politically and that bleeds into their jobs sometimes or not, for the most part, I think across Arizona, pretty much everybody we know in election administration can separate their opinion from their duty. You know, you've got standing before you a bipartisan team. Director Mara is a lifelong Republican. You should see the wonderful decorations in her office celebrating Republican presidencies and so forth. And I am an unabashed Democrat. That's our opinion, right? But together we have a duty to all of Arizona's voters. And this is the way we sort of joyfully and sometimes a little playfully move through this. You know, we can be adults. We can be grown-ups. We can have those political differences and still do the fundamental stuff right for our voters. And I think that Arizona has always stood for that in just about every election space. So do we have differences of opinion? You bet. But our duty is primarily to the voters, and I think most of the time, in fact, almost all the time, that duty gets fulfilled well. I saw a hand over here.
So, you talked about that list release yesterday. Did that cause any I know there was a message on the website. Did that cause any immediate confusion for voters? Did you receive any emails so far? After you clarify with people like I'm still unable to vote?
Lisa, do you know of any?
I am not aware of an overwhelming number of people. We've had phone calls, we've had emails. We're directing people to the my.arizona.vote website to check their status. County recorders have that list, but again, we're asking for a little patience today because, again, election officials are running today's election. So we'll get that squared away, but I'm not aware of any enormous amount of calls or emails.
Yeah. The timing of the order couldn't have been less fortunate for our election administrators. Yes, and then I'll come over here.
Justin with 12 News. Back in 2016, there was concern that Russia hacked our voting system. Have you seen any concerns like that this year? And can you talk about the security of our software?
So the security of our software is way better than it was in 2016, and we didn't have any real evidence of that happening here in Arizona in 2016. That was a bit of misinformation, disinformation, and back in 2016, boy, those were much more innocent days, if you will. We've worked really, really hard, particularly over the last year and a half since I took this office, to lock down not only our systems at the Secretary of State's office, but we've deployed resources across the entire state, sending out from CISA, for example, personal security agents, I think they're personnel security agents and cybersecurity agents, to survey each one of our counties. And we gathered that information up and then went to try to find the resources to help those counties improve their systems. So it's not just the cyber stuff, the networking stuff, the firewalls, but it's also some of the physical security for our folks and our facilities that we've been working on. We're in a very, very different place, and I can tell you our elections have never been more secure and never been more accountable. Now, do we get pinged by foreign actors? All the time. All the time. In fact, I've got the National Guard working to monitor our computer systems 24/7, and it was the Secretary of State's office that was first to discover in Arizona the recent, well, it wasn't an attack, that software glitch that happened and hit global networks across with one of the firewall software systems that was out there. So we're very, very vigilant. Some folks say we go a little over the top, but better safe than sorry, says this old Marine. Yes, ma'am.
Regarding election observers, have you heard anything about people without credentials at one location with the tabulation center, or is that something that you're worried about throughout the day?
What have you heard? Yeah, why don't you take that one?
So we worry about everything all the time, but counties are well aware of, and the law is very clear. Authorized political party observers that have to be credentialed, and Department of Justice. The Department of Justice is here visiting 4 counties. The Department of Justice always send observers. So any other groups are just not official observers. They're not allowed into the polling locations. We are getting a few reports that there are some groups, and I say groups lightly, 2 or 3 people that say they're observers, but they can't go within that 75-foot line.
One other thing regarding the 75-foot line that I think is important, we know there's a lot of folks out there, and I'm talking to voters now, who are really interested and really proud of the fact that you're voting, and sometimes you want to memorialize this moment and all that good stuff. Please understand, it's against the law to be photographing or recording inside of your polling places. And so if you want to memorialize the moment, get outside the 75-foot line, take your selfie, and then go in and vote. Not only do we want to protect the process, but the privacy of the other voters and our staff that are engaged in this process. It is a public process, but we do want to maintain some order in there. So thanks for asking that question about our polling places. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's one of the great things about Arizona. We are bottom up, and so it's the counties that are really charged with all of this. We give them a lift whenever we can. And we really actually haven't had that many issues this year. In fact, even with the loss of so many elections officials over the last couple of years, folks are coming to us understanding the nature of the work, understanding the possible issues that can arise with that, eyes wide open. And they're motivated to do good stuff.
Yeah, Arizona, people are passionate about elections here. And so I'm not aware of any counties really having any difficulty filling poll worker spots. And anybody who's a first-time poll worker, it becomes addicting. And then they just come back year after year.
All right, we'll do 1 or 2 more real quick, and then they're going to swoop.
All right, so what you're listening to there is the Arizona Secretary of State as he is answering questions from members of the media. We expect that could happen a few times today from several different states, so we'll make sure to bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do get them. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 11:29 on the East Coast and 8:29 on the West Coast. On the other side of the break, we're going to bring in Minnesota's Secretary of State to give us an update on the situation there. That's coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over in Palm Beach, Florida. That is where we know that former President Trump is going to be casting his ballot. Now, we are told that he will hold a news conference of sorts afterward, just like we heard from J.D. Vance a bit earlier on this morning. Obviously, you can see some of the folks are leaving. The shot not the best as it is kind of freezing up, but we'll make sure to bring you Trump's comments in full as he speaks live here on Live Now from Fox. Now, I do want to talk a little bit more about the election overall, because if you were watching, we just had an update from the Secretary of State in Arizona. But right now, I do want to bring in the Secretary of State for Minnesota, Steve Simon. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
My pleasure. Happy Election Day.
Happy Election Day. Well, first off, just want to ask overall about what turnout has been like today.
So far, really, really strong. I've been on the phone today with a dozen or so county election leaders, and they all report the same thing. Despite a little soggy weather here, really, really strong turnout, which you'd expect. Minnesota does really, really well. We're aiming to be #1 in the country. We think we can get there, but people are really enthusiastic, and the weather's not bothering anyone.
What about any sort of issues? Have any issues been reported technically or anything of that nature throughout the morning?
Very few. They're the kinds of things that are normal and natural and expected. Somebody forgot to plug a machine in and then plugged it in, or there was a glitch with a printer, but then fixed. So these are the kinds of things that arise occasionally, and at this point, they are just that, just the normal occasional glitches that have been, for the most part, solved and addressed. So we're hoping for a smooth, drama-free day. I've said that my two big wishes are high turnout and low drama. So I hope my wishes will be granted today.
Of course. And we've seen record turnout in several states. We know that 1/3 of all American voters overall had cast their votes in early voting. So what was the situation like there in Minnesota?
Yeah, in Minnesota, we had a lot of early voting. It was more than double the pace at the same point. 8 years ago in 2016. 2020 was a little of an outlier because of COVID and people flocked to voting from home and voting early. So it wasn't as high as 2020 in terms of early voting, but more than double what it was 8 years ago. That tells me people are really enthusiastic about this election, and they're showing that by voting early and voting any way that they can so far.
I know this is a tough question to answer, but some states say that it could take days to count all of their ballots. Is there any early indication at this point how long Minnesota will take to count all of those ballots? Do you have any inkling on how long that could be?
Yeah, that's a very important question, because in Minnesota, our rule is that all ballots have to be in by 8, including mail-in ballots. So by breakfast tomorrow morning, Minnesotans should have all or substantially all of the results. But just so your viewers know, there are several states that have different laws. Pennsylvania, a battleground state, has a different law. They can't even start counting absentee vote ballots until late tonight. So, of course, they're going to be counting for a day or two or more. And that's not a sign that anything bad happened or anyone did anything wrong. It's a sign that they are very much complying with their law. There are other states that have a postmark rule, for example, where as long as you get it in the mail by Election Day, that means by definition they're going to be counting in other states. So for a while. So in Minnesota, by breakfast tomorrow. But in a number of other states, including battlegrounds, it is natural, normal, and lawful for it to be taking maybe a few extra days.
Delving into that just a little bit deeper here, when can people start counting those votes in Minnesota? I do know that it kind of varies based on the state. So what is Minnesota's kind of stance on that?
Yeah, in Minnesota, all ballots have to be in by 8 o'clock, whether you vote in person, the polls close at 8. If you have a mail ballot in your hand, you need to get it hand delivered by 8. And if they come in by mail, they won't be accepted until after 8. So 8 tonight is the cutoff for every kind of ballot, every which way, which means the counting will start promptly right after that, which is why I say that within a few hours after the polling places close at 8 tonight, and for sure by breakfast tomorrow morning, we are very likely to have all or substantially all of the results in Minnesota. But again, other states have different laws, and they have to follow those laws. And in those other states, not Minnesota, but in other states, including some battlegrounds, it's probably going to take a few days. And that's entirely natural, normal, and lawful.
Anything else you want to make sure that voters are aware of, that they know?
I just want to make sure everyone knows where to go, In Minnesota, we have a website. It's mnvotes.gov for Minnesotans watching this broadcast. And I just want everyone everywhere in all the states, if you're an eligible voter, remember your vote is your voice. Go stand up, step up, and be a voter. Check out your state Secretary of State website or another trusted source, people who actually run elections, to get the information you need to cast that ballot.
All right. Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon, thank you so much. I know it's a busy day, so we definitely appreciate you being here. Anything you want to add before I let you go?
Just that I hope that my 2 wishes come true. And my 2 wishes are for Election Day and beyond. I wish for high turnout and low drama. That's what we need as a country. We need everyone to go out and vote who wishes to vote. But then we have to have the low drama. We have to all ultimately come to accept the results of the election, even if, or especially if, they aren't consistent with the way we might have personally wanted them to come out. We have to make sure that at some point after the last court has issued its last ruling, let's say, weeks from now maybe, that that's it. That's the end game. That's when the string has run out, and we have to come together as a country around the result.
All right. Secretary, thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And I do want to pop up this image once again. This is over in Palm Beach, Florida, as we do know that former President Trump is casting his ballot. Now, he is expected to hold a news conference of sorts after he does cast his vote. We also know that we saw earlier today as his running mate, J.D. Vance, voted over in Cincinnati, Ohio. Important to note that Kamala Harris did actually do a mail-in ballot, so we won't see any video of her over the next few hours or so, because that was a mail-in ballot. Looks like the shot's kind of going in and out at this point, so I'm not sure how well the comments from Trump will come in. If the camera's not looking good, they might just kind of bring him outside, because we do have this shot from outside as well. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break here, but we'll have more live coverage coming up in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:41 on the East Coast and 8:41 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on Election Day. As we are prepping, we are ready to bring you all those results when they come in later on today. 6 p.m. Eastern Time is when our primetime coverage will kick off with Andrew Kraft, Austin Westfall, and the rest of the gang here to bring you those results. One thing I do want to pop up right here, this is a feed where we are going to be hearing from former President Trump as he does cast his ballot. We heard from his running mate, J.D. Vance, a bit earlier on this morning as he cast his ballot Over in Cincinnati, Ohio, Trump voting there. In Palm Beach, Florida, cameras are allowed inside, but not that far inside. So we are still waiting for him to exit. And once he does, he should be giving kind of a brief news conference of sorts to the reporters that are waiting out there. Once we do see him, we'll make sure to bring that to you in full right here on Live Now from Fox. Also do want to head to this ballot counting center. This is over in Houston, Texas. Now, just a short time ago, we heard from officials there as they updated us on the situation with counting ballots there, voting, all of that. Let's pop up the audio and listen in to Harris County, Texas officials.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. We got sound. Good morning. I'm Tanisha Hudspeth, your Harris County Clerk, TENESHIA HUDSPETH. It is Election Day. We are finally here. Can you believe it? More than 1.2 million voted early here in Harris County. And as of a little 10 o'clock, well, now we're a little bit after 10 o'clock, more than 85,000 voters have voted here in Harris County today. Our team has been working hard.
And wouldn't you know it, the second that we took that other feed, we now have former President Trump after he casted his ballot in Palm Beach. Let's pop up the audio to see if we can hear.
Yeah, a little bit more towards the mic. Yeah.
Where would you like us here? Is this a lot of people going to be at the convention center at Mar-a-Lago? We have a lot of people. I've just been very honored to find out that the lines are long and the conservative lines, Republican lines are very long. We got back pretty late last night, and it was an honor. It was a great honor. We had 4 incredible rallies and left Michigan late at night. Many of you were with us. And I hear we're doing very well.
Mr. Trump, did you vote against the abortion measure in the end, meaning supporting Florida's 6-week restriction?
We did a great job in that we brought it back to the states, as you know. I believe in exceptions, as Ronald Reagan did. And we did a great job. We did something that they wanted to do for 52 years.
Mr. President, you've talked a lot about unity. If you win, there are going to be tens of millions of Harris supporters who are going to be upset. What would your plan be to reach out to those people, bring them in? What would your message to them be?
Well, it'll be just that. We want to bring everybody in. We want to be very inclusive, and we will be very inclusive. We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble. It's in big trouble in many ways. And we have to straighten it out. We have crime is through the roof. We have people pouring through our borders that are not exactly perfect.
Mr. President,
they come out of prisons. 13,000 people convicted of murder. We don't need this in our country. We have enough difficulty. We don't need that. So I think people saw that. And it just seems that the conservatives are voting very powerful.
Are you feeling anxious, Trump? President Trump, looking back,
just finish it up.
How are you feeling? Nervous, anxious, excited?
I feel very confident. I have. You know, we went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. I'm very confident. I have felt. You know, we went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it. It's been very good.
Looking back, is there anything you would do differently about your campaign? Anything you regret about how you ran this campaign?
Look, regrets. You always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the 3. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best. I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
President Trump, do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get to 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I mean, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
What are your plans for tonight in terms of watching the results and so forth?
So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner. They should. And they should call a winner, yes. Just stop talking about that. Go ahead. Oh, I don't know. I was honored to get Joe Rogan last night. I mean, Joe Rogan's a big deal. He's a very respected person. And I must tell you, Megan was fantastic. She got up and said some things that were really pretty amazing. But before that, I just think we ran a good campaign. I had good policy. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. You know, we want strong borders, and we want people to come in. We want to be totally inclusive, but they have to come in. I think that was a big issue. To me, that was the biggest issue. I may be wrong. You know, a lot of people said inflation. Inflation's a disaster, but I think it's a second issue. I think the first is the border. We can't allow criminals to be put back into our country or to be put into our country. So you have 13,000 plus murderers allowed to roam in our country. Not going to be allowed. They have to go. You have drug dealers. You have terrorists. You have a tremendous amount of people that should not be in our country, and we need strong borders in this country. And I think people are voting in. I think it's the number one issue. We'll see how it pans out, but I think it's the number one issue. I don't have to tell them that. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence. Unlike your question, you believe in violence. Go ahead.
Where will you be looking early to see if you're having a good night or not? What's your goal?
Well, I think I'll be at Mar-a-Lago for the most part. We have a lot of political professionals. I'm going over now with Melania, who I'm very proud of. She's got the #1 bestseller. Can you believe that? He can believe it. But so we're very proud of the job she's done with that. Her book is #1. But we're going to go over to the office in West Palm, and we're going to say hello to the workers. They've worked very hard.
Will Georgia kind of be your first indication of whether it's going to be a good
I think so. I mean, I hear we're doing very well there in Georgia. I hear we're doing very well. I hear we're doing very well everywhere. Now, I may regret that statement, but I'm hearing that we're doing very well everywhere. Would you go louder? I haven't prepared a speech, no. I did speeches last night, all day long, all night long. At 2 o'clock in the morning we left, and we did a lot of speeches, you can probably tell. No, I don't have to do that. You know, I'm not a Democrat. I'm able to make a speech on pretty quick notice. If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. I would like to tell all of the people that are online to stay online. We have tremendous Republican lines, and I've been asked actually to say it. It takes a while. I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave. But I'd like the Republicans to stay online.
Sir, any additional pressure today, given criminal cases against you that would proceed if you lost or go away?
I have no pressure whatsoever. I'm winning big cases. Those cases are all being won. The biggest case was the Florida case, and it's been won. I appreciate your nice question.
Sir, you and Mrs. Trump have been doing
No
this
pressure whatsoever.
for 9 years. Regardless of what happens tonight, is this your last campaign? Are you done after this?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I would think so.
How do you feel about that?
Sad, and very fulfilled. I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
Mrs. Trump, how are you feeling?
Very good, thank you. Thank you.
If you win, sir, if you win, do you have a plan in place to start naming staff and cabinet officers?
We have already a transition team, but I don't like talking about that until I find out how we do. I mean,
Sort of threats from Iran, sort of assassination attempts, sort of shake your thinking and stuff, right?
well, it doesn't. Look, we're not looking to do damage to Iran, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. That's so. You know, my terms are very easy. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd like them to be a very successful country, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
Does it change the way you live? All the threats?
Well, I think Secret Service has been a little bit tougher, to put it mildly. I see more machine guns than I've ever seen in my life. We're surrounded by, I feel very confident with Secret Service. I think they've stepped up. Look, for a long time, they didn't give us the help. They didn't give us the assets, as they say, the manpower, woman power. They didn't give it to us. And we'd have rallies. You saw the rallies, 50, 60,000 people. And I'd have less people than Joe Biden, who had 5 people show up. And I'd have 55,000 people show up, and I had fewer people than him. So they should have done a much better job. And frankly, the president should make a very strong statement to the outside world, because
How are you feeling about your team as we head into the last day?
I think my team is incredible. Look, they say it's the best run campaign they've seen. Some people said it's the best run campaign they've ever seen. But in order to make that stick, you have to win.
How do you feel compared to your past campaigns? Are you more confident now than you were about your team than you were in the last 2 races?
My team, I'm very confident in. Many of them are the same players. As you know, Susie, a lot of the people are the same players. They've been very good.
Mr. President, Oprah said at Harris's rally last night, quote, if we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible we won't be able to count the ballot again.
Well, I think it's ridiculous. You know, Oprah, I was on her last show, or one of her last shows, and they picked the biggest people and all of that, and made a big deal. And I'm disappointed. I think Oprah's become a major divider in our country. And I think, frankly, she should be ashamed of herself. And you know who else should be ashamed? Fox. Because I've seen Oprah on Fox about 50 times making the same statement. And I think it's a disgrace what Fox does, because everyone thinks Fox is so pro-Trump. They're not pro-Trump at all. They've put Oprah on all morning long. That's all I see is Oprah. And, you know, I knew Oprah very well. She's been at Mar-a-Lago many times. Roger King had his funeral. That's the head of King World, which was Oprah's mentor. And Oprah chose the location. She said, Mar-a-Lago is the most beautiful place. Would it be possible to have Roger's funeral at Mar-a-Lago in the ballroom? We did it. The only time I've ever had a funeral there. And I think Oprah should be ashamed of herself to say that. She should be ashamed. She knows me. She wanted to run with me as a vice president. She was going to be the vice president. She wrote me a letter. It's in the book. And now she goes and makes statements like that. She's a divider. And Barack Hussein Obama is a divider, too.
There are people who are concerned that you didn't concede the election in 2020 when you lost. They're concerned that if you lost this election, you wouldn't concede again. What do you say to those people?
I think they're crazy. If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think well, so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. You cannot, it's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat. And it costs you practically nothing to run. Think of it. We spend hundreds of millions and billions of dollars on these campaigns. You could do it for 8% of the cost and have accuracy, and we wouldn't have to be worried about when is Pennsylvania going to announce. It's really a shame.
Last question.
Last week, Kamala said that RFK would not be engaged with the secretary. Does he speak for you?
Well, he knows exactly what, but that's only based on what RFK told. I don't think RFK wanted that. You're talking about Health and Human Services. Let me tell you, he's a great guy, RFK, and he's going to do pretty much what he wants as far as I'm concerned. He wants health for women, for men, for children, and I happen to agree with a lot of the things he says. The one thing I told him, and I've told you in speeches for the last 2 weeks, we got to keep him away from the liquid gold, because the liquid gold, we have more than any of it. It's called oil and gas. That one I'm going to handle.
But in your cabinet, would you want
Well, I'd be honored to have him. Now, I haven't spoken to Howard about that, but look, if you think of it, he came in third, in running for president, right? He ran a very good race. He had obstacles. The Democrats just really unfairly put obstacles up, and hence Kennedy left the Democrat Party for the Republicans. Now, he's a very smart guy. He's a very caring guy. He's very popular, too. We get up and introduce him. The place goes wild. No, we love having him. And you know who else we love having? Elon. He's been great. And everybody, everybody. Getting Joe Rogan last night and Megyn Kelly. This is very inclusive. This is a movement. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. And even you people, and some of you are fair sometimes, but it's the greatest movement in the history of our country. And I've made that statement 1,000 times. It has never been challenged. It is the greatest movement, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. This way. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was former President Trump as he was casting his ballot over in Palm Beach, Florida. You heard he spoke to the media and answered questions. I do want to take you to an exterior shot that we have right now as we are at 12 o'clock on the East Coast and 9 o'clock on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I do actually want to take you out to a news conference that wrapped a short time ago while Trump was speaking out of North Carolina, as they did provide an update from election officials just on the situation there. No question, North Carolina is one of those battleground states that folks are going to be paying very close attention to. My name is Josh Breslow. I've been here for the past 4 hours, but coming up on the other side of this briefing, we're going to be hearing from Jeanne Francine as she sits in the hot seat once again with everything you need to know on this election day.
Good morning, North Carolina, and happy Election Day. I'm Karen Brinson Bell, Executive Director of the State Board of Elections. I'm here with Paul Cox, General Counsel to the State Board, who will help answer your questions in a moment. Today is the last day for eligible, registered North Carolinians to cast their ballot in this important election. Polls across the state are open until 7:30 p.m., and if you are in line at 7:30 p.m., you will be able to vote. Voters should go to their assigned polling place. To find your polling place, use the voter search tool on the State Board website, ncsbe.gov, And don't forget to bring your photo ID. Yesterday, we sent out a press release titled 10 Tips for Election Day Voters in North Carolina. Please share these tips with your audiences so we can have a smooth election day as well. If you haven't voted yet, please take time today to make your voice heard. As a reminder, all voters will be asked to show photo identification when they check in to vote. Most voters will simply show their driver's license, but many types of photo ID will be accepted. Go to bringitnc.gov for more information about the photo ID requirement and a full list of acceptable IDs. We also want to remind voters that if you forget your ID, poll workers must offer you a provisional ballot and the opportunity to either fill out an ID exception form explaining why you are unable to show photo ID, or return to your County Board of Elections office to show your photo ID before 5 p.m. on November 14th. No voter should be turned away from the polls for not having an ID with them. At this time, we are unaware of any disruptions or delays at polling places that may necessitate extending voting hours beyond 7:30 p.m. That's simply remarkable, considering more than 2,600 polling places opened statewide this morning. We will continue to monitor polling places statewide, and if necessary, we will call a state board meeting to consider any voting extensions. At this time, we have not heard reports of any major incidents at any polling places. We also have not heard reports of long lines today. It is a good day to go vote. We have been addressing reports that the State Board's voter search tool on ncsbe.gov has been running a bit slow today. This is not unusual for election days when tens of thousands of people are accessing the search tool at the same time. We ask voters to be patient and wait for your information to load. Finally, we want to remind the public that they can watch results come in tonight after polls close on the State Board's elections result dashboard found at ncsbe.gov. We remind members of the media to read the press release, 9 Facts About the Vote Counting and Reporting Process in North Carolina. There are a few important things to remember about election night results. They are always unofficial in the days after the election. Bipartisan election officials in all 100 counties will ensure every eligible ballot is counted. They will audit and ultimately certify the results. This is called the canvass process, and it occurs after every election. For local contests, the county boards will certify results on November 15th. For all other contests, the state board will certify final results on November 26th. The state board anticipates that the unofficial results reported by the end of election night will include about 98% of all ballots cast in the election. Over the 10-day canvass period, provisional ballots and some absentee ballots will be counted and uploaded to the results dashboard. These ballots are required to be counted after Election Day by law, and North Carolina's election officials will follow that law. Election officials do not call elections. Projections are made by media and/or the candidates using unofficial results, typically based on exit polls or the vote difference and the number of votes yet to be counted in a contest. Election officials will go through the post-election canvass processes as required by law, no matter how close the contest. Stay tuned to the State Board for additional press releases, and we will send out a notice for any additional press conferences in the coming days. With that, we will take your questions. We'll start in the room first, and then we'll go to the phone or online. and remind those folks who are using the phone or online system to press 1 when they do ask their questions. So is there anyone in the room? You'll go to one of the mics, if you would, please.
Hi, thank you for doing this and the other press conferences leading up to today. Brittany Gibson from Politico. I just wanted to follow up on something you had mentioned at last week's press conference about when you expect to have your unofficial tabulations tonight. You mentioned, I believe, in 2020, it was about a little after 12:30 a.m. Where do you project tonight being? And with the caveat of course, you're not going to rush to beat last time's
So our official final upload in 2020 was 12:28 a.m. on that Wednesday morning. And so I have challenged everyone to let's meet that or do better than that. Now, we have to be, face reality of it. That's our goal. But, there are a lot of votes to deal with once the polls close. With this election, new to our laws, we cannot tabulate and upload the early voting results at the close of polls like we've been able to do in the past. So those will not be released until after the polls close. The tabulators will be closed down and the results will be uploaded with the election night results as they come in. So at 7:30 p.m. we will release the absentee by mail results, and then we will just begin to gather the results from the election day polling sites. And, being mindful that we do not modem results in North Carolina. So if you just factor in that if the polls are able to close at 7:30 p.m. because no one is in line, it's going to still take a solid hour or so before the results would be driven to the county board site. And we've got over 2,600 polling places that have to do that tonight. So the bulk of our results we anticipate would be probably between 9:30 to 11 p.m. And we'll address anything that's running slower than that. We'll also caution everyone that that's a large volume of data hitting our results dashboard at the same time. So just like we're experiencing some lag because of the interest in our voter search tool, we may be experiencing some lag in the results just because of the sheer volume of data that's going in and the interest that we're seeing in our results.
Thank you.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, we are out in North Carolina as officials gave an update moments ago on this election day. We did pause showing this because former President Donald Trump was speaking out in Palm Beach, Florida, his voting precinct after he cast his ballot. And speaking of that, on the left side of your screen, You Decide 2024, we do have some updates for you. Former President Donald Trump voting a short time ago out in Palm Beach, Florida, as I just mentioned. VP Kamala Harris casting her vote via mail-in ballot. President Joe Biden participating in early in-person voting, that happening Monday, October 28th. I'm Jeanne Francine, back on the desk with you on this election day. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, seeing that a campaign event is about to get underway with Walz and his wife out in Harrisburg. We'll be heading into that live event when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 12:12 here on the East Coast, and we continue with your Election Day coverage. Take a look at this, a quick content reminder for you right here on Live Now from Fox. The first polls closed. We are 6 hours, 46 minutes, and about 50 seconds away from that. As you all know, we will have around-the-clock coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. As those polls do close, as those results start to roll in, you can rely on Live Now from Fox for live, raw, and uninterrupted coverage. As promised, a campaign event about to start out in Harrisburg, PA. I'm being told that Tim Walz and Gwen Walz participating in a political event in that area. Let's head inside now.
Just wanted to say hello to everyone. And thank you so much for joining us this morning and for all that you do. Kamala and Tim have all of the momentum right now, and that is because as many of you know. 29 years in public schools. I would just like to say that today is the ultimate group project. And it's due today. I know, I seem like a short one. And here is the serious part of it, but I'm feeling very confident in our ability. It's pass-fail, right? Pass-fail. So we are going to pass. Because, and here's what I want you to know, Pennsylvania. I know that we have come so far, and you have worked so hard. And it has been a privilege to work alongside you, and we are not going now. In any way, especially your family, friends, neighborhood, everybody gets out to vote. Okay, thank you for that, because every vote is going to count here and it goes down to it. And you know the times that the polls are open, right? From 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And every single vote. And counting. And it's so important. Because you know this, a new way forward is within our grasp. It is right there, just so close. And then we get to say, President Kamala Harris. So now it's my honor to hand the platform over to my husband.
Your team, to Jimmy and the folks here for hosting us. Thank you so very much. And each and every one of you, Gwen, I, Hope and Gus. I want to say thank thank you to Pennsylvania, but thank you to folks across this country who wrap their arms around our family. And I hope saw yourselves in us, middle-class folks who are just trying to do the right thing by their community. We're a room full here of teachers and laborers and nurses and doctors and business owners and folks who are doing the work in this country.
Yes.
And the Vice President has laid out a path and been very clear. She wakes up every morning thinking about you and what we can do better. And that's a pretty stark contrast to the other side.
Absolutely. Yes.
Pretty stark contrast. And we've laid that out, but I think the biggest thing for all of you, the privilege that we've seen of being free people and trying to be part of a system, a democracy where voices matter and every voice matters. And this week I could not be prouder to be on this ticket, to watch that contrast, one that is hopeful. Rule of law matters, Constitution matters, the American experiment matters, our neighbors matter. Contrast to a list of grievances and things. Look, this country's tired of it. And to be in Pennsylvania, and I know you get it a lot. When I'm here, I'm trying to watch a football game that is basically interrupted by massive amounts of ads. But those ads and the work and the on the ground is all geared at this day, these 15 hours, to get folks with the I voted stickers on it. This thing's razor close. It's going to run right through here. One vote or two votes per precinct is what it's going to make. So those folks who think, I don't know, what do I have to do with this? Everything to do with that. First of all, your voice and your agency matters. Everybody matters the same. And contrary to what at least one guy thinks is, nobody's above the damn law. And nobody is beneath someone else. That's why here for our family, it's to say a thank you, a deep sense of gratitude to the folks who did this work, but a deep sense of optimism too. Because to watch, and a lot of people are trying to wonder, to watch this incredibly talented woman, I think the prosecutor, Attorney General of the largest state. Can we all just agree there's been no one more qualified? Across the country, almost this just sigh of relief. On Tuesday night, when Kamala Harris stood in the ellipse and said, that's how a president should sound standing. That's how you should talk when you stand in front of the White House. That's how you talk when you're I think there's those moments when things align and you're at a point in history where things really do matter and you can take one road or the other. This country is going to take that high road. So, to all of you, we're grateful you're here. We're going to do some chatting. I think we maybe try and eat some of this good food. But no, you did what was asked of you. You did what was in this moment. So many people, Americans, whatever they could do. Some would give $1, some were volunteering when they could, some were talking to neighbors. We're still standing, we're still kicking, we're still proud in this country. And when that time comes down tonight and those last polls close, now look, it's going to take some time. We're going to, you've been on the roller coaster. I'm up last night at midnight. To Dixville Gulch or whatever. I would say, we could have been up there. That's high. It's 6 votes, people. But that's going to happen all day today. Things are going to be coming in. But keep in mind, we have the fairest, the freest, the safest election. We have a free press that monitors the elections. Things are done right. So just stay calm, stay with it, wait till the end. Until that time, I said, when you're feeling that sense of anxiety, the surest, the surest antidote to any of that is action. Coming out with something like this, calling up somebody, remembering, I'm on this, people like high school buddies I'd forgotten about, I'm texting, have you voted yet? I will be honest, if they live in like South Dakota, I don't text them. I text my friends, But Kamala made the case, every vote matters. Everybody's voice matters. So it's this moment, and I think, again, I hope all of you, and we're being very conscious about this as a family.
Love it.
Be mindful, live in the moment, understand where we're at, the privilege that we all have to do this, because history's going to judge us. And I'll tell you what, I will always stand on the side of light and joy versus that darkness. This state knows a little bit about winning. How about Pennsylvania win this for America?
All right, so this political event wrapping up on Election Day there in Harrisburg, PA, and on the right side of your screen, you see other Election Day boxes to put this exciting day into perspective for you. That top right box, a live look out in Philadelphia, PA, as ballots are being processed there. And then that bottom box takes us out to Nashville, Tennessee, my hometown of Tennessee, a voting location there as people are exercising their right to vote on this Election Day. And all morning, when I first came on the air around 5:55 this morning Eastern Time, we've been asking you to get involved with us here on Live Now from Fox by sending in your I voted pictures. All you have to do is scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect to share them with us. And we want to share some with you before we go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. This one coming out of Decatur, I'm guessing Decatur, Georgia, from Simone Smith. Back in 2015, I became a citizen of the United States. And so every election that I get to vote in is a super meaningful one. This year was also the first year that my mother, who just became a citizen, got to vote as well. This is so beautiful. Simone, thank you so much for sending this to us. This one coming from Tampa, Florida. Kayla sending this in. Future voters. Took the kids to watch me vote and to see the process live in action. Never too early to talk to your kids about the importance of voting. You got that right, Kayla. Thank you so much for sending this in. This one coming in from Darden, Teresa, and Jackie. Happy to join my daughter for her first time to vote. Beautiful photo there, and thank you so much for sending this in. And continue throughout the day to send your photos to us. Again, scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. The time now 12:24 here on the East Coast. We have to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your live election coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You can see former President Trump entering this room takes us out to a live event here at 1227 out in West Palm Beach, Florida, where former President Donald Trump is having his campaign headquarters on this election day. Let's listen in.
It's too early to congratulate, but we are hearing it's record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready, and they're turning out for you, sir.
And we had a big lead to start off with. Now, here it's really amazing. I got a call from the people in Texas, Dan Patrick and others. They say that they've never actually seen anything like it. So it should be good. It should be good. I want to just thank everybody, regardless. We just wanted to come over and pay our respects. Our #1 best-selling author. Can you believe it? So we have a big day. We'll be watching, and it'll be very interesting. I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big, they might not be able to come up with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be... And you know, you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you? What about Alex? How's Alex? Are you surprised?
You're doing great, sir. You built the greatest political movement in history, and everybody here has been working super hard for you. And you're our inspiration, and we're going to bring this up today.
It's very nice. Thank you. It's very nice. And I hear the social media has been just unbelievable.
You make it easy for us. You give us a lot of
Joe
content.
Rogan has been just he's a great guy, and that was a big thing. And he did that. He just doesn't do that. And that he did that, I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need that. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it. But I hear it's beyond that, and it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. Little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go, so let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us, and she's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband is working non-stop. So thank you for all your support. Great job.
Yesterday and the day before, you actually reminds the day before too, we did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have, destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing. But I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything. I'm hearing any weaknesses, right?
Not
What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great. And we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening? Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I like that.
You're taking a live look inside the Palm Beach County Convention Center there in West Palm Beach, Florida. This is the site of former President Donald Trump's campaign headquarters for tonight. He's speaking alongside his wife there, former First Lady Melania Trump, after he just cast his ballot just a few moments ago. And again, as you all are casting your ballot on this election day, we do want to hear from you and see your photos. All you got to do is scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. More photos and videos coming in at this hour. Jennifer Santiago sending in this photo from Manhattan, New York. Let's make a difference with a beautiful photo there. Looks like Times Square. Thank you so much for sending that in. This one coming from Nicholas Torres and Rebecca Torres. It's a privilege to be able to vote alongside my father. Thank you so much for sending this photo in. We appreciate you exercising your right to vote. And then this one coming out of Baltimore, Maryland, baby Noah, such a cute picture there. I am the future, already getting ready to exercise his right to vote in a few years once he registers. Thank you so much for sending that photo in. And again, continue to send your photos, and you might see them right here on Live Now from Fox. All you have to do is scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. As we are here at 12:34 on the East Coast, our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta, they continue with their team coverage, around-the-clock coverage to keep you informed out in the Peach State. Let's head in now and check in with those reporters on the ground to see the latest updates with Election Day voting.
Fulton County officials just told us this morning 5 bomb threats just happened minutes after the polls opened in Metro Atlanta for the election day. Thank you so much for joining us for the news at noon. I'm Alex Whitler. Now officials want those locations to stay open longer to accommodate impacted voters. We have live team coverage for you this afternoon all across Metro Atlanta. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor joins us live from Fulton County with the latest on this distraction. Angelique, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Alex. A distraction indeed. Now, Fulton County election officials tell me they are already securing court orders to make sure that those polling sites that were affected will be able to stay open at least 30 minutes longer to make up for that lost time. Fulton County election officials say all 177 polling locations opened on time Tuesday morning. Voting had been brisk with almost 30,000 people casting their ballots by 10 o'clock. That smooth opening, though, was quickly disrupted in South Fulton, where election officials say phony bomb threats came in at Itris Community Center and C.H. Gallant Elementary School on Dotson Road. Both polling sites were temporarily closed. Evacuations occurred and security sweeps were done. Fortunately, because it is Election Day, no students were on any of the campuses. A phony threat was also called in at Feldwood Elementary School. Police moved right in and secured all 5 buildings.
Earlier today, unfortunately, we did have 5 non-credible bomb threats that were reported, leading to a temporary evacuation of 2 locations for approximately 30 minutes each. Thankfully, these locations are now operational again, and all polling sites are secure with active security presence.
Again, we want to stress none of those threats were credible. The Southern Poverty Law Center, as well as election officials, want everyone to feel safe while casting their ballots. Now, keep in mind there is an armed police officer at all of those precincts, so they want voters to feel safe. They also say with 30,000 casting ballots by 10 a.m., they expect that it will be 100,000 people by 7 o'clock or 7:30 in those instances tonight. Reporting live in Fairburn, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
Okay, Angelique, thank you. Not too long ago, we got an update from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. He talked about wait times and also when we can expect to know results. Fox 5's Caitlin Pratt joins us live from a polling precinct in Avondale Estates. Caitlin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Alex. That's right. And the numbers, you're going to be pretty impressed by your fellow Georgians, how many people have already come out, cast their ballots. But let's talk about security, touching on why they were able to react in Angelique's case to all those different locations so easily. They had a plan in place. Law enforcement agencies across the state, they've had roundtable meetings leading up to today's general election. And that's why they were able to respond so quickly to any threats, any distractions, things of that nature. Now, Raffensperger, as you mentioned, spoke at election headquarters this morning. He says it's been a smooth sailing so far. Turnout solid and steady, more than you would think because the lines are moving really quickly, less than 10 minutes time in and out, according to the Secretary of State. 4 million early and absentee ballots, they're going to be uploaded and reported 1 hour after polls close tonight at 7 p.m. And by the end of the night, we should know all of those results.
Most polls will be closing at 7 p.m., so by 8 p.m. you'll have probably 99% of all that. So that'll be uploaded, so you get a good idea of what the race looks like. Then all the voting that you're seeing today, before the end of the night, you'll have all of that. Many of the smaller counties are pushing to be done by 10:30 at the latest, but that's the type of response you're going to see in the smaller counties. But by the end of the night, you'll have all of those results.
And of course, we will keep you updated as we get those numbers. And we're also learning what you should do if you maybe do encounter any sort of problems at the polls. Go ahead, contact your County Board of Registrar's office, or you can always contact the Georgia Secretary of State. Submit a complaint online as well. They have a special section to do that on the Secretary of State Elections Division website. That's the latest here in Avondale Estates this afternoon. I'm Caitlin Pratt, Fox 5 News.
Caitlin, thank you. In Jones County, a poll worker faces prison time for a reported bomb threat to the election superintendent. Nicholas Wimbish lives in Milledgeville. The Department of Justice says last month he got into an argument with a voter. Wimbish faces up to 25 years in prison. We've got more on that on our website, fox5atlanta.com. Now, if you're a Cobb County voter who received an absentee ballot, you should assume your ballot must be received tonight by 7 p.m. That's because the Georgia Supreme Court stayed or held off on a lower court's decision to extend the deadline to return absentee ballots. Fox 5's Brooke Zahner is live at the Cobb County Civic Center to explain. Brooke.
Yeah, a lot of people impacted by this, Alex. About 3,400 absentee ballot requests here in Cobb County were received late, and Cobb County election officials are now saying that if you have a ballot, you should drop it either at your county election office or vote at your assigned precinct today. But the reason behind all of this, according to election officials, is a surge, they say, in last-minute absentee ballot requests and equipment failures. That is what caused that delay. Now, the order that came down from the Georgia Supreme Court only addresses a motion for a stay, meaning that a final ruling on this has not yet been made. But for the time being, again, Cobb County election officials may only count absentee ballots that were received by 7 p.m. tonight. And we talked to one individual who came here this morning. She had requested an absentee ballot and ended up voting in person because she never received that ballot.
I was just trying to avoid the lines and the craziness because I know how people can get and emotions run high on election day, so I didn't want to be in the middle of any unexpected situation.
Now, if you're a Cobb County voter and you've been impacted by this, you should have been notified by email and text message. And again, best to turn in that absentee ballot in person at your county election office. You can also go ahead and cancel that ballot, go to your assigned polling place today, and cast your vote in person as well. It's a developing story we will continue to watch. But for now, that is the latest here live in front of the Cobb Civic Center. I'm Brooke Zahner, Fox 5 News.
Okay, Brooke, thanks for staying on top of that for us. We'll also watch other elections on the ballot here, including the race for the state legislature. All 56 Senate and 180 House seats are on the ballot. Also, congressional elections. So races for the House and Senate will determine which party holds the majority and several tax measures. Now, we have talked a lot about battleground states over the past several months, but what is it about Georgia that makes it such a pivotal player in this election? Well, first of all, electoral votes. Georgia has 16 of them, making it a significant prize for both parties. There are also demographic shifts over the past decade that have made Georgia more diverse and therefore more competitive compared to previous elections. It traditionally leaned more Republican, many of you know. Analysts also look at recent trends. In 2020, and for the first time in a presidential election since 1992, Georgia flipped to blue. President Biden took the win in a narrow margin, signaling Georgia is no longer reliably Republican. And another contributing factor here, voter mobilization. Georgia has seen significant efforts from both parties to galvanize voters, including numerous visits from both Trump and Harris. Now, don't forget to join Fox 5 Atlanta for complete election coverage. It starts today, this afternoon at 3:30 with a show called Battleground. Then you can join us from 4 to 7 for Fox 5 News, followed by Fox's Democracy 2024. Join us again at 10 o'clock for all the Georgia results on Fox 5 News. Okay, that was a lot of politics.
All right, and we appreciate Fox 5 Atlanta for that team coverage on this election day. And as they share their coverage plans, we want to do the same right here on Live Now from Fox. Those election results coverage starting tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern time with my colleague Andrew Kraft. And of course, leading up to and after, we will continue to have a post analysis. I know after my colleague Austin Westfall plans to have that coverage as well. So you can continue to get around the clock coverage, of course, when those polls close, those up to date numbers as those ballots are counted. And then, of course, the speeches. You all want to hear the victory speeches and the concession speeches. You'll get that here as well. 12:44 is the time. I'm Jeanne Francine with you on this election day. We're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. 12:46 is the time here on the East Coast. And I want to get back to those photos and videos you all are sending to us on this election day. Take a look at your screen if you haven't done so just yet. And you have plenty of time. Just scan that QR code or go to livenowfox.com/connect to upload those photos. Let's get to a few of them on this election day. This one coming from Tania Sims out in Orlando. Voted on my birthday. Okay, perfect day to celebrate your birthday and exercise your right to vote. Thank you so much, Tania, for sending in your photo. Another one we have to share with you on this election day comes from Hannah Pinalva. This coming from Nicholasville, Kentucky. Getting to tell my first son about a big day in history, praying for unity for our nation. A beautiful photo there, Hannah. Thank you so much for sending that in. Next one coming from Devin Strickler out in South Carolina. Lucy may only be 2 years old, but with 2 veteran parents, she knows it's not only a duty, but a beautiful privilege to be able to vote. Go vote. Smart words there from Lucy, holding that beautiful sticker there. And then Debbie out in Colorado says, we're voting and we are powerful. You're definitely powerful as you exercise your right to vote on this election day. Send us your photos and you might just see them on your screen by scanning that QR code or go to livenowfox.com/connect. The time now 12:48, and election officials across the U.S. continue to hold press conferences about election security on this election day. Right now, I want to take you out to Harris County, Texas, as the clerk in Harris County held an election update moments ago. Let's listen in.
Good morning. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. We got sound. Good morning. I'm Tanisha Hudspeth, your Harris County Clerk. TENESHIAHUDSPETH. It is Election Day. We are finally here. Can you believe it? More than 1.2 million voted early here in Harris County, and as of a little 10 o'clock, well, now we're a little bit after 10 o'clock, more than 85,000 voters have voted here in Harris County today. Our team has been working hard to create a strong election infrastructure to receive voters today, and so far so good, even with inclement weather this morning. So let's not let the rain hold us back from voting in record numbers today, Harris County. As a matter of fact, there are still 700 vote centers available for you to vote today. Anywhere in Harris County, voters should know you can go absolutely anywhere. Much like early voting, you can choose any vote center that's most convenient or closest to you. Polls are open until 7 o'clock p.m. tonight, as long as you are in line by 7 p.m. What does that look like? There's probably a couple of election workers or greeters waiting to see who was that last person in line by 7 o'clock p.m. to allow all voters in the line to be accepted. Here are some tools that you all need to know for Election Day. Make a plan to vote. Know what's closest to you. Look at your sample ballot. View your specific sample ballot. Most voters in Harris County have 50 to 70 different contests to choose from. And make sure that you have one of the acceptable forms of ID. You can go to harrisvotes.com to find all the latest and greatest information about Election Day here in Harris County, as well calling our hotline 713-755-6965. And to the very right of me, maybe left of you, there is a huge call center that are taking calls from our election judges all day, making sure that we're supporting our election workers and accepting calls from our voters to help them find the closest poll, make sure that they have the tools and information they need to cast their ballot. For all those who vote by mail, that have your ballot by mail and have voted it, today only you can take that mail ballot to 1001 Preston downtown. That is the Harris County office, administrative office. Again, that's 1001 Preston. If you have not mailed your ballot because you were afraid we wouldn't receive it today, you can go downtown to 1001 Preston. Now, the voter must go themselves and show proof of ID, their particular ID that they're checking that ballot in. So today, and it won't be hard to see, right off of Preston and San Jacinto between Maine as well, there's a tent that shows that we are there ready to accept your ballot and your credentials. Again, for all voters who have received mail ballots and have not returned those, they can be returned downtown, or you can still go to a vote center, surrender that ballot, and vote a regular ballot. So every vote center has an oversupply of all items today. We make sure that we've over allocated for all supplies and documents for our election workers. There's also extra voting machines and materials in the field. Communication between our office and the election workers have been continuing on throughout the morning. We actually started even earlier, knowing that we had inclement weather happening this morning. So again, all voters should go to harrisvotes.com to get the most important information. In terms of service calls today, we've had about 60% were calls from election judges needing assistance before opening the vote center. So about 60% or so election judges, 40% were calls that were from the voters, right? What information do I need to go before vote? I want to check my voter registration status. You all should know, although we run elections, we don't run voter registration. That is the office of Ann Harris Bennett, the tax assessor collector, but we do work in tandem with each other. Their office is taking calls and has a very large call center today in regards to voter registration, and we are working around the clock to make sure that every voter has the opportunity to do so today. Are there any questions?
Talk about the energy today. Obviously, we have hundreds of paid election workers behind us. Just give us people a sense at home what goes on in this building.
Yes, well, we're talking about the energy in here. Let's talk about the energy around this entire county. Here is our elections headquarters. So you have hundreds of individuals here that are servicing the individuals in the field. So from the phone center to our tech lines to our early voting ballot board members that review the mail ballots, and all of our administrative operations are happening here. Also tonight is where we actually tally votes. Some of you will be with us later on this evening. This is where all information in regards to results will come out of. So a good amount of operational systems are happening here. We're supporting everything in the field. And in the field is more than 12,000 election workers. Harris County is the third largest county in the nation and the largest here in the state of Texas. And so today we are supporting those 12,000 plus. Many of our vendors, from our voting system vendors to our tech lines, they're all here supporting us. We're a big operation and we have all hands on deck today.
And you talked about inclement weather. Have you seen any issues with that? I know TSU lost power. There's voting happening there. Talk a little bit about that.
So TSU lost power yesterday.
Yes.
That was yesterday, not today. It was not today. It did not impact the vote center on campus. There were parts of the campus that had outages, but not the vote center. We got on that right away. We spoke with the university and no issues with power today. So I just wanted to clarify that. We had a little bit of some power outages at a couple of vote centers. However, all of our machines are battery backup. No one stopped voting today, and power were up within minutes at all of those vote centers. So no long-term power outages, small increment outages. Again, all of our battery backup systems has made sure that voters kept voting, and within minutes, all of those locations had power backup. So that's to be expected with the weather and wind. We knew to be prepared for that today, but luckily we've not had to go dispatch a generator anywhere. So that's a very good sign.
Outside of the weather-related concerns, have there been any other issues that have been reported at one location?
Not major issues. You know, on the first day of Election Day, there's always small things that we have to work through. This is one day amongst less than the 12 days of early voting. So some of these judges are just getting started. There's a little nerves kicking in. They see the lines developing. So these are all just things that, you know, our election workers had to get settled, had to work those things out and get moving. We've done some adjusting of some of our machines and things of that nature. Nothing major, right? This is a typical election day. No major infrastructure issues with our voting today. Yes, ma'am. You're going to have to use your outside voice in here. I have a lot of voices I hear.
How long would it take for, like, let's say, the last polling station that had their last voter get voting count?
Okay, let me clarify. Meaning, if someone's in line by 7 p.m. tonight, how long could it take the last voter to vote? Well, we're going to find out tonight, right? This is Election Day. I can guarantee you that there is going to be plenty of voters in line by 7. We will take as much time at those vote centers as possible to vote all those voters. So buckle up. because it's going to be a long night, right? I'm going to go ahead and say that probably at least 10 or 20 times. We will process those voters. I imagine there's going to be more than a dozen locations that will still be voting voters. Could be 9 o'clock tonight, could be 10 o'clock tonight. We will make sure that we're getting real-time information to know about how many are online, if there's additional support needed, additional, workers or anything of that nature to kind of help those lines. But it's hard to say. Those are the things, unfortunately, the county clerk can't predict.
All right, she says, buckle up. It's going to be a long night. That seems to be the sentiment for many clerks and election officials across the U.S. On this election day. This happening out in Harris County, Texas, moments ago, giving that election day update in the Texas area. On the right side of your screen, that top right box, a live look out in Philadelphia as ballots are being processed on this election day. And then that bottom box, a live look out in the Big Apple of New York City, a voting location there as people are coming out on this Tuesday, November 5th, to exercise their right to vote. 12:57 is the time here on the East Coast. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. About 1 minute shy from the top of the 1 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we appreciate you tuning in for your Election Day coverage. We've been getting a lot of feeds all day of different polling locations, and right now I want to take you out to Phoenix, Arizona. You can see the young and the old out exercising their right to vote on this Election Day. And as I told you all this morning when I first came on the air, expect the lines to get a lot longer throughout the day. But the good news is if you are in line before your polls close, so let's say you're in line at 6 o'clock and your polls close at 6 o'clock, you will still be allowed to vote. But if you get into that line at 6:05, I can't make any promises. Maybe they will give you some leeway in that polling precinct. And as we continue to follow your top stories and headlines on this Election Day, right now I actually want to take you out to Maricopa County out in Arizona as they are about to hold an election newser to give an update on the state of the race and elections in that neck of the woods. Let's head on out there and listen in.
I'm glad the sun is not nice and bright today. Can you guys hear me okay? Test 3, 2, 1. Everyone in the back in the cheap seats, you guys hear as well? Okay, good. Test, 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 test. Okay, tell me if there's a problem, otherwise I'm stepping away.
All right, looks like they were just doing a sound check there, so giving a few more moments. But as we wait out in Arizona, as you could see, some sunny conditions out in that area on this election day. Again, showing you this polling precinct out in Phoenix. All right, I see some people about to walk up for this presser, so let's head back out there live and listen in. Again, this is the Maricopa County Election Newser, your midday update.
Happy Election Day from the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. We're happy to be here. We're hoping to provide information from the activities so far this morning. My name is Jennifer Lewer. I'm a Deputy Elections Director. With me today is Supervisor Bill Gates, and I'm going to go ahead and let him take the beginning of this press conference. He will have comments, and then we will do our question and answer. There are quite a few members of the media here. Our technology isn't as slick it has been in the past press conferences, but we'll do our best to repeat the questions as we get them for those of you who are watching live online. And now, Supervisor Bill Gates.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Want to thank everyone for coming out here. Really Chamber of Commerce weather day today. We've got 74 degrees for our high temperatures, so really happy to see everyone out here. Things are going very well right now out there at our 246 vote centers across Maricopa County. Right now, the average wait time is about 2 minutes, so very, very short lines out there, so that's great. We've already had over 93,000 people check in to vote this morning, so lots of people out there, but certainly what we were anticipating. At the most, we have just a small handful of our vote centers that have 30-minute waits, but like I said, the average wait is just 2 minutes long. As we've been suggesting to people throughout this period of voting, make a plan if you haven't voted yet. We anticipate the heaviest time in the remainder of the day is going to be from 4 to 7 p.m. So before you go out to vote at the vote centers, go on to our website, go on to locations.maricopa.vote. There you can check out all of the vote centers and the current wait times, so you can go to the most convenient vote center and go ahead and vote and then go on with your day. We are grateful for everyone who is working hard here in the tabulation center. We have people working 16, 18-hour days. This is a 24/7 operation, and I really appreciate, and I know the Board of Supervisors and the recorder appreciate all of their hard work. Just one thing to keep in mind, if you get into line at 7 p.m., you will have the opportunity to vote. No matter how long that line is, stay in line and go ahead and vote. As far as any questions about what's going on with the election, if you have concerns about things that you might be reading on social media and elsewhere, please go to our website, justthefacts.vote, where you can get the most up-to-date and you can get accurate information. The first results will be reported this evening around 8 p.m., and we anticipate we'll have approximately 1.2 million ballots that will be reported at 8 p.m. And then as the evening goes on and as we go into the early morning hours of Wednesday, we'll be reporting the results of people who are going to the vote centers and voting in person today. We anticipate that those numbers that we report around 8 p.m., that'll be about 70 to 75% of all of the early ballots have been cast. We've had a lot of excitement for this election, a lot of participation both in early voting, and of course that is continuing on today. So with that, be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
And we're going to actually utilize spokesperson Fields to help point people out for their questions, because we are. Yes, Nicole.
I was wondering, are you all seeing the misinformation circulating that some vote centers were shut down, and to address that, how many shut down?
Yes, absolutely. No, appreciate that question. There have been no vote centers that have been shut down. We are out there going ahead and servicing the printers as we normally would if there are issues, where people, where we need to update the toner. But there have been no vote centers that have been shut down. Things are moving very smoothly out there today.
So the question was to sort by wait times. The way the back end of this information works on the website is if you put an address in, it will give you the shortest wait times within that area. We do not have a sort that will actually sort everything in the valley, because the website's really designed for that voter who gets on and they're at a certain location and they want to see the shortest wait times in the location that they are at.
Yeah, so like I said, the printers have been operating very well. The board, we invested $9 million in getting new printers, and those are running very well. We're not running into, at this point, any of the tabulation challenges that we saw in 2022. And with regard to some of the ones that have a little bit longer lines, again, we're talking like 30 minutes, 32 minutes. I know Surprise, City Center, that one is very popular location. I believe Mesa Community College, Indian Bend. These are some of the ones that, frankly, in early voting, we've seen with some of the longer wait times, too. But again, we told people, we talked about this yesterday, we've been talking about this, lines will occur, but we're very pleased with what we're seeing right now. But something that's important for people that really want to avoid the lines, your slowest time left in the day now is going to be mid-afternoon. So go out in the mid-afternoon, you're going to be likely to have the shortest lines. And again, if you can't go and vote until after work, which I absolutely understand, for those folks, probably a good idea to go on to locations.maricopa.vote to see where the shortest lines are, and then go there and get in line by 7 p.m. and you will have the opportunity to vote today.
Behind the camera over here.
Yes, in the black. Right. You've done the investment, or we can have the sheriff speak?
Yeah. Well, I would say, first of all, from our perspective, and happy to see if the sheriff has anything to add, we're very proud to have made the investments in security here at this facility and elsewhere. We have invested millions of dollars in that to make sure that the workers who are here today feel safe, and things have been very calm, but happy to, if the sheriff wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, just real quick, want to thank all the public safety partnership out there. Every agency is dialed up for this. We've done a lot of planning prior to this, and we have several emergency operations centers, communications, cross-line, all the way from McTech to Phoenix to our ACTIC and even the sheriff's office. So those communication lines are continuing with anything that comes up. At this point in time, we've had no credible issues relative to public safety, and we will continue to monitor and assess and have those resources deployed throughout Maricopa County until those polling centers close, and then obviously things will start to wind down over at the tabulation center.
Yeah, and I just want to thank the sheriff. I want to thank all law enforcement here in Maricopa County, as well as our federal partners who have just been amazing, county attorney, U.S. attorney, across the board. It's a partnership that we have here in Maricopa County that I think is really second to none. So again, Sheriff, thank you so much.
We got folks in the back that we don't want to miss out on. I don't know if they can be seen. Jillian? So the question is about the shutdown of our vote centers. Our vote centers, obviously, they close at 7. If voters are in line, they are allowed to stay in line, they are allowed to vote. Maricopa County is an expansive county. We are larger, I think, than 7 states in the United States. So as those vote centers close down, they pack up their materials. It's going to take time for them to bring those materials back to the tabulation center. We are expecting to be here most of the night as those centers break down and bring back that information. I don't know that that's very helpful to your question, but it will take time. All right. We're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
So out in Arizona, the Maricopa County election officials holding this 1 o'clock Eastern time election day update on the left side of your screen. Some reminders for you on this election day as millions across the country head to the polls. All eyes are on the swing states of Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. And Arizona polling precincts will be open until 7 p.m. Mountain Time. So wanted to give you all that quick update. And as we discuss polling precincts out in Arizona, want to take you out to one out in Phoenix here at 112 on the East Coast. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, heading into more election day coverage from across America. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. .114 is the time here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. Several live pictures we are getting into our Live Now from Fox studio. I want to share them with you at this hour. This one on your screen taking us out to Philly as vote counting is underway in real time. So you're getting a live look there. This one right here, this shot, it takes us out to Milwaukee. A press conference just wrapped up in this area that we want to share with you from the Milwaukee Election Commission out there. I'm going to play that for you now.
Sorry, it was 106,000 ballots as of this morning. I'm going to be checking that in a little bit and then putting it up on the website for you guys to see. So happy to take any questions. I think we were less than an hour of the start time, so I still feel pretty good. I mean, I've been telling everyone after midnight. We would continue to receive ballots until 8 p.m. Every single ballot will be counted. That's legitimate and qualifying. The post office let us know that they're going to continue to send ballots to us instead of just doing like 1 or 2 deliveries. So that's great. We're going to have a continuous flow. We're closing our drop boxes at 6 p.m. today. And so that gives us enough opportunity to process those ballots and get them out here instead of having like a large number at the end of the day. So I'm still anticipating 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning right now, but it's hard to tell. Can't read the tea leaves, but at the end of the day, I think probably later on in the evening, about 5, we'll have a better sense.
So you don't expect that hour delay as it starts at least another hour?
I don't think so, no. Where the biggest challenge in Central Count is the formal pre-exporting, exporting, transfer, and importing process that occurs that the city of Milwaukee does. And you see we have 13 machines. It's a very large area. We're going to have 2 bipartisan teams. Myself and the deputy will be doing this in the public sphere. That takes a long time to walk through these 13 machines and download that information. It gets secured in a bag, all in the public sphere, then transported under police escort to Milwaukee County Courthouse. The courthouse also have its additional security measures, and then we go in and formally transfer those results to the county, and then they upload those, which that takes several hours in and of itself. We will continue to give you as many updates as possible so that you are informed and that you can let the American public where we stand. We appreciate all of your efforts today.
Director, have there been any challenges today, either at Central Count or any other?
I have not heard of them yet, no.
And why was there a delay this morning?
We just have a lot to count. This space is really big, and so in order to protect the security of the ballots, we wanted to make sure we don't like moving uncounted ballots outside of pods. So we made that decision. We're feeling okay. It was less than an hour. Nothing to see here. We're good. And so we'll continue to give you those updates.
For the viewers sitting home on the couch, in a nutshell, if they're nervous or worried about their vote, that everything is good, can you tell them at home?
Oh, definitely. So one of the things first, this here Central Count is absentee ballots. The process of absentee balloting is before the ballot is even issued, the voter has to issue an absentee application with the photo, regular voters with the photo ID. We confirm, is that person a legitimate voter? They have their application. We scan that, we track it, and we issue them a ballot. That ballot gets sent to the voter, and when it returns, we make sure, does this ballot connect with a person? So any ballot that does not, we cannot connect to a voter, any ballot that does not meet the qualifying standards will not be counted, will not be opened. We have enhanced security. We have a team of law enforcement partners here today and all throughout the city that are acting swiftly. Our chiefs are out there, lots of staff. I think the one thing I ask, it's a lot of lines. People are excited to vote in this presidential election, and we ask for patience. And then, don't fret to call us at our City Hall office if you have questions or concerns.
How many people do you have working on the process right now? How many people are working on the process right now, and will that go up or down as the night goes on?
Well, we have about 300 that registered to work. I feel like we have about 300. We have a couple people working morning shifts and a couple people working afternoon shifts. So I don't see, we have to balance that. So I don't see much of a change to, I would argue about over 300 people here in total.
What do you expect overall turnout?
I'm sorry?
What do you expect overall turnout?
Oh, the predictions of turnout. I don't know, but you know what? It's hard to read the tea leaves with early voting, but if you notice, early voting numbers surpassed 2020. So we're feeling confident. And so I hope turnout is great. But at this point, I mentioned 31,000 at 11 a.m., but that's only 96 of the 180 polling locations. And I would argue the other remaining locations that didn't report is because they're really busy. So I'm feeling good. I think when we get later in the afternoon, we'll have a better sense of where we're headed.
Quick question, Paulina. Do you know where the flash drives are? You don't need to tell us where, but they're on site to put in the...
They're on site, and remember, the flash drives right now are just flash drives. Once we go through the clearing and the formatting process, then they become official election, must be under security, and that will be occurring probably around 7.
Thanks.
So.
We've got time for another 2 or 3 more questions. That a lot of people are registering to vote today.
Yes. Yes, no, those votes will, that is, thank you, very good question. I forgot to mention, we're seeing a lot of voter registration. Voter registrations are long. It's great to see that. I just want to remind voters that when you go to register to vote, you have to bring a valid photo ID and a proof of residence. Please, please, please go on our website, check out what those details are so that you're ready when you head to the polling location. We are seeing long lines for voter registration. As long as those voter registrations, the voter presents their photo ID and their proof of residence, those ballots will be counted. They go into the machine that is at the polling location.
And did you say you're seeing more of those same-day registrations this year than in years past?
I can't speak on the details. We don't, numbers, those kinds of numbers don't happen until after the election. But what we're saying is we're seeing a lot of excitement and a lot long lines on the registration side at our polling locations.
Last question.
No, actually, I'm proud to say, and what happens at most, if not all of our elections, is we have very minimal observer issues. When we do, we coach, we work with the chief, we talk to the observer, and it's so far so good.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Paulina, can you just clarify, you started like before 9 or at 9?
It was before 9.
Just before 9?
Good job.
So that wraps up that press conference that happened moments ago. The Milwaukee Election Commission giving an Election Day update here at 122 on the East Coast. I want to give you a live look, though, real time of what's happening out there in Milwaukee. You can see right now poll workers are looking and opening those mail-in ballots. That's happening in real time as we continue to give live, raw, and unfiltered Election Day updates. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your Tuesday, November 5th. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As many of you all continue to head to the polls on this election day, we want to hear from you right here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen. We continue to get new pictures and videos of you all voting across America. Maria Martin sending in this photo out from Sparta. Brand new citizen, first time voting. Proud to be an American. Beautiful picture, Maria. Thank you so much for sending this in. Getting to another one right now. This one coming in from Calvin out in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Voting accomplished. It's our privilege as Americans. Go do it. Great advice there. Get out there and exercise your right to vote. This next one coming from Debbie Sporliter. We're voting and we are powerful. This one coming out from Colorado. And you can see the polling locations and the poll workers. They're out there in full force on this election day, aiding you as you exercise your right to vote. Julia Contreras sending this in from Carbon Hill. Took my youngest daughter for her first time voting. Raising intelligent humans, she says. We the people want our country back from the greedy. This her words there as she puts who she is voting for this election season. Again, you can choose former President Donald Trump or VP Kamala Harris. You decide. 2024. We appreciate all the photos that have come in. And if you want to share with us your election day photos, you can do so by scanning that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. On this Tuesday, November 5th, the time now 1:26, we continue to check in with polling locations across America. Right now, I actually want to take you out to Virginia as the Virginia Department of Elections gave an update moments ago about the state of the race in that area, how polling is going with residents in Virginia. Let's listen in.
A couple of questions. Number one, do you have any data yet on same-day registrations? And second question, because this year is a quite contentious election, has there been any security precautions that have been taken statewide?
So we do not have information on same-day registrations that have happened today, but as I said, leading up to today, so far we have 16,557 same-day registrations that have been submitted. We obviously expect that to increase today, throughout the day. In terms of security and concerns about security, we have been meeting for many months with our state and federal law enforcement partners to plan for today. We've had several meetings where we've run through various scenarios to make plans. I can't speak any further to specifics, but there's been a lot of planning and forethought that has gone into today, and we're very confident that we're going to have a safe and secure election in Virginia today.
Julie Carey, could you please unmute yourself and ask your question?
I do not have a question. Thank you.
Regarding the local Richmond issue, can you say what the resolutions were? We were told some of the people actually put their...
Hi, I have a question. Travis Lawler with the Associated Press. The 11 voters...
Lawler, can you hold on a minute? We haven't called out. There's someone that's asking a question in the room. We'll get to you in just a minute.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, what the resolution was for the Richmond issue, were all of those voters being given the correct ballot? And then just regarding those unreturned outstanding mail ballots, I know you said mail-in was your biggest concern in USPS. Have you gotten a sense about how quickly the mail-in ballots that you've gotten so far, the amount of time it took to go from mailbox to registrar? And are you seeing anyone with mail-in ballot to drop it off and then use the mail?
I'm going to take the second question first. It was about mail-in ballots and if we've seen issues with folks returning them. I think a lot of folks have chosen to do a drop-off at a drop box or at a registrar's office. We have seen an increase certainly in that method of return. We have not heard specific examples of people having delays in getting their mail back. Most voters are being very diligent about checking and making sure that their ballot has been received, which they can check online and see that it's been received by the office once they mail it back. We have seen an overall decrease in the number of people who have requested absentee by mail ballots this year as compared to 2020, but you can't necessarily attribute that to just this issue. 2020 was a very different time, and a lot of people requested mail ballots because they just didn't know what to expect on election day that year with the pandemic. So it's hard to make a causation there. On the Richmond issue, like we said, it did affect 11 voters. They were able to only vote a federal-only ballot, but that has since been resolved.
They were given the correct ballot with mayoral, congressional, Senate?
They are not allowed to vote an additional ballot.
Okay. So what's the resolution then?
I'm sorry. Can you go to that?
Travis Lawler, you're up.
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering about the voters in Richmond. Do you know what happened? I mean, or why that happened?
My understanding is that the officers of election gave out the incorrect ballot to the voter that had only the presidential race on the ballot.
Again, just to clarify, when you say, what do you mean by resolved then? As in, like, no more wrong ballots were being given out?
That's correct.
Okay.
13 News Now, do you have a question?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, in the wake of the voters who were removed from the polls or from the voter rolls due to the citizenship issue on the DMV forms, when they go get their provisional ballots today, if they do same-day registration, what do they need to do to successfully make sure that provisional ballot is counted? Is there any follow-up they need to do?
First, in Virginia, we want every eligible voter to vote in this election. And when an individual fills out a provisional ballot, they fill out a registration form. So they would simply need to fill out the registration form accurately. If they are a citizen, they would indicate that they are a citizen, and that's all that that would require.
Speaking of the purge voters, there was a House P&E meeting that you attended back in September. If I remember correctly, you talked about an accuracy percentage on what you believed the system would catch. Were you guys aware of legal citizens getting swept up in the purge as early as September, or when did you guys first realize that legal voters were also getting removed from the rolls?
So let's be clear. We want every eligible voter in Virginia to vote. This is a process that has been in place since 2006. It has been managed and processed the exact same way by every administration since 2006 when the law was enacted. Nothing has changed in the way that that process is managed by the department, and it begins when an individual walks into a DMV and self-declares that they are a non-citizen, and there is direct interaction with the individual throughout the entire process. They start the transaction, they are notified multiple times before they are canceled and given the opportunity to affirm their citizenship if they made an error at the DMV.
Jeff Bossert with Radio IQ, do you have a question? Michael O'Connor, do you have a question?
Yeah. Do you know how many people were kicked off the rolls leading up to today? Is there an updated figure? And can you just confirm that this is Susan Beals? The audio was just cut out, so I just want to make sure it's you.
My name is Susan Beals. I'm the Commissioner of Elections for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And in terms of go ahead.
Yeah, just have an updated figure for how many people were kicked off the rolls.
I think the figure that has been out there is the figure that stands. There has not been any additional work done on that.
Okay, I thought there were daily updates to it.
That process ceased on October 14th.
So no one's been purged from the rolls since October 14th?
The last time that records were sent to registrars was October 14th.
Michelle Hankerson, do you have a question? We can't hear you. Okay, I'm going to go to Megan Polly. Do you have a question?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can.
Okay. Okay. Just to follow up, just to clarify, so the October 14th, can you explain, that was the last time, what did you say exactly? And if you're hearing from anyone this morning about, you know, people who've had their registration canceled, if people are reaching out to you.
So again, every eligible voter in Virginia, we want them to vote today. If they have any issue with their registration, they can do that at their polling place through same-day registration. That is available to everyone who is an eligible voter in Virginia. To explain the process of what happens at the DMV, an individual walks into the DMV as part of their transaction. They self-declare that they are a non-citizen, either by checking a box that says, no, I am not a citizen, or by providing legal presence documents that indicate they are not a citizen. That information is sent to the Department of Elections. We compare that list to the registered voter list, and then we send those records to registrars for them to process. The registrar sends a notification to the voter by mail and says, we have information based on a DMV transaction that you made that you've indicated that you are not a citizen. We are giving you 14 days in a form to affirm your citizenship. If they return the form, nothing happens to the voter. If they fail to return the form after 14 days, they are sent an additional notice where they are advised that they are being canceled because of non-citizenship status. Anyone who is canceled for non-citizenship status and feels as though it is in error can go to their polling location today on Election Day and same day register to vote and cast a ballot in this election.
Okay, and if they show up today, oh, sorry, just to clarify, if they showed up today, would they have, what documentation would they need to provide in order to do the same day voter if they felt like there was an error?
They would need to provide the same kind of ID that every voter needs to provide when they come to vote in Virginia. There's a list of acceptable IDs that includes everything from a driver's license to a utility bill.
Luca Powell with the Richmond Times-Dispatch, do you have a question? Okay, going on to Patricia Beckford, do you have a question? All right, that wraps up everyone on the teams.
And just to clarify regarding October 14th being the last day of that daily purge, if my memory serves me correct, that was before the court order paused it, and there's obviously been days since the Supreme Court rescinded the pause here. So why was October 14th the last day if the executive order said to do daily?
So we stopped prior to the last day of to October 15th, which is, I think it was the close of the books, perhaps, the last day to register to vote in Virginia. And so that sort of naturally, that's normally when we close out our list maintenance practices.
Rick Yarborough, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Can you confirm if any DOJ observers have arrived at local precincts, and if so, which ones, and if any issue with them being allowed inside? Just wanted to get an update on that.
Yeah, we haven't heard any information about that today. All right, thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you again at 4 o'clock.
All right, so that was the Virginia Department of Elections giving that Election Day update. They just said that their next one will be slated for 4 o'clock Eastern time, so giving you that update. And then on the right side of your screen, people exercising their right to vote in real time. So that top right box, a live look out in Philly as ballots are being processed. And then that bottom box, a live look out in El Segundo, California, a voting location. Looks like an argument is going on right there. So we're going to go ahead and switch the screen. Several people exercising their right to vote on this Election Day. And we want to hear from you. Send in your I voted pictures to us right here. Live now, fox.com/connect, or scan that QR code on your screen. A few we want to show to you as we go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. This one coming from Nicholas Pang out in Dublin. I just moved back from Taiwan to the U.S. just in time to cast my vote, he says. Voting is one of the most vital responsibilities we have as citizens. Go vote and be the change you want to see. Smart man there, Nicholas, in positive, encouraging words on this Election Day. Lori Weatherly sending this in. First-time voter for our youngest, and that made today the first time our family was able to go vote together. Special indeed. Proud patriot and mama. God bless America. Beautiful family photo there. Lori, thank you so much for sending that in. Angelique Guadardo sending this in from San Jose, California, teaching the next generation the importance of voting. We voted at 7 a.m. before school, and a proud baby there. She heads to school wearing her I voted sticker there with her mama. One last one before we go to break. Katie Sawicki sending this in from Augusta, Michigan. My future voter and I cast our vote. I just love these parent-child combos that we're seeing on this election day. Thank you all so much for sending this in, and continue to send in your photos by scanning that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. And a quick content reminder for you on this election day. We will continue to have live election coverage throughout the day, but as those results come in, as the polls close, make sure you're tuned into Live Now from Fox tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. My colleagues Andrew Kraft and Austin Westfall will have extensive coverage, live, raw, and uninterrupted. The time now 1:41 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. A live event about to get underway, which takes us out to Wisconsin. I want to give you a live look right here, 1:43 on the East Coast, out in Madison, Wisconsin. As you can see, people are flocking to the polls on this election day, exercising their right. Out in Milwaukee, the Baird Center, where the central count is located, a press conference about to get underway. Let's head inside.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're here at the City of Milwaukee's Central Count location over at Baird Center. As you can see, I mean, there are people all throughout this room who are working very diligently to process the nearly 106,000 or so ballots that have come in so far, understanding that more may come in throughout the course of the day from drop boxes and the like. I can recall before I was mayor, working at Central Count during the 2020 presidential election, and being amongst the people who are here today. I see some very familiar faces, even from my time working Central Count then. It's a very thorough process. I can recall when I worked Central Count, having the opportunity to process ballots and treating every single ballot the same and respecting the process, whether or not somebody voted for Joe Biden when he was running for president, or whether somebody voted for Donald Trump when he was running for re-election for president in 2020. Every ballot was treated the same. And the same thing's going to happen here today. A thorough, secure process to make sure that all votes of Milwaukee residents are counted. Just to anticipate a question that some of you may ask that I've already heard from some reporters about this process and the results that'll come. Initially, it was reported that we were hopeful that it might be about midnight. With the surge of early voting that's happened, it may be a little later than that. But I think it's really important for us to realize and to recognize that while there may be some, particularly those on the right, who say that, Milwaukee is doing some, something nefarious with getting these numbers back later into the night. That's not the case. What happens is that we are following state law. There was a bill that was proposed in this most recent legislative session, a bipartisan bill, one that I, as a Democrat, supported, one that the Republican Speaker of our state assembly, Robin Vos, supported, one that our governor, a Democrat, Tony Evers, would have signed into law. Unfortunately, it was not able to get through the Republican-controlled state Senate. And so, as a result, these 106,000 ballots have had to just sit here. They just had to sit here and not be processed until today, Election Day, when we're simultaneously running roughly 180 polling sites throughout the city of Milwaukee from 7 a.m. To 7 p.m. So, again, very thorough process. I want to thank all the people who have joined us here today at Central Count to make sure that the voices of Milwaukeeans from all neighborhoods across the city are heard. Have any questions? Yeah, Alderman Brostoff, Jonathan, was a very, very close friend of mine. There's not a lot of people in your life that you remember where you were when you met them. And I remember exactly where I was when I met Jonathan. He and I, we were speaking almost daily over the course of the last week, and I wish that I would have known just the amount of pain that he was in. Of course, this gets to the point where you kind of kick yourself, where you think like one last conversation, one last phone call, hopefully would have changed things. But I think you see from the outpouring of support in media and social media and the like, that this entire community cared about Jonathan very, very deeply. I cared about Jonathan very, very deeply. I care about his wife, Diana, and their 4 children very, very deeply. And it's a tragic loss, not just for the 3rd Aldermanic District. It's a tragic loss for the entire city of Milwaukee. He was a fierce, fierce advocate for making our streets safer for all users. He was a fierce advocate about making sure that his district on the east side of Milwaukee, one of the better off aldermanic districts, was open for everybody to live in and enjoy. He was a fierce advocate for people who suffered from mental health issues, a fierce advocate for folks who were deaf or hard of hearing. He leaves behind a really, really incredible legacy, and I'm proud to have called I'm proud to have called my friend.
What message would you put out there for folks who may still feel uneasy about this election process, even after the transparency from the Election Commission officials, making sure people are aware of how the process works?
The process is safe. The process is secure. It always has been in Milwaukee, will continue to be in Milwaukee. If you took the time to vote early, if you took the time to vote early by mail, those ballots are being processed right now. If you're a Milwaukeean who still today on Election Day is going to the polls to cast your ballot in this election, you should know that your vote will be counted, and it will be counted in a transparent and fair way. That's the way we've always done it in Milwaukee. That's the way we'll continue to do it in Milwaukee. And as I came in here, I saw not just the volunteers who are here, not just members of the Milwaukee Election Commission who are here, I saw members of the City of Milwaukee Police Department who are here too, and I know that members of the Fire Department have been in touch with the Election Commission as well. We want to make sure that this is a safe, transparent, and fair election, just as we always have in the City of Milwaukee, and voters should have that confidence as they cast their ballots in this city.
Mayor, what's your thoughts on, I think we'll have about 300 poll workers here to count the ballots? I
don't know that precise number.
But when you look at sort of, people's patience on when it's going to get done, does it happen before midnight, after midnight, 3 in the morning? Do you ever look at then, why not hire 400, 500, 600 workers to get it done fast?
Well, there's always capacity in the things that you're able to do and the things that you're able to afford. I think, again, what I just addressed before, it would be really great if we didn't have to wait until Election Day in order to process over 100,000, 105,000 ballots and more that'll be coming in from, the drop boxes and the Postal Service and the like that'll come in today. If we had more flexibility, if we had more space to be able to process these ballots earlier, as the bipartisan bill that I supported as a Democrat, as Speaker Robin Vos supported, a Republican, as Governor Tony Evers, a Democrat, supported, then I think we'd be in a better position without having to endure, again, additional costs.
You heard about any issues with observers or voters being challenged today?
I'm sorry, say it again?
You heard about issues with observers or voters being challenged today?
I heard about the issue yesterday, which resulted, I believe, in a lawsuit from the Republican National Committee, I believe. My understanding is that that's been processed or been pushed back. There's no credible evidence that the city has done what Republicans have claimed. I haven't heard anything today at all, though.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So the Milwaukee mayor wrapping up his remarks there at the central count on this election day, giving an update here at 1:52 on the East Coast. A new live event popping into our Live Now from Fox Feeds. This one taking us out to the Peach State of Georgia. We are awaiting the Georgia Secretary of State to give remarks on this election day. Of course, once it happens, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of this hour. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's been a pleasure to be here with you the past few hours as we continue with your Election Day coverage. I want to get back to some of the many photos you all have shared with us on this Election Day, sending in your I voted pictures and videos. You can do so by scanning that QR code on your screen or going to livenowfox.com/connect. We have a few we want to share with you on this Election Day. Maria Martin sending this in from Sparta. Brand new citizen, first time voting, proud to be an American. Maria, thank you so much for sending this photo to us. Getting to another one, this one coming from Bonnie Torres out in San Antonio. I just became a U.S. citizen this year, 2024, and proud to say I'm a first-time voter. Congratulations to you, Bonnie. Thank you so much for sending this photo. This next one coming from Port St. Lucie out from Melissa. I voted for my daughter's future and their freedom. And you can see that beautiful baby girl in the distance there holding that sign as her mother exercised her right to vote. Thank you so much for sending that to us, Melissa. I think we have one more. Yeah, we do. This one coming out from Allentown. Ernesto Fairman sending this up and early with my mom to make our voices heard. I love the mom-daughter, mom-son duos, the father-son, father-daughter duos on this Election Day. We appreciate you sending those photos, and you can continue to send those photos to us throughout this Election Day by scanning that QR code on your screen or going to livenowfox.com/connect. We also are continuing to follow this shot that comes to us from the state of Georgia as we are awaiting the Georgia Secretary of State to take the podium and give some remarks on this Election Day. As we await, though, I want to take you out to the Sunshine State of Florida as former President Donald Trump had some remarks for the media from his campaign headquarters out in Palm Beach. This was moments after he cast his ballot. Let's listen in.
It's too early to congratulate, but we are hearing it's record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready, and they're turning out for you, sir.
And we had a big lead to start off with. Now, I hear it's really amazing. I got a call from the people in Texas, Dan Patrick and others. They say that they've never actually seen anything like it. So it should be good. It should be good. I want to just thank everybody, regardless. We just wanted to come over and pay our respects. Our #1 best-selling author. Can you believe it? We have a big day. We'll be watching, and it'll be very interesting. I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be... And you know, you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But... we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you? What about Alex? How's Alex? Are you surprised?
We're doing great, sir. You built the greatest political movement in history, and everybody here has been working super hard for you. And you're our inspiration, and we're going to bring this up today.
It's very nice. Thank you. It's very nice. And I hear the social media has been just unbelievable.
You make it easy for us. You give us a lot of
Joe
content.
Rogan has been just he's a great guy, and that was a big thing that he did that. He just doesn't do that, and that he did that. I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need that. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it. But I hear it's beyond that, and it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go, so let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us, and she's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband is working non-stop. So thank you for all your support. Great job.
Thank you. Yesterday and the day before, you actually the day before too, we did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have, destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing. But I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything. I'm hearing any weaknesses, right? What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great. And we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening? Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I like that.
All right, so that was former President Trump speaking from his campaign headquarters after he voted in Palm Beach, Florida. I did want to share you the very latest information. We do understand that he is going to be watching the election results from West Palm Beach, specifically at his club in Mar-a-Lago. And we also know that Vice President Harris, she will be in Washington, D.C. at Howard University to watch those election results come in. We do have a number of cameras fanned out across the United States in some polling locations, and I did want to go through those right now for you. Take a look at this. This is a live look from Philadelphia. As you can see that people are already underway as they are going to be counting those ballots right there. So that is a live look from Philadelphia. I also wanted to share this with you. This is a live look out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. As you can see, this is where folks are going to be casting their ballot if they haven't already done so. So I did want to share that with you. Today, of course, Election Day. A lot of people voting early, a lot of people deciding to instead cast their ballot on Election Day. This takes us out to Phoenix, Arizona. That's a live look right there from our camera there in Phoenix, Arizona. Arizona being one of the 7 swing states, Philadelphia and Michigan also among those. And we continue our live look. This is a live look from California right here. And I did want to share that with you as we do change camera angles. You can see folks already underway right there, making sure that every ballot is counted. This, meanwhile, this takes us out to, I'm reading this. This actually is California right here, or perhaps it is Madison, Wisconsin. We have so many cameras and they change at a moment's notice. But again, just to give you almost a round robin, as we do have a number of cameras at polling locations around the United States. I did also want to bring in David Washington, who is the CEO of J.N. Washington's political firm, to talk more about this. David, we appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, Stephanie. It's good to be back.
Absolutely. Okay, so today is election day. All eyes, of course, are on the presidential election, but there are also a number of other notable races and initiatives on the ballot. As we are awaiting these election results, let's first talk about the presidential election. What are you keeping a very close eye on? Particular states, particular timelines, particular potential issues? As a political analyst, what is first and foremost on your mind right now?
Nationally, there are two states that I am keeping my eye on. That's Wisconsin and foremost Pennsylvania.
Okay, so Pennsylvania, and we were listening to former President Trump and Vice President Harris as they made really just their last call, so to speak, yesterday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, both saying that Pennsylvania is the state to win if they want to be the next president of the United States. How accurate is that assessment?
That's very accurate for several reasons. The main reason is that there was decent turnout for vote by mail and early voting. However, when you look at other states that are just as important as Pennsylvania, the battleground states, you'll see that the rate of involvement turnout for Pennsylvania in vote by mail and early voting is much lower than, say, Georgia, for instance. And therefore, there's so many votes out there on both sides for Pennsylvania. And you could say the same for Wisconsin, too.
So why is that? Is it because folks in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, were undecided?
I would think it's a combination of several things. The undecideds, sure, that's part of the equation. Also, it's tradition to come out on election day and vote. And so many people aren't too trustworthy about the election system. And so they want to make sure that they go in and they vote. And with Pennsylvania, especially Pennsylvania, getting barraged with so much campaign and political material, it's going to be difficult for people to just look through the haze, tune out the noise, and decide what's best for their families and their kitchen table issues.
And both candidates, both former President Trump and Vice President Harris, really focused in on different key issues. Trump focusing on the economy, focusing on immigration. Harris focusing on reproductive freedom, using that as part of her platform. I want to ask you this because the latest polls have come out and it really seems neck and neck. And I wanted to ask you, as a political analyst, how accurate are these polls in terms of predicting the outcome?
Well, I always go back to 2016 when the polls predicted a landslide in some of them for Secretary Hillary Clinton. I'm not a big fan of polls. There are different methods of polling people, different methodology. Sometimes it's difficult in getting a broad voter base of opinions. And so therefore, I'm not a big fan of them. Polls come and go. I always say to my clients and to those who are interested, the one poll that is important is the one on election day when people actually vote. So I would just, for voters who have not voted yet, look at your kitchen table issues and make the decision that's best for you.
And truly, the election day results are really the only thing that really matters in the long run. I also wanted to ask you this, David, because there's been a lot of discussion about secret voting, voting without telling anyone who exactly you're voting for, and perhaps not even sharing that information with your loved ones. You know, when we take a look at this particular presidential election, it has been contentious. It has been very partisan. You know, does that factor in at all, do you think, when it comes to that secret vote?
It does. And if there's one thing that is treasured, valued by Americans, is the right to vote, the privilege to express who will represent your issues in whatever election there is. And so when people are questioned about who they're going to vote for, or you see ads about keeping your vote secret from your spouse, that hits a certain way. I'm uncomfortable with that. What happens in a couple's life is between them. I get that. Traditionally, in my past history, there's always a conversation with my parents or with my ex-wife about, you know, who we're going to vote for. And so whether or not I follow through with that vote, that's up to me. I've had people ask me, who am I going to vote for? I've had strangers reach out to me and say, hey, you must be a Republican, or hey, you must be a Democrat. You're going to vote this way or another. Actually, no one really knows unless I tell them. And right now, that's how it should be.
Is there anything else? This is going to be a long night. This is going to be possibly a long week. You know, you've been in politics a long time. As you're taking a look at this particular election, do you anticipate, and we've been asking even our viewers, do you think that we are going to have those results tonight, or perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the following day? What does that timeline look to you?
Well, Stephanie, I'm not the best to answer this. I'm more of a cynic. I'm thinking we won't have a definitive answer until maybe a week or so from now, depending on, of course, how things turn out. But definitely not tonight. There's so many votes out there that are counted differently from one state to another. California votes much later than most of America because they're on the West Coast. There's thousands and thousands of vote by mail ballots that need to be opened and counted. So we won't have specific numbers. We can make assumptions. However, I believe tomorrow at the earliest, we'll have an indication if we have a new president or not.
And taking a look at that, and you're anticipating that we likely won't know until possibly tomorrow at the earliest. You also mentioned Pennsylvania, you mentioned Wisconsin. Are those the two states you think will make it or break it? Or could there also be some other states that you're keeping a very close eye on the end result?
Barring any challenges or things that may go wrong or assumed to go wrong, I'm still looking at Wisconsin and specifically Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania has so many votes out there. And I'm looking at the data almost hourly and determining, okay, maybe I should be looking at another state or whatever. But Pennsylvania continues to come up. And so I'm looking at Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as a close second as being of concern, and watching those numbers as they come out today and tomorrow.
David, before we let you go, you know, obviously we don't know yet. People are still voting at the polls right now, and tens of millions of Americans are making their opinion known, you know, by ballot. Is there anything else, any other races? Because again, we keep focusing on the presidential election, but there are a number of other notable races, you know, when it comes to Congress, when it comes to gubernatorial races, when it comes to ballot initiatives, anything else specifically that you're keeping a close eye on?
Of course, we're looking at the reproductive rights ballots across the nation. There are a handful of states like Florida that has that on its ballot, Amendment 4. Also, we have significant races in the Senate, Ohio, Montana, that could change the direction of the Senate, who's in control of the Senate. So there, of course, are House races that, will determine whether or not there's a thin majority for the Democrats or the Republicans. However, I always go back to local politics. Local politics, your local elected officials matter so much in our daily lives that it's very important to pay attention to those elections. And to get even more granular, those judicial races are very important, because in those races, you're looking at your future judges on your state Supreme Courts, your circuit courts, your appellate courts, and perhaps the United States Supreme Court.
All right, David, we are going to let you go. We know you have a busy day ahead of you. We're going to be speaking with you again tomorrow as we know a little bit more, at least, in terms of where all of these races are headed. So we thank you for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely. And as David was mentioning, he is keeping a very close eye specifically on the swing state of Pennsylvania and also of Wisconsin. But just to give you an idea, this is a map of all 7 swing states that really could make a difference. Pennsylvania, as we've heard, could be the make it or break it state, 19 electoral votes. So the most amount of electoral votes that a state has here in the swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. And we did want to share that with you right there. Speaking of swing states, though, I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look out of the state of Georgia, where we are expecting the Secretary of State to give another update when it comes to Election Day, when it comes to election integrity and the voting process right there. We do see that the microphones are in place. No one has as of yet walked up to the podium. But as soon as that happens, that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you these events in real time without a filter, with no editing. And we will do so as soon as we see folks walking up right there. As we do await for this to happen, once again, I did want to share just some of the live cameras that we have fanned out across the United States. This is the look right here from El Segundo, California. And of course, they are a number of hours, 3 hours behind the East Coast. And so as we were talking with David, it is going to take some time for the polls to close and for the votes to be counted. And so that is going to happen, of course, as those polls do close across the locations. And the timing of that varies from state to state right there. But we did want to share that with you. This is a live look from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as we're going to pan over right here now. And you can see a large number of people counting some of those ballots. Of course, election integrity continues to be a major topic of discussion. Many election offices, supervisor of election offices and states keeping a very close eye to make sure that every ballot is properly counted. This is a live look right here from Madison, Wisconsin, one of those key swing states. And you can see folks right there with their ballots in hand as they are having them scanned to make sure that they're counted. All right, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:18 Eastern, 11:18 Pacific. On this all-important election day, we have you covered from coast to coast and everywhere in between. As these live events happen, we will bring that to you. Much more to come after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We continue to follow this live look right here out of the state of Georgia as we are expecting the Secretary of State to give another Election Day update. We've been taking a look at this podium right here for just about half an hour or so. No one as of yet has walked up to give that update. But as soon as that happens, we will bring that to you. And in fact, we can actually see the camera right now panning. And so I'm just going to wait on this just for a little bit as we do see movement. I'm not really sure if the photographer is just making sure that this live look is framed up properly. I don't see anyone walking up. Now, we have been hearing from time to time from Georgia officials. And so we are expecting to hear from Secretary of State Raffensperger to give that update right now, possibly some other officials as well. It doesn't look like anyone is actually stepping up to the podium. So as we do await this live event, just a short time ago, out of Arizona, another swing state, Maricopa County election officials gave their update there as this county is one of the counties that could also make or break this election. And so I did want to play the very latest out for you right now as we do await this live event. Of course, once this does happen, we will pivot to that. In the meantime, we're going to head to Maricopa County, Arizona, and listen in.
Happy Election Day from the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. We're happy to be here. We're hoping to provide information from the activities so far this morning. My name is Jennifer Lewer. I'm a Deputy Elections Director. With me today is Supervisor Bill Gates, and I'm going to go ahead and let him take the beginning of this press conference. He will have comments, and then we will do our question and answer. There are quite a few members of the media here. Our technology isn't as slick it has been in the past press conferences, but we'll do our best to repeat the questions as we get them for those of you who are watching live online. And now, Supervisor Bill Gates.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Want to thank everyone for coming out here. Really Chamber of Commerce weather day today. We've got 74 degrees for our high temperatures, so really happy to see everyone out here. Things are going very well right now out there at our 246 vote centers across Maricopa County. Right now, the average wait time is about 2 minutes, so very, very short lines out there, so that's great. We've already had over 93,000 people check in to vote this morning, so lots of people out there, but certainly what we were anticipating. At the most, we have just a small handful of our vote centers that have 30-minute waits, but like I said, the average wait is just 2 minutes long. As we've been suggesting to people throughout this period of voting, make a plan if you haven't voted yet. We anticipate the heaviest time in the remainder of the day is going to be from 4 to 7 p.m. So before you go out to vote at the vote centers, go on to our website, go on to locations.maricopa.vote. There you can check out all of the vote centers and the current wait times so you can go to the most convenient vote center and go ahead and vote and then go on with your day. We are grateful for everyone who is working hard here in the tabulation center. We have people working 16, 18-hour days. This is a 24/7 operation, and I really appreciate, and I know the Board of Supervisors and the recorder appreciate all of their hard work. Just one thing to keep in mind, if you get into line at 7 p.m., you will have the opportunity to vote. No matter how long that line is, stay in line and go ahead and vote. As far as any questions about what's going on with the election, if you have concerns about things that you might be reading on social media and elsewhere, please go to our website, justthefacts.vote, where you can get the most up-to-date and you can get accurate information. The first results will be reported this evening around 8 p.m., and we anticipate we'll have approximately 1.2 million ballots that will be reported at 8 p.m. And then as the evening goes on and as we go into the early morning hours of Wednesday, we'll be reporting the results of people who are going to the vote centers and voting in person today. We anticipate that those numbers that we report around 8 p.m., that'll be about 70 to 75% of all of the early ballots have been cast. We've had a lot of excitement for this election, a lot of participation both in early voting, and of course that is continuing on today. So with that, be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
And we're going to actually utilize spokesperson Fields to help point people out for their questions, because we are. Yes, Nicole.
I was wondering, are you all seeing the misinformation circulating that some vote centers were shut down, and to address that, how many shut down?
Yes, absolutely. No, appreciate that question. There have been no vote centers that have been shut down. We are out there going ahead and servicing the printers as we normally would if there are issues, where people, where we need to update the toner. But there have been no vote centers that have been shut down. Things are moving very smoothly out there today.
So the question was to sort by wait times. The way the back end of this information works on the website is if you put an address in, it will give you the shortest wait times within that area. We do not have a sort that will actually sort everything in the valley, because the website's really designed for that voter who gets on and they're at a certain location and they want to see the shortest wait times in the location that they are at.
How it's going, if there have been hiccups, where those have been, and when those might have been.
Yeah, so like I said, the printers have been operating very well. The board, we invested $9 million in getting new printers, and those are running very well. We're not running into, at this point, any of the tabulation challenges that we saw in 2022. And with regard to some of the ones that have a little bit longer lines, again, we're talking like 30 minutes, 32 minutes. I know Surprise, City Center, that one is very popular location. I believe Mesa Community College, Indian Bend. These are some of the ones that, frankly, in early voting, we've seen with some of the longer wait times, too. But again, we told people, we talked about this yesterday, we've been talking about this, lines will occur, but we're very pleased with what we're seeing right now. But something that's important for people that really want to avoid the lines, your slowest time left in the day now is going to be mid-afternoon. So go out in the mid-afternoon, you're going to be likely to have the shortest lines. And again, if you can't go and vote until after work, which I absolutely understand, for those folks, probably a good idea to go on to locations.maricopa.vote to see where the shortest lines are, and then go there and get in line by 7 p.m. and you will have the opportunity to vote today.
Behind the camera over here.
Yes, in the black. All right. You've done the investment, or we have the sheriff speak?
Yeah. Well, I would say, first of all, from our perspective, and happy to see if the sheriff has anything to add, we're very proud to have made the investments in security here at this facility and elsewhere. We have invested millions of dollars in that to make sure that the workers who are here today feel safe, and things have been very calm, but happy if the sheriff wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, just real quick, want to thank all the public safety partnership out there. Every agency is dialed up for this. We've done a lot of planning prior to this, and we have several emergency operations centers, communications, cross-line, all the way from McTech to Phoenix to our ACTIC and even the sheriff's office. So those communication lines are continuing with anything that comes up. At this point in time, we've had no credible issues relative to public safety, and we will continue to monitor and assess and have those resources deployed throughout Maricopa County until those polling centers close, and then obviously things will start to wind down over at the tabulation center.
Yeah, and I just want to thank the sheriff. I want to thank all law enforcement here in Maricopa County, as well as our federal partners who have just been amazing, county attorney, U.S. attorney, across the board. It's a partnership that we have here in Maricopa County that I think is really second to none. So again, Sheriff, thank you so much.
We got folks in the back that we don't want to miss out on. I don't know if they can be seen. Jillian? So the question is about the shutdown of our vote centers. Our vote centers, obviously, they close at 7. If voters are in line, they are allowed to stay in line, they are allowed to vote. Maricopa County is an expansive county. We are larger, I think, than 7 states in the United States. So as those vote centers close down, they pack up their materials. It's going to take time for them to bring those materials back to the tabulation center. We are expecting to be here most of the night as those centers break down and bring back that information. I don't know that.
All right, so we were listening to officials there in Maricopa County, Arizona, giving an update for the election day voting. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We've just gotten word that a briefing by Georgia Secretary of State may get underway momentarily. So we're going to step away for that 2-minute break, continuing to monitor that live stream. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You're watching Live Now from Fox on this election day. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and the Georgia Secretary of State just stepped up to the podium. We're going to pivot to that and listen in live.
That'd be over 1.1 million, which gets us to probably right now 5,150,000. Now we don't know if that trend will continue. We don't know if it'll actually come up a little bit. People get off work today. But that's really what the big news should be. Now I'm not telling you what to print or write. That's your job. But I think that's pretty darn awesome. Then we have a few things that happen you just can't, explain. And one of them, you got in the weeds, but in Peach County this morning, it was a little cold down there. So someone plugged in the space heater that was also serving the county EMS for the election management system. And so it fried that, so it was replaced this morning. But those are the kind of things you just kind of don't expect. But very minor issue. And another really minor issue that so far 2 precincts in Cobb, had a late opening for about 30 minutes each, so they'll extend those. But what's really interesting is that today a lot of people call our call center. So far we've had 1,374 calls on our call center, and they were answered an average of 16 seconds, and the oldest was about 42 seconds. So really responsive, getting back to people, answering their questions. What do they do? Where do they go? Things like that. And then we've actually even gotten some great feedback. Already 40 emails. Instead of being dog-cussed, 40 emails telling us they had a great experience. We want everyone in Georgia to know that I've led on making sure that we lead the nation on having fast, secure, and accurate elections. And when you say fast, so much of that is about the voter experience, the customer, which is the voter today. And we're just really grateful we're getting feedback, but we're so grateful that we're having a check-in time right now under a minute. And we're having line time 2 to 3 minutes. So in 4 minutes or less, average, people are voting in Georgia. And we think that's good news too. So we have a lot to be proud of, and that's what you all have to be proud of, that you live in a great state. Now, I talked a little bit earlier about that Russian hoax and that bomb scare. And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. The Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia. They need to pick on the other one in the Black Sea, because we're not going to be intimidated. But we're just excited about where we are right now. I didn't know if anyone had any questions.
You talked about some precincts in Cobb County that'll be held open late. Are you aware of others? And also Cobb County said equipment issues were the reason for it. I don't know what equipment issues those are. Do you know?
No, it wasn't issues. It was just little things. Sometimes people forget keys. Sometimes they don't bring the power cord or connection, things like that. But it's just minor issues. But it's just 2 in Cobb. And there's a few other precincts where they had some of those bomb, the calls for the bomb scares. Sometimes most of the precincts, they just kept on voting. But in a few areas, they just paused while they did a check. And so like a 30-minute, 40-minute kind of wait for there. Not very many. So I think we're right now looking at less than a dozen across the entire state, out of 2,325, I believe it is. So it's, but it's just one of those inconveniences. But, I've said my piece. Obviously, you can see I'm pro-Georgia.
Good. And that Peach County issue, will that cause any delays or does it affect voters at all?
No, not at all. Didn't affect them at all.
Looks like you have large numbers voting early. These day of numbers are going to be a lot smaller. Do you have an idea, with those early votes, we're going to get a lot of numbers really soon. Talk about that and how we're going to see a lot of the results in this election you're hoping pretty early.
Absolutely. With SB 189 that we just passed this session, all the early votes that we have for the early voting in person and all the absentees that have come in early and have been accepted, all that has to be uploaded 1 hour after the polls close. And you think about that, that's probably 65% of the total votes, maybe even 70%. That's going to be uploaded. Everyone in Georgia is going to see that. In fact, everyone in the country can see that. So you get a good idea of where this race is going, but I think that's going to build trust in people, confidence, and then kind of see how their team's doing. But then the other balance that's happening today, that's going to come in with continuous feedbacks and uploads from the counties. So we'll be seeing that, and it won't just be a big number here and a big number there. It's going to happen throughout the night. And like I said, we have this all done before the night is out.
What are the most common questions, complaints that are coming into the call center today?
Really just location. What about this? How do I, where do I find, like my voter page, mvp.sos.ga. You can find out where you're supposed to vote, and then just make sure that you go to the right location. Yes?
A colleague of mine heard that 2 polling sites in Gwinnett County might have been evacuated because of a bomb threat.
Yeah.
Is that true? And is it part of the Russia?
It's part of the Russian hoax, yes.
So do you have a total number of polling places that have been affected by this?
By the Russian hoax? Yeah, I could add it up and we'll get that out to you.
Okay.
Will those Gwinnett county polling places stay open late?
Yeah, whenever we have a delay, even if it's like at 7 a.m. we don't start, but whenever you have a delay, an interruption like that, then it's extended by the time of the interruption, and that's just standard, procedure.
I know you talked about the Russian interference, the don't mess with Georgia. When it comes to that message that you have for people tonight, as we continue to see some of these hoaxes and non-credible threats come in, what's that message?
Well, I would tell everyone, just check with our office. We have a social media presence, and we're going to shoot you straight, give you the facts, and we get it out there as quick as we can. Because we understand how polarized America is, and we know how sometimes people want to take advantage of that, and a lot of that is foreign state actors that don't have our best outcome in their hearts. They want to see us, mess with each other and not get along with each other. But at the end of the day, we are the United States of America. Never lose sight of that. Thank you so much. Talk to you in an hour.
Thank you, Secretary.
For two.
So that was Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger giving an Election Day update. You're taking a live look now of the Atlanta skyline on this Election Day. And you were actually hearing from the Secretary of State talking about some of these bomb threats. And I did want to share the very latest with you. The FBI saying these bomb threats to several states came from Russian email domains, and they have deemed them non-credible. Now, FBI did not identify the states in question, but the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, we actually just heard him address that very issue just moments ago, saying that the state's election process had, quote, snuffed out some bomb threats that he had said came from Russia. Now, officials in Fulton County, Georgia, said that they received multiple calls, and the threats forced a brief closure of 2 polling places. We also heard the Secretary of State addressing that as well. The bomb threats were among multiple disturbances that U.S. officials are tracking. A senior advisor to the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency told reporters on a call that there were no national-level security incidents that were threatening to disrupt the election on a wide scale. Officials continue to warn of what they say is an unprecedented level of foreign influence and disinformation that they expect to go beyond Election Day. So we were hearing from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger saying that the state's election process had snuffed out some of those bomb threats, saying that they will not be intimidated by Russia, saying this is the United States of America. Of course, as soon as we hear any updates, we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox in real time. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:43 Eastern, 11:43 Pacific. Much more to come after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:43 Eastern, 11:45 Pacific. Just changing over right now. Coming up in 15 minutes, I'm going to be speaking with the co-chair of the Harris Walz campaign, asking them questions about how the mood is like with the Harris campaign, of course, as we do await those presidential elections to come down, and, you know, how much stock the campaign is putting in these polls. They have former President Trump up in a couple of states, Vice President Harris up in a number. So we're going to have that conversation coming up in just about 15 minutes. As we do await that, I did want to share this look with you. This is a map of the 7 key swing states. These are the 7 states that could make or break the presidential election. I do want to start off with Pennsylvania. That has the most electoral votes, 19 in all. And just to give you a bit of context, a bit of perspective, President Biden won Pennsylvania back in 2020. Former President Trump won it back in 2016. Georgia is next. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. Biden winning it in 2020, Trump winning it in 2016. North Carolina also has 16 electoral votes. Former President Trump won that in 2020 and also won that in 2016. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. President Biden winning that in 2020 and former President Trump winning that in 2016. Arizona, now shifting to the West Coast, has 11 electoral votes. President Biden winning that in 2020 and former President Trump winning that in 2016. Wisconsin has 10 electoral votes. Biden winning that in 2020 and Trump winning that in 2016. And finally, Nevada, 6 electoral votes up for grab. Biden winning that in 2020 and Hillary Clinton winning that in 2016. So these are the 7 key swing states. We've already been hearing from officials from Pennsylvania saying that it could extend until tomorrow before they finally finish tallying up the votes. They are taking this very seriously, as they should. Election integrity top of mind. So as we take a look at this map, I did also want to share some looks with you of these key swing states. You're taking a live look at vote counting in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania right here. So this is a live look at what is happening in real time out of Philadelphia as they are counting those ballots right now. All right, the next live look takes us out to Michigan, another key swing state. This is in West Bloomfield, Michigan. This is a voting location, and you can see that all of those voting sites, those little boxes, do appear full. We have seen historic early voting already and tens of millions more voting on this traditional election day. I do want to share just a couple more live looks with you. This live look takes us out to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And so this is a location right there. This is where folks are counting ballots. You can see that this is cordoned off right here, sectioned, and election integrity really top of mind as we continue to hear from election officials from around the country describing some of these security measures that they are putting into place to make sure that ballots are properly counted one time and one time only. This next live look takes us out to California. California, not a swing state, but of course a lot of electoral votes up for grabs. As you can see, it is very busy right there right now. And finally, this last look that I do want to share takes us out to a polling location in Madison, Wisconsin, a voting location right there, as you can see, slow and steady. We are waiting on a number of other live events set to get underway, but after this 2-minute break, I'm going to share the very latest with you out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as we hear from election officials there. All of that coming up in the next 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We have new information that I did want to pass along to you, as we are expecting an update from Capitol Police. And I'm reading this just off of my computer right there. But police have arrested a man trying to enter the U.S. Capitol with a torch and a flare gun. They are expecting to give the very latest information about this in just the next 25 minutes or so. And of course, we're going to bring that to you as this update comes in. But just passing that information along to you, as we are expecting an update momentarily from police, from Capitol Police, as they have arrested a man trying to enter the U.S. Capitol with a torch and a flare gun. We're going to keep a close eye on these live streams coming into our Live Now from Fox Studio. As soon as we do get that and we see someone speaking at the podium, we, of course, will bring that to you live right here on air. In the meantime, I did want to head to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, of course, being one of those key 7 swing states. Election officials giving an update just a short time ago. So I did want to play that out for you right now. Let's listen in.
Of course, we have about 105,000 ballots, or sorry, it was 106,000 ballots as of this morning. I'm going to be checking that in a little bit and then putting it up on the website for you guys to see. So happy to take any questions. I think we were less than an hour of the start time, so I still feel pretty good. I mean, I've been telling everyone after midnight, we would continue to receive ballots until 8 p.m. Every single ballot will be counted. That's legitimate and qualifying. The post office let us know that they're going to continue to send ballots to us instead of just doing like 1 or 2 deliveries. So that's great. We're going to have a continuous flow. We're closing our drop boxes at 6 p.m. today. And so that gives us enough opportunity to process those ballots and get them out here instead of having like a large number at the end of the day. So I'm still anticipating 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning right now, but it's hard to tell. Can't read the tea leaves, but at the end of the day, I think probably later on in the evening, about 5, we'll have a better sense.
So you don't expect an hour delay at the start to lead to another hour?
I don't think so, no. Where the biggest challenge in central count is the formal pre-exporting, exporting, transfer, and importing process that occurs that the city of Milwaukee does. And you see we have 13 machines. It's a very large area. We're going to have 2 bipartisan teams. Myself and the deputy will be doing this in the public sphere. That takes a long time to walk through these 13 machines and download that information. It gets secured in a bag, all in the public sphere, then transported under police escort to Milwaukee County Courthouse. The courthouse also have its additional security measures, and then we go in and formally transfer those results to the county, and then they upload those, which that takes several hours in and of itself. We will continue to give you as many updates as possible so that you are informed and that you can let the American public where we stand. We appreciate all of your efforts today.
Have there been any challenges today, either central count or any other?
I have not heard of them yet, no.
And why was there delay this morning?
We just have a lot to count. This space is really big. And so in order to protect the security of the ballots, we wanted to make sure we don't like moving uncounted ballots outside of pods. So we made that decision. We're feeling okay. It was less than an hour. Nothing to see here. We're good. And so we'll continue to give you those updates.
For the viewers sitting home on the couch, yeah. In a nutshell, if they're nervous or worried about their vote, that everything is good,
yeah.
Tell them at home?
Oh, definitely. So one of the things first, this here central count is absentee ballots. The process of absentee balloting is before the ballot is even issued, the voter has to issue an absentee application with the photo, regular voters with the photo ID. We confirm, is that person a legitimate voter? They have their application. We scan that, we track it, and we issue them a ballot. That ballot gets sent to the voter, and when it returns, we make sure, does this ballot connect with a person? So any ballot that does not, we cannot connect to a voter, any ballot that does not meet the qualifying standards will not be counted, will not be opened. We have enhanced security. We have a team of law enforcement partners here today and all throughout the city that are acting swiftly. Our chiefs are out there, lots of staff. I think the one thing I ask, it's a lot of lines. People are excited to vote in this presidential election, and we ask for patience. And then, don't fret to call us at our City Hall office if you have questions or concerns.
How many people do you have working on the process? process right now? How many people are working on the process right now, and will that go up or down as the night goes on?
Well, I think we have about 300 that registered to work. I feel like we have about 300. We have a couple people working morning shifts and a couple people working afternoon shifts. So I don't see, we have to balance that. So I don't see much of a change to, I would argue about over 300 people here in total.
What do you expect overall turnout?
I'm sorry?
What do you expect overall turnout?
Oh, the predictions of turnout. I don't know, but you know what? It's hard to read the tea leaves with early voting, but if you notice, early voting numbers surpassed 2020. So we're feeling confident. And so I hope turnout is great. But at this point, I mentioned 31,000 at 11 a.m., but that's only 96 of the 180 polling locations. And I would argue the other remaining locations that didn't report is because they're really busy. So I'm feeling good. I think when we get later in the afternoon, we'll have a better sense of where we're headed.
Quick question, Paulina. Do you know where the flash drives are? You don't need to tell us where, but they're on site to put in the...
They're on site, and remember, the flash drives right now are just flash drives. Once we go through the clearing and the formatting process, then they become official election, must be under security, and that will be occurring probably around 7.
So we've got time for another 2 or 3 more questions. So we're hearing that a lot of people are registering to vote today.
Yes.
So votes will be counted today.
Yes, no, those votes will, thank you, very good question. I forgot to mention, we're seeing a lot of voter registration. Voter registrations are long. It's great to see that. I just want to remind voters that when you go to register to vote, you have to bring a valid photo ID and a proof of residence. Please, please, please go on our website, check out what those details are so that you're ready when you head to the polling location. We are seeing long lines for voter registration. As long as those voter registrations, the voter presents their photo ID and their proof of residence, those ballots will be counted. They go into the machine that is at the polling location.
And did you say you're seeing more of those same-day registrations this year than in years past?
I can't speak on the details. We don't, numbers, those kinds of numbers don't happen until after the election. But what we're saying is we're seeing a lot of excitement and a lot long lines on the registration side at our polling locations.
Last question.
How are things with observers? Have you had any issue with observers? Are there a lot of them? What's happening?
No, actually, I'm proud to say, and what happens at most, if not all of our elections, is we have very minimal observer issues. When we do, we coach, we work with the chief, we talk to the observer, and it's so far so good.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Paulina, can you just clarify, you started before 9 or at 9?
It was before 9.
Just before 9?
Right now.
All right, so that does appear to be the end of this update with Milwaukee, Wisconsin officials speaking about the very latest. And we were hearing from that individual saying that she can't read the tea leaves, but she does expect those polling results to stretch in through the early morning hours of tomorrow, saying that she'll get a better update in just about 2 hours or so at 5 p.m., as she mentioned. So as we do bring you these briefings, of course, this is a very fluid situation right here, and many of these officials are providing multiple updates throughout the day as they receive new information. We will do the very same to you as we also receive that new information. All right, so what we're going to do now is we have a number of events that we are expecting to happen momentarily. The very latest is we are expecting the U.S. Capitol Police to be giving an update any moment now after they arrested a man trying to enter into the U.S. Capitol with a torch and a flare gun. Right now, we're keeping a very close eye on all of our monitors. We do not have that live stream up, as we have been told that they are working on that. So, of course, as soon as that comes into our studio, we will bring that to you. Now, earlier today, former President Trump did vote in Florida, and he shared some brief remarks with him, but also his running mate, J.D. Vance, also casting his ballot earlier today in Cincinnati, Ohio. So he also shared some brief remarks. I did want to play that out for you right now. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, good morning.
Good to see y'all. Appreciate you coming out to see one of the great traditions, of course, in American democracy. I, of course, voted for Donald Trump and myself. So did my wife, and we also, for all the locals out there, we voted for Bernie Moreno for the United States Senate. And if you want the policies of Donald J. Trump in the United States Senate, then Bernie Moreno is the only candidate in this race who I think is the candidate of peace and prosperity for the United States Senate. So I hope people will get President Trump over the finish line. I hope people here in Ohio will get Bernie Moreno over the finish line. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio. So I appreciate you guys being here. Happy to take a few questions. You obviously can see my kids bouncing around here. There's Usha. And, we'll take a few questions, but we're going to hit the road, go back home, and then head off to Palm Beach.
Senator, regardless of the results tonight, half the country probably won't be satisfied with the results.
Sure.
What's your message to them, potentially your supporters, if it doesn't go the way that they wanted it to?
Well, look, I think our message is, first of all, we do expect to win, but obviously no matter who wins, half the country, as you said, is going to be at least partially disappointed. I think my attitude is the best way to heal the rift in the country is to try to govern the country as well as we can, create as much prosperity as we can for the American people, and remind our fellow Americans that we are all fundamentally on the same team, however we voted. I certainly hope you vote for Donald J. Trump today. I think that his policies are going to promote peace and prosperity for our citizens, but if you vote the wrong way, in my view, I'm still going to love you. I'm still going to treat you as a fellow citizen. And if I am lucky enough to be your vice president, I'm going to fight hard for your dreams and for your family over the next 4 years.
Senator, do you have an opinion on who will fill your Senate seat if you win?
No, look, I'm way too superstitious to think about those things. Let's get this election over the finish line. Let's make Donald J. Trump the president-elect, and then we'll worry about what happens afterwards. No, actually, he called me about 3 in the morning, apparently from the plane headed from Michigan to Palm Beach last night. I was in bed at the time. I haven't been able to talk to him this morning. I was going to call him as soon as I woke up, but when I realized that he got back home around 5:30 last night, I decided hopefully he's asleep, and so I'm not going to call him. I'll certainly talk to him probably on the way to the airport or when we land.
Senator, you grew up 20 miles away, Middletown. Now you're standing here. Maybe in a few hours you'll be the next vice president.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that in that moment? Here to here, and possibly second in command.
Look, it's an amazing thing. My heart is just overwhelmed with gratitude to the generosity of the American people. The fact that I'm standing here is very much a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the history of the world. The fact that I have a beautiful wife and 3 beautiful kids is more importantly a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the world. So I think that what today represents is an opportunity to pay down a debt that I owe to this country. And if I am the vice president, I'm going to work as hard as I can to pay down that debt. I don't think I'll ever be able to return what this country has given to me, but I'm going to try, but we have to win first.
Sir.
You know, my most important message is we ought to argue, disagree about, persuade each other about politics. That's part of the natural process. But we can't discard friends and we can't discard family members. I think that if we all just recognize this basic principle, that we ought to love people, we ought to be friends with people, we ought to be family members with people, regardless of their politics, that would do a lot to heal the division. I know myself, I've had a lot of friends. Not a lot. I've had a few friends who have cast their friendship aside because I decided that I wanted Donald J. Trump to be the winner in the last election and in this election. I think that's a tragedy, and I'm not going to follow that example. I'd say to everybody, whether you're voting for Donald Trump or voting for Kamala Harris, remember, friends and family, that stuff is what really, really matters. We ought to be kind to one another. We ought to treat each other with respect. And fundamentally, what we're trying to do, President Trump and I, is just build the kind of country where our fellow Americans can achieve their dreams. But that's all of our fellow Americans, regardless of who they vote for. We'll take one more question.
Senator.
No, I'm not too worried about that. Look, one outlier poll doesn't change what we've seen on the ground. We feel very good about the energy. We feel very good about the early vote. But ultimately, the ball is in the courts of the American people. Today is the day. If you don't want an open border, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to get back to low inflation and affordable groceries, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to return the world to peace and stability, vote for Donald Trump. That's my pitch to voters. I really do believe that we can have a golden age of prosperity in the United States of America, but voters are going to ultimately make that choice. I don't worry about any one poll. I think that we're going to win. I really do, but ultimately the voters make that decision. We'll see what they think about this by the end of the day, hopefully. God bless you guys. Thank you. You ready?
So that was J.D. Vance speaking with reporters after he cast his ballot in Cincinnati, Ohio, and that is what millions of Americans are doing on this election day. I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look out of El Segundo, California, as folks on the West Coast are casting their ballots at this hour. And then I'm going to take you to Madison, Wisconsin. This is a live look of folks casting their ballots over there. And so millions of people, they've already voted, cast their ballots early. A lot more are casting their ballots on this election day. Of course, polling locations are already tabulating some of those ballots. And this is a live look at one of those locations out of Philadelphia as they are currently counting those ballots right there. This is a look at our live countdown to when the first polls close on the East Coast, 3 hours, 51 minutes, and 33 seconds. And so we do expect to start getting some of those results after those polls close as people are tabulating those ballots. And of course, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you the very latest information as it comes out. Our primetime coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern time today, right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be giving you those results in real time as they come in. The presidential race, of course, but also the very important congressional races as the Senate, the balance of power hangs in the balance right here, as well as the House. We're also talking about those all-important gubernatorial races and those ballot initiatives. So all of that we are going to be sharing with you in real time. We have a panel of experts to talk about what these results mean for you, for the average American, what this means for your wallet, what this means for your future. So we're going to be speaking with experts throughout the night and also throughout the next day, because this isn't going to end tonight. This is going to spill over into tomorrow. We have you covered 24 hours a day right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. We're going to be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We continue to follow all of these live looks across the country as millions of Americans are casting their ballots. And to talk more about Election Day, but also talking about early voting, I do want to bring in Aaron Cutler, who is one of our experts that we've been speaking with a lot. He is the partner and leader of government relations and public affairs at Hogan Lovells. Aaron, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me today, Stephanie. It's been good.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of movement already when we're talking about folks casting their ballots. But I do want to ask you this: early voting versus voting on Election Day. Voting on Election Day, traditional, right? This is what millions of Americans prefer to do. This year, though, we have seen historic levels of early voting. And from your perspective, you know, in politics, does this indicate anything when it comes to the amount of excitement and then also perhaps the results of the polls?
So it's hard to tell at this stage. It does show enthusiasm, right? Republicans this time around in 2020, President Trump told them that it's okay to vote early. Right. In 2016, there was a healthy skepticism, or 2020, there was a healthy skepticism about voting early. He said, go to the polls. I don't trust voting early. This time, President Trump said, please vote early. Mail-in ballots are fine. Get there early. Just vote. So you're seeing a surge in Republicans voting early this time around. What we don't know is whether those Republicans are new voters, whether they were voters that weren't going to vote. Anyhow, so we don't know that yet. We're not going to know that until the exit polling comes out late tonight, tomorrow. So it's hard to discern what sort of voter that is and how it's going to impact the outcome of the election right now.
And as you mentioned, we're not really going to know some of those statistics until those exit polls are conducted. When it comes to energizing not just the base, because I think for both parties, for the Republican Party and also the Democratic Party, the bases are energized. It's the other voters really that are key in this particular race, undecided voters and perhaps voters who just decided they weren't going to vote this time around. You know, have you seen any difference for this election cycle when it comes to maybe people who decided, you know what, we're just not going to participate and then change their mind? Has there been any discussion on that?
Yeah, I've heard anecdotally that people are voting for the first time. You know, they're upset about the economy. They're upset about immigration. They're upset about President Trump's, one of his speaker's remarks at MSG a few weeks ago. So there were incidents in this campaign, this cycle, that got people out of the House to vote for the first time on either side, against either candidate, for either candidate, for whatever reason. We just don't know yet if that's going to impact the race. Last time around in 2020, Pennsylvania was decided, Wisconsin was decided by tens of thousands of votes. So it could be enough this time around to really be determinative in one of these swing states.
And you were saying this time around it could really be the determining factor. What other factors are you taking a look at? I mean, we've heard time and time again, you know, this is going to be the most important election. We've heard that before, but this time it does seem different. Are there any unique factors that you're keeping a very close eye on this time around?
There are a lot of factors, right? The Dobbs decision, women, the gender gap between men and women, never Trumpers, Republicans, Liz Cheney campaigning, Biden supporters, whether they're all going to transfer to Harris. There wasn't a primary after Biden stepped down. There was a coronation. President Trump was shot in the ear. We've never seen that before, and gets up and, you know, kind of rallies and said, fight, fight, fight after that. That was an iconic image. I think that rallied his base and a lot of new supporters for him after that happened. The economy, inflation, right? I bought eggs today, $4.39. When President Trump was in office, they were $1.50. So I think the American people are still feeling that, and they're going to go vote and based on their pocketbooks. Bill Clinton famously said, "Is the economy stupid?" Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? So I think people are going to be thinking about that too. We still have Ukraine, Russia, Gaza, Israel going on. So that's in the back of people's mind. That's going to impact Michigan in a significant way, I think. Jill Stein, RFK Jr., third-party candidates, are they going to have an impact on the outcome of this race? That may be enough. Tens of thousands of votes, again, could determine certain swing state.
Aaron, I would love to continue this conversation. We are going to have to pivot. I'm sure that you've heard that the U.S. Capitol Police, they have arrested a man trying to get into the U.S. Capitol with a torch gun and a flare. They are actually just starting that briefing right now in Washington, D.C. We want to bring our viewers to that. So we appreciate you coming on. No doubt we are going to be speaking with you again in the coming days as we do learn more about those election results. But I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we are going to pivot to that briefing right now.
Hello, everybody. You have a good mic check? You ready to go? Everyone's good? Okay. I'm Tim Barber. I'm the Communications Director for the United States Capitol Police. Obviously, today's a very big day. And this is why we wanted to alert you to what happened today and the action that our officers took. United States Capitol Police Chief J. Thomas Manger is going to give you a brief synopsis as to what happened today, and then he's going to answer a few questions, keeping in mind that obviously this just happened this afternoon, and there's some details that we have to hold back as our investigators do their work. Here's Chief Manger.
At about 12:20 this afternoon, a white male entered the south entrance of the Capitol Visitor Center and approached the screening area. He was directed to put his coat and his backpack down for screening. He stood there for a few seconds, then put his stuff on the conveyor belt. As soon as his backpack and his jacket went into the screening area, U.S. Capitol Police officers staffing that screening area saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm. They also saw 2 bottles in the backpack. As the man was standing there, one of the officers noticed a faint odor of gasoline, and when they pulled the backpack off the conveyor belt, they noticed a much stronger scent of gasoline. At that point, the subject was detained. He was placed under arrest. We found a flare gun, a lighter, and a torch lighter in his jacket. There was also other articles in his backpack, and he is now in custody. And again, very active investigation. We located his vehicle. That was several blocks away. We now have the vehicle as well. And again, ongoing investigation. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
It's my understanding that he had a manifesto that was anti-government and had maybe some pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel manifestations in that, and that he had driven all night from Michigan. Is that accurate? And what can you elaborate on that?
He had papers with him that he said his intent was to deliver them to Congress. We're still going through all of those papers. It's quite a bit, and we are trying to determine where, in fact, he did come from. And again, active investigation. So there's a lot of follow-up. When we get that information, there'll be additional follow-up. So we believe that it was some sort of accelerant. It could have been gasoline, some sort of accelerant. I've heard a couple of different things about what may have been in the bottles. It appeared that at least one of the bottles was leaking, and that's why the backpack smelled so strongly. So we're still trying. I don't know what exactly was in. We believe it's either gasoline or some other accelerant. He was very compliant. Watching the video as he approached the Capitol Visitor Center, he was walking fairly slowly, looking around. When he walked into the CVC, he's observed looking around, looking up, looking to the left, to the right. And it was actually then that one of the officers came up and said, "Sir, you need to put your stuff on the machine." And he hesitated for a moment. The officer told him again. That's when he got closer to the screening area and put his stuff on the conveyor belt.
Have you told officers what his intent was?
He made a few statements to the officers, but he's being interviewed now by the investigators, and so we haven't gotten the results of that interview yet.
Chief, the Capitol Visitor Center was closed to anybody coming in, but I talked to a number of people who were already inside who had no idea what was going on outside. What was the thinking of allowing the people who were already in there to remain in there as opposed to maybe evacuate?
Well, he was in custody, and we had his belongings, so we closed the visitor center after he came in, and we determined what we had, so no one else could come in. The people that were inside the visitor center were further inside the visitor center, and were not in any danger.
Chief, did it happen at this entrance behind us or on the other side?
It happened right, the one on the to your left.
Okay.
It's a south entrance.
And do your officers have a working theory? Did he plan to light himself on fire, light something else on fire? Do we know?
It's hard to tell. He had some articles in his backpack that he may have wanted to set on fire. It did not appear that he had doused all of his clothing. There was some of his clothing that smelled like gasoline, but not all of it. So it's really unknown at this point what his intention was.
In light of this situation, will there be any additional security measures taken, and how long will they be taken?
Well, we're on certainly on a heightened alert, and have been for the days up till the election day today, and we have an enhanced posture in terms of our security currently, and it'll just continue through November, through December, and through January, all the way through and beyond the inauguration if need be. It was a flare gun.
Can you describe the torch a little better? Torch gun?
No, I believe it's like a torch lighter that you would light a pipe with or light a cigar with, something like that.
Do you have any sense this was all related to elections, or just something else? Do you have any sense of what?
There was no indication. There's no indication right now that it had anything to do with the election.
Can you describe? Obviously, there's a lot of concerns among members generally about violence around the election at this moment. Is there a briefing plan for them? Has the Capitol Police communicated to them about this incident? And in general, what is your message to members and officers concerned?
So we have put a message out to our stakeholders here. We've been briefing different committees and different members of leadership over the past several weeks in terms of our preparation for the election, and the inauguration, and as well as next January 6th.
Can you describe the clothing? Were they seasonal? A warm day here, obviously in Washington. Was that something that the officers noticed as well?
He did appear to have heavier clothing than was warranted for a day like today.
Can you talk at all about his online presence and what investigators have found?
Well, I do know that they have found information on social media, and I know that they're in the process of reviewing that. I don't have the results of that review yet.
Does any of that put you most speak to any issues that you've heard about? I heard something about them wanting to
Certainly, as we go through the papers that he had with him and go through his social media, we're getting a good focus in terms of what his issues were.
All right, folks, we have time for a couple more questions.
What was that one of his issues, Israel or Gaza?
It may have been. It may have been.
And you just said you're working to determine where he's from. Does it appear at least that he is from outside the D.C. area?
I believe it appears that he's from outside the D.C. area. Yes. All right. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
And folks, we will be putting out a press release later with some more information. Obviously, our investigators are working right now to piece some more things together. As soon as we have more information that we can provide, we'll push that out on our website and on social media as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
So that was the very latest as Capitol Police just gave an update on the man they arrested trying to enter into the U.S. Capitol with a torch and a flare gun. And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I did want to bring you the very latest as you are taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol on this Tuesday, Election Day. Important to note, during that update, we were hearing from police saying that they do not believe this arrest had anything to do with Election Day. I did want to bring you the very latest information from Capitol Police saying that they stopped a man earlier today during a security screening at the Capitol Visitor Center. Authorities say that he smelled of fuel and he was carrying a flare gun and torch. Basically, what happened is he was carrying a backpack. He went into the screening area, and when he put his backpack on the conveyor belt, that is when security saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm. They also noticed that there were 2 bottles in the backpack, which likely was the fuel that they smelled. Now, according to police, we just heard the man they arrested, quote, he was very compliant. They said that he was walking fairly slowly, looking around, but he was fairly compliant when they arrested him. They did not publicly identify him or give any possible motive as to why he would have a flare gun and a torch in a backpack along with fuel. They said that they are currently questioning him, and we just heard from one of the public information officers that they will be providing more information via a press release later on today. The consequences of this, though, officials have now canceled public tours of the Capitol for the rest of the day. Police, of course, still investigating the motive, and we also heard that they do believe that the man was from outside the Washington, D.C. area. Now, all of this comes as authorities are on heightened alert for security issues around Washington, D.C. and near the White House around Election Day. But wanted to remind you, police as of now say they do not believe that this arrest had anything to do with the elections. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, continuing our election coverage and specifically taking a look at the impact of younger voters. We're going to be speaking with Deborah Cleaver, the CEO of the nonprofit Vote America, coming up after the break in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 3:32 Eastern, 12:32 Pacific, and happening right now all across the United States. Folks are voting, making their opinion known. I wanted to share this look with you because this is a live look at when the first polls on the East Coast close. 3 hours, 27 minutes, and just about 15 seconds. And right now, we don't know the specifics of the demographics, but the big question is younger voters, Gen Z voters. Are they voting? How are they voting? And to speak more on this, I do want to bring in Deborah Cleaver, who is the CEO of the nonprofit Vote America. Deborah, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So I did want to ask you this, because obviously today is Election Day. Your mission started way before Election Day. Your nonprofit actually went out to college and university campuses across the United States, specifically in certain key states, including some of the swing states like Arizona and Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. You wanted to reach the youth voters. When you and your team went to these campuses, what did you hear from these younger voters?
Well, first, there is a persistent myth that young people don't vote, and that hasn't been true in ages. In 2018, 2020, and 2022, we saw turnout on campuses, which was on par with turnout nationwide. So what we consistently find when we talk to young people is they don't need to be convinced to vote. They need to be taught how to vote, because for most of them, it's their very first time voting. So we're not seeing any apathy. We're not seeing disinterest. We're seeing young people who just want to know what to do, when to do it, and what to bring with them when they go vote.
So, Deborah, when you're talking about this, is it more logistics, like where do I go, or is it how do I research the topics that affect me as a younger voter? What have you been hearing when they come to you with questions?
Oh, it's almost always the logistics. Young people are incredibly informed, especially compared to those of us who are older when we were their age. So they know the issues. They know what's going on. What they don't know are very tactical things like, can they bring a student ID with them when they vote? Can they register to vote on election days? So it's overwhelmingly tactical questions that young people have.
So when you're having these conversations, I'm curious, what are the issues that they feel are impacting them the most? So that's the first question. But the second question is this, because as we know, information is disseminated in such a different way than some of the older generations. So my second question to you is, how are younger voters getting that information? How are they doing their research? So yeah, the first question is, what are the issues? And two, how are they doing that research on those issues?
So for young people, the issues that they care about reflect what the population at large cares about. Overwhelmingly, it's climate change, the economy, and reproductive rights. They get their information online, but they consume almost no broadcast television. So that is something that is very different for young people. And they also get a lot of their information from the campus newspapers. So we may not think this, but that's where they get their information. Fellow students, college media, and a lot of TikTok.
So, you know, we take a look back in the generations, right? Like the 60s, very politically active. You know, do you find that the younger voters now are more politically engaged or less? I mean, you told me that they're going to vote, but when it comes to the actual issues and everyday advocacy and really like, you know, standing for what they believe in, what have you been hearing on that?
They're the most engaged generation we've seen in decades. I think they're going to give the boomers a real run for their money in terms of overall political engagement.
Deborah, is there anything, you know, in your months, you know, being part of this mission, is there anything really that surprised you?
The most surprising thing is the partisan breakdown in college students. The most recent poll shows that Kamala Harris has a 50-point lead with college students right now. That is a massive lead and potentially speaks to a problem that Republicans may face in the years ahead as they try to engage younger generations.
How much of a difference do you think that the younger vote will make in terms of the presidential election?
There is no doubt in my mind that college students and Gen Z voters have the ability to swing the election if they turn out in 2024 the way they did in 2020. They will absolutely be responsible for a margin of victory in the 7 most competitive states.
And before I let you go, I also wanted to ask you this. When it comes to those down ballot or those ballot initiatives, is that something that younger voters are also researching, or are they really just researching like the headline elections and the races?
That is a great question, and one that I am not certain that I can answer as well as I would like. But again, we just see no difference in young voters than we do with older voters. So they are not less likely to vote down ballot than people who are older. I think it really comes down to the individual voter, but I do expect that we will see higher level of engagement with young voters who are on college campuses than young voters who are not.
And as you mentioned, Deborah, it's going to be really interesting to see the breakdown of those exit polls and kind of how those demographics play out. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. And I did want to share our viewers this live look right here. This just came into our Live Now from Fox Studios. That is what you do, and that is what we do. This is Vice President Harris. She does seem to be at some sort of campaign headquarters right here. And I'm taking a look to see if we have any more information about this. This is the Harris headquarters right here. I'm going to raise the audio to see what we can hear.
Everybody take a step back.
How are you feeling?
Votes out here. Gotta talk to voters.
All right, everybody, come.
Caroline? Carolyn?
Awesome.
Hi, Carolyn. It's Kamala. Hi, how are you? I'm looking at you and you're looking at me? Oh, because there's a live camera somewhere. Which cameras? This is? Okay, I'm waving at you. This is waving at you.
Is this Teresa? Yes, is this Teresa?
Okay. Hi. Well, can you see I'm here with all these great volunteers? Hello. So we're calling people to remind you
Coming this way.
take care of yourself, okay? Thank you for all the love. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Okay, ma'am. How are you? It's good seeing you.
I decided to pop in.
I know. You know this is your house. So.
20 years.
All right. right, so if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you're taking a live look at the Vice President Harris's campaign headquarters. This is raw, this is unfiltered. You saw those color bars pop up. So we did get just maybe about 4 minutes of that live view inside. We saw Vice President Harris chatting on the cell phone and actually speaking to whoever was on the other end and waving at the camera saying, "Can you see me?" So we did have that opportunity right there. But that is what happens. We get these live feeds in real time. We bring them to you, and sometimes, as it happens, they abruptly go out. What we're going to do now is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing our election coverage, because one of the major issues on the ballot is abortion. And I wanted to share this look with you. These are the states where abortion is on the ballot. Could this be a make it or break it issue? That is the question that we're going to be speaking with Madeline Somerville. She is an attorney and political analyst. That coming up after this 2-minute break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue our Election Day coverage. We're focusing, of course, on the presidential election and all of the other races, but there are also a number of very important ballot initiatives that a lot of voters are going to make their opinion known on, and one of them being abortion. Abortion is on 10 state ballots right there: Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada, Missouri, New York, Maryland, and Florida. And this is, of course, Election Day. This is the first presidential contest since Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court back in June of 2022. That talking about access to abortion. And so these states that you're seeing right there, they have amendments and ballot measures focusing on abortion. Abortion being one of several really important issues. Vice President Harris making it one of the key issues of her campaign platform. To speak more on this, I do want to bring in Madeline Somerville, who is an attorney and political analyst. And Madeline, thank you for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
So we were sharing with our viewers, and you saw right here on Live Now from Vox, the map that showed all of the states where abortion is on the ballot. And some of these states include swing states. And I wanted to ask you this, when it comes to the issue of abortion, how much do you feel that it is going to be an issue, and how much of an influence do you feel that it could have on the presidential election?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a very important one because we know from the race in 2022 that there was an increase in voter turnout overall of 10%. And pollsters have attributed that to the fact that there were so many folks from Gen Z and white suburban women who came in to vote on ballot measures relating to choice. In this particular election, I think when it comes to the swing states that have those measures on their ballot, Arizona and Nevada, I think it could work in a way that people haven't necessarily talked about yet. It's kind of like voting down ballot. So if there's, let's say, a suburban white woman who wants to vote for Trump but is hesitant because she hasn't been able to quell her fears about whether Trump would protect reproductive rights, she can vote to enshrine that right in the Constitution in her state and vote for Trump with a little less hesitancy. And so I think it's actually going to affect the presidential election dramatically in a way that maybe people haven't seen before.
And you mentioned that because these are two separate issues, of course, you can vote for one candidate and vote maybe perhaps a different way on the issue of abortion. There's been a lot of discussion about women having secret ballots, right? So they're voting secretly because of this issue. Could that be a factor? And is that something that you have been hearing from women?
I do think it could be a factor. And I think that time has told us that sometimes women who are polite and don't want to bring up anything that's a little bit more contentious in public might vote differently than they said they would at the kitchen table. And it is normal for that to happen. It happens in every election. But I think actually it's going to be balanced out by the fact that many Gen Zers are struggling to be honest about who they're voting for because it feels so contentious, especially here in Georgia. So I think the voters who want to keep their votes private might actually balance each other out.
It's really interesting, and you have a very unique perspective in that you're not only a political analyst, you're also an attorney. So in the legal sphere, when it comes to the decisions, when it comes to how the voters decide legally, what could that look like down the line?
Do you mean in terms of certification of the election?
Certification, but really more so in terms of, taking this as a legal battle. I mean, we saw the issue, of course, go all the way up in 2022 with Roe v. Wade. Could there be legal battles down the line, depending on either, how the voters decide in these states?
Most certainly. So in my experience in working with the legislature in the past, I've seen that there are folks who feel so far removed from the measures that are being discussed and decided on, for example, here at the Gold Dome in Georgia. The people don't feel like they have any say. They don't feel like they have any control. And so it makes them feel very good to be able to make their voices heard when there are referendums like this. When it comes to legal challenges, what's funny and kind of sad is that there isn't a whole lot of vetting of legislation before it gets proposed. And so a lot of times there are legal challenges because people will put something that's clearly unconstitutional in a measure sometimes. And so you can almost guarantee that there's going to be legal challenges down the line.
So just because the voters vote one way does not mean necessarily that what is being voted on is set in stone.
Yes, absolutely. And I think if people are worried about what might happen in the future if they vote one way or another, which is actually a bit promising because I do want people to feel like their vote counts and their vote matters. It's not necessarily going to predict the way that a legislature is going to go. Ultimately, in your hometown, your voice deserves to be heard. And if you can make your voice heard with your local legislature, you can make a way bigger difference than you think.
So, Madeline, we are in election day. Of course, millions of people are casting their votes. Anything that you specifically are keeping a close eye on?
Absolutely. Pennsylvania. So if either candidate is able to sweep both Pennsylvania and North Carolina, it's likely they will win the election. So as soon as we know the results of Pennsylvania and North Carolina, which we're likely to know Wednesday morning as opposed to some other states, we will likely know who the president will be.
So you were mentioning that you are in Georgia, of course, being one of the swing states. I have to ask, what is the mood like in Georgia? You know, out and about, of course, so many people are waiting in line to cast their ballots. Millions more have already done so. But what is the mood like today?
So today in Georgia, it is very contentious. The Fulton County polling places have received multiple non-credible bomb threats over the last few hours. There's a reason that Georgia is a swing state, and it's because we have so many folks with polar opposite opinions. And so we're hoping that as the day goes on, it'll get a little less contentious and we'll all be happy to get a final answer.
So, you know, not to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious, did you vote early or did you vote today already?
I voted early, actually.
Okay.
And I got 2 little peach stickers.
Okay. You know, and we were seeing record numbers in Georgia. I mean, historic numbers when it comes to early voting. What's the reason behind that, do you think? People just already making up their minds?
I think this segment, specifically on reproductive rights, is so important, specifically because I think that's what's causing the higher voter turnout. I think that there are folks in Gen Z, specifically women 29 and under, and suburban white women who are motivated to either vote if they wouldn't have otherwise, or to be pushed one side or the other. So I really do think that this reproductive rights issue is the one that has the power to swing the election.
And we will see. It is going to be very interesting to see those results as they come down. Madeline, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And of course, we're talking about those election results, abortion being one of those key ballot initiatives on the ballot in 10 different states. So the first polls closed. We're talking about eastern states. 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 20 seconds. And of course, polls across the United States, they close at different times. States have different methods and rules when it comes to when they're able to count those ballots, including absentee ballots. So we will bring you all of that in real time as they come in. We're going to be with you throughout the night. Our primetime coverage starts at 6 p.m. Eastern on Live Now from Fox. So as these results come in, presidential election, of course, but also those important ballot initiatives like abortion, the gubernatorial races, the congressional races. We are going to bring all of those results in real time. Prime time starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time with our host, Andrew Kraft. But it's going to go throughout the night. And so many folks, and we've been hearing from those election officials, this will likely last through tomorrow. We will likely not know the full results until tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. So we're going to be with you every step of the way. We have continuous coverage around the clock right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We just got a new live look into our Live Now from Fox studios, and I wanted to share this with you. This is a live look, and this is a split screen as they are setting up. It does look like they have two different camera angles, but what you're taking a look at is the Trump election headquarters. So we do know that former President Trump is going to be watching the election results come in at his Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, Florida. He may or may not make his way here to the headquarters in Palm Beach County. This is at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. But you can see, at least from this vantage point, that they are expecting a large crowd right here. They actually, oh, there you go. You could actually see it wipe in real time away to this full shot of the floor right there, and of course the slate. So it does look like they're actually running through a couple of these different camera angles. This is live, raw, and unfiltered, and we bring it to you as it happens. It does look like they have various camera angles inside the convention center right here, and in fact you can see the camera kind of panning in on the stage right there with the very large screen. That is probably where they're going to be watching those live results come in real time. And you can see the stage right there. At this point, we do not know if former President Trump is going to make his way here to the convention center. This is the Trump election night headquarters at the Palm Beach County Convention Center in West Palm Beach. We know, at least right now, he does plan on watching those election results, not here at the convention center, but at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. So we did want to share that with you as this just came into our Live Now from Fox studios. And also, we were sharing with you just a little bit earlier, Vice President Harris visiting the Harris headquarters. We saw her talking on the phone right there. We do know that she will be watching election results at Howard University, her alma mater. That is in Washington, D.C. So as we do await another live event, we are expecting Maryland officials to be providing an update momentarily. Still waiting for that live look to come in to our studios right here. But as we continue to wait on that live event, just a short time ago, North Carolina election officials gave their update, North Carolina being one of those key swing states. So we did want to share you the very latest out of North Carolina right now. Let's listen in.
Good morning, North Carolina, and happy Election Day. I'm Karen Brinson-Bell, Executive Director of the State Board of Elections. I'm here with Paul Cox, General Counsel to the State Board, who will help answer your questions in a moment. Today is the last day for eligible registered North Carolinians to cast their ballot in this important election. Polls across the state are open until 7:30 p.m., and if you are in line at 7:30 p.m., you will be able to vote. Voters should go to their assigned polling place. To find your polling place, use the voter search tool on the State Board website, ncsbe.gov, and don't forget to bring your photo ID. Yesterday, we sent out a press release titled 10 Tips for Election Day Voters in North Carolina. Please share these tips with your audiences so we can have a smooth election day as well. If you haven't voted yet, please take time today to make your voice heard. As a reminder, all voters will be asked to show photo identification when they check in to vote. Most voters will simply show their driver's license, but many types of photo ID will be accepted. Go to bringitnc.gov for more information about the photo ID requirement and a full list of acceptable IDs. We also want to remind voters that if you forget your ID, poll workers must offer you a provisional ballot and the opportunity to either fill out an ID exception form explaining why you are unable to show photo ID, or return to your County Board of Elections office to show your photo ID before 5 p.m. on November 14th. No voter should be turned away from the polls for not having an ID with them. At this time, we are unaware of any disruptions or delays at polling places that may necessitate extending voting hours beyond 7:30 p.m. That's simply remarkable, considering more than 2,600 polling places opened statewide this morning. We will continue to monitor polling places statewide, and if necessary, we will call a state board meeting to consider any voting extensions. At this time, we have not heard reports of any major incidents at any polling places. We also have not heard reports of long lines today. It is a good day to go vote. We have been addressing reports that the State Board's voter search tool on ncsbe.gov has been running a bit slow today. This is not unusual for election days when tens of thousands of people are accessing the search tool at the same time. We ask voters to be patient and wait for your information to load. Finally, we want to remind the public that they can watch results come in tonight after polls close on the State Board's elections result dashboard found at ncsbe.gov. We remind members of the media to read the press release, 9 Facts about the vote counting and reporting process in North Carolina. There are a few important things to remember about election night results. They are always unofficial in the days after the election. Bipartisan election officials in all 100 counties will ensure every eligible ballot is counted. They will audit and ultimately certify the results. This is called the canvass process, and it occurs after every election. For local contests, the county boards will certify results on November 15th. For all other contests, the State Board will certify final results on November 26th. The State Board anticipates that the unofficial results reported by the end of election night will include about 98% of all ballots cast in the election. Over the 10-day canvass period, provisional ballots and some absentee ballots will be counted and uploaded to the results dashboard. These ballots are required to be counted after Election Day by law, and North Carolina's election officials will follow that law. Election officials do not call elections. Projections are made by media and/or the candidates using unofficial results, typically based on exit polls or the vote difference and the number of votes yet to be counted in a contest. Election officials will go through the post-election canvass processes as required by law, no matter how close the contest. Stay tuned to the State Board for additional press releases, and we will send out a notice for any additional press conferences in the coming days. With that, we will take your questions. We'll start in the room first, and then we'll go to the phone or online, and remind those folks who are using the phone or online system to press 1 when they do ask their questions. So is there anyone in the room? You'll go to one of the mics, if you would, please.
Hi, thank you for doing this and the other press conferences leading up to today. Brittany Gibson from Politico. I just wanted to follow up on something you had mentioned at last week's press conference about when you expect to have your unofficial tabulations tonight. You mentioned, I believe, in 2020, it was about a little after 12:30 a.m. Where do you project tonight being? And with the caveat of course, you're not going to rush to beat last time's
So our official final upload in 2020 was 12:28 a.m. on that Wednesday morning. And so I have challenged everyone to let's meet that or do better than that. Now, we have to be, face reality of it. That's our goal. But, there are a lot of votes to deal with once the polls close. With this election, new to our laws, we cannot tabulate and upload the early voting results at the close of polls like we've been able to do in the past. So those will not be released until after the polls close. The tabulators will be closed down and the results will be uploaded with the election night results as they come in. So at 7:30 p.m. we will release the absentee by mail results, and then we will just begin to gather the results from the election day polling sites. And being mindful that we do not modem results in North Carolina. So if you just factor in that if the polls are able to close at 7:30 p.m. because no one is in line, it's going to still take a solid hour or so before the results would be driven to the county board site. And we've got over 2,600 polling places that have to do that tonight. So the bulk of our results we anticipate would be probably between 9:30 to 11 p.m. And we'll address anything that's running slower than that. We'll also caution everyone that that's a large volume of data hitting our results dashboard at the same time. So just like we're experiencing some lag because of the interest in our voter search tool, we may be experiencing some lag in the results just because of the sheer volume of data that's going in and the interest that we're seeing in our results.
Thank you.
I'm
Yes,
Dina
ma'am.
with CBS 17. Thank you, guys. I have two questions. One, you said that thankfully no major issues reported yet this morning. If you guys have seen any issues at all, whether it be this morning or over early voting, what have those been? And second question being, we've been hearing that the damage from Helene in Western North Carolina thankfully isn't impacting the election so much. Is that the same that are you guys still seeing that this morning, that things are running smoothly there?
So again, no incidents to speak of. There were just, I think, 3, maybe 4 polling places that had some delay in getting going, but they turned no voter away. They went to their manual process or were able to move things along quickly. So, we feel like, knock on wood, that we are in very good shape. Obviously, there could be some sort of disruption. We've had accidents to happen near a polling place that's delayed traffic or, power outages or something like that might create a problem throughout the day. But with the good weather and the good planning and so forth, we're hopeful that we won't see any further disruptions that could cause any delay.
We're taking a listen there to North Carolina officials giving an update just a short time ago and talking about Hurricane Helene. Of course, they were absolutely devastated by hurricanes, saying that there has been some delays, especially given the amount of damage. They say that they expect results to start coming in later on. And that's what we've been hearing from election officials, is that they are going to be receiving and tabulating those ballots tonight once those polls close, but likely won't get the full results until early or later tomorrow. And so we are going to be with you every step of the way. We are going to be around the clock covering those live results as they come in. We do have a number of live looks, especially in swing states. There are 7 key swing states that are so important in this election, and I did want to share that with you right now. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, 7 states that could make or break the presidential election. Pennsylvania has the highest number of electoral votes with 19, and analysts are keeping a very close eye on it. Not only analysts, but former President Trump and Vice President Harris yesterday, both campaigning in Pennsylvania, speaking directly to voters, urging them to vote, saying that Pennsylvania will be the deciding state. That is according to former President Trump and Vice President Harris, really urging voters in Pennsylvania to get out to vote. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, we were just hearing from officials right there, also with 16 electoral votes. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. Arizona, 11, Wisconsin, 10, and Nevada with 6. So these are the major states that everyone is keeping a very close eye on that could make or break this election season. And not only are we keeping an eye on the presidential election, but there are important ballot initiatives. And earlier we were speaking with a political analyst and attorney. We're talking, of course, about abortion on the state ballot. You can see 10 different states. This could also be a contributing factor in terms of the results. How people feel on this issue could not only impact those ballot initiatives, but also the presidential election as well. Something else that we're keeping a very close eye on, marijuana. Marijuana being on the state ballot in these 4 different states, legalizing in some capacity or another. Florida, for instance, that initiative would legalize recreational marijuana right there. So we're going to break down all of these results on the races, on the presidential election, on these ballot initiatives. Our primetime coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to have our host Andrew Kraft at the helm, along with the entire Live Now from Fox team, ready to give you those results as they come in real time. And we're also going to be having a panel of experts to talk about the significance of those results, to talk about the impact of those results. And so we will be with you around the clock right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 4:16 Eastern, 1:16 Pacific. I wanted to share this look with you as we are anticipating those very first polls to close on the East Coast in 2 hours, 43 minutes and 31 seconds. We were sharing a live look inside former President Trump's headquarters and where they are going to be tabulating and watching the results as they come in real time. That is at the Palm Beach Convention Center. They have turned that live look off. I did want to share that with you, but they just shared that with us for a brief moment. So we did want to take advantage of that live look. Vice President Harris, she is going to be watching those results come in at Howard University, her alma mater in Washington, D.C. Now, earlier, former President Trump cast his ballot along with his wife, Melania Trump, and sharing some thoughts. And I did want to play that out for you right now. Let's listen in.
we just came over to, it's too early to congratulate, but we are hearing it's record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready and they're turning out for you, sir.
And we had a big lead to start off with. Now here it's really amazing. I get a call from the people in Texas, Dan Patrick and others. They say that they've never actually seen anything like it. So it should be good. It should be good. I want to just thank everybody, regardless. We just wanted to come over and pay our respects. Our #1 best-selling author. Can you believe it? So we have a big day. We'll be watching, and it'll be very interesting. I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big, they might not be able to come up with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be... And you know, you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you? What about Alex? How's Alex? Are you surprised?
You're doing great, sir. You built the greatest political movement in history, and everybody here has been working super hard for you, and you're our inspiration, and we're going to bring this up today.
It's very nice. Thank you. It's very nice. And I hear the social media has been just unbelievable.
You make it easy for us. You give us a lot of
Joe
content.
Rogan has been just he's a great guy, and that was a big thing. And he did that. He just doesn't do that. And that he did that, I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need that. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it. But I hear it's beyond that, and it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. Little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go, so let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us, and she's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband is working non-stop. So thank you for all your support. Great job.
Thank you. You actually reminds the day before too. We did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing, but I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything. I'm hearing any weaknesses, right?
Not
What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great, and we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed. And we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening. Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I like that.
So that was former President Trump and his wife, Melania Trump, talking about voting in Florida after they voted. I also wanted to share this live look with you. Take a look at this. This is a live look from Palm Beach, Florida. This is where the Trump election headquarters is being held. This is at the Palm Beach Convention Center. They just popped this live look right here for us. And you can see the stage is set. The American flags are raised. They're expecting a very large crowd right there, but the person who will not be most likely in the crowd, former President Trump himself. He will not be at the convention center watching the election results come in. Instead, he will be at the Mar-a-Lago Club with his family right there. It's unclear as to whether he will make his way down to the convention center, perhaps depending on what those election results reveal and when. He's saying right there, as we shared with you, saying that he hopes that a decision is made sometime tonight. And we have been playing these things out for you. We also shared with you a live look inside the Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., we believe, as she was on the phone with someone. Vice President Harris been keeping a very low profile today, not making any speeches, not making any sort of a comment. And so we can't share that with you because we don't have any comment from her. It's also unclear as to whether she will be speaking later on today. We do know that she will be watching those election results come in at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. We are awaiting a number of live events. We're anticipating Maryland election officials to be giving an update. That was set to happen just about 30 minutes ago. They're running behind. We're keeping a very close eye on all of our live streams in our Live Now from Fox Studios. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. After that, we're going to be speaking with Richard Gordon, a political analyst, analyzing all the big headlines and takeaways on this election day. That conversation coming up after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 4:27 Eastern, 1:27 Pacific. We continue our Election Day coverage, and I do want to bring in Richard Gordon, who is a political analyst, to talk more about Election Day and really everything that has led up to it. Richard, we appreciate you hopping on.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
First off, I have to make a comment. I do enjoy and appreciate your I voted sticker.
Yep. Well, I did go to vote this morning, and I live in a pretty small town. And in my many years of living here, I have walked in, voted, and walked out. But today, when I got there, there was a line out the door. And when you got inside, it wound around a little bit, and there were people all over the place. Everyone was in a very good mood, but it was pretty crowded. I mean, as crowded as I've ever seen it in where I live. And Stephanie, I don't know if this means anything, or we should look into this as something important and some type of omen or whatnot. But I was number 1776.
Well, there you go. A very significant number in America's history.
I think it's a comment about American democracy, and that we were all voting and we were all together and everyone was in a good mood, and it seemed like the right thing. So,
well, I mean,
yeah.
and that's really important, Richard, because I wanted to ask you this. You know, this election season has been incredibly contentious. And, you know, in some areas, the mood is tense. But you mentioned that everyone was in a good mood on this election day, which is really interesting to note. You know, and you were also talking about on election day, the line being extremely long. I myself voted early, and the polling staff said they have never seen a line that long before. When it comes to early voting, when it comes to election day voting, and really the record number, at least we know as of yet, the early voters, what does that signify for this election?
Well, I'll tell you, there is tremendous interest. There is tremendous excitement. And, you know, I have rarely seen something like this where both sides, I mean, look, both sides could say, but I think both sides have turned out a lot of people. I mean, we have states that have turned out 50% of their voters already before we got to today. So it's a very different system now than we've had any time in our past. But it's sort of interesting, you know, in 2016, especially in 2020, you know, Donald Trump was railing against early voting and telling his people not to do it. Well, I think he realized that early voting is a great thing. And I don't think it's a political thing. I don't think it's a partisan thing anymore. I think both Democrats and Republicans understand that having one day to go vote, a Tuesday, doesn't always work for them. You know, they have work commitments, they have family commitments, they got to get the kids to school, you know, whatever they need to be doing, it just doesn't work for them. Maybe they're a newscaster who has to be at the studio, you know, at the station. So there are many reasons that early voting makes sense. But what's interesting about what's going on is the huge numbers of people who have voted early. It's historic. We've never seen this before. I think it's a harbinger of things to come. I think we're going to move more and more and more to making, and this is a great thing, by the way. I mean, you know, we could talk about American democracy, but it is a wonderful thing that people have the opportunity to vote. And let's just make it as easy as we can for people to vote. We need a voting system that's fair and open and transparent, and we understand who votes and who doesn't, and who should and who shouldn't. But anyone who wants to vote should get the chance to vote, and making it a little easier on people, expanding the window to vote, I think is critical to keeping our democracy alive.
And also making voting accessible. I think perhaps we have been hearing from people who said that they weren't going to vote this election season, disinterested, and now there seems to be more engagement, really finding some of the issues that have been discussed: the economy, immigration, women's reproductive rights, some of these issues, many of them really talking about, and we've talked about this before, the kitchen table issues, the ones that affect people daily, not just, you know, the high level issues that people feel don't pertain to them. For this election season, have you seen that more than ever when it comes to issues and initiatives that really speak to the core of people's values and of people's priorities?
Well, it's sort of interesting because we have two things going on at the same time. In 1992, it was all about the economy, stupid, with Bill Clinton when he was running against George Bush. So we've seen the dinner table type of things go on for a long time. Ronald Reagan with, "Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?" People are very concerned about prices. You can't go anywhere. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't care who you are. People talk about prices. Now, some people blame President Biden for it. Some people blame the pandemic. People blame different people for it. But fundamentally, people are concerned with everyday type of issues, the type of things that affect their families, their ability to get on with their lives. This is a really big issue. It's not going to be solved today, with this election, but the price of eggs, the price of cookies, the price of gas, which has gone down, fortunately, a lot, but people not being able to buy a house, people who are making really good livings who just can't buy a house, is really troubling. And the whole concept, the whole American dream concept that people can live a certain life and achieve in the United States is at risk. That's not a political comment. It doesn't matter what party you're at. People feel it and they hear it and they talk about it. And these are the type of issues I find that you, in a way, could get beyond politics because people can talk about it and they can share this. Look, I'm just as concerned about the price of food as someone who's not going to vote the way I did. So we could share that.
Right. No, absolutely. I did want to bring this up, Richard, to share with our viewers a map that we've made of the 7 swing states. These are the make it or break it states, and many people are focusing on certain ones. For you, as we wait for these election results to come in, what states are you keeping a very close eye on? What are the difference makers, so to speak?
Well, look, if President Trump sweeps the southern western states, the Sun Belt, he only gets to 268, right? He needs to break through. If he only wins the bottom 4 states on the map, he loses by 2 votes. So he needs a northern state. So by definition, if Harris holds Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, she's the president of the United States. So, what am I looking at? I think she's going to carry Michigan. I think she's made a little distance there, and I think her campaign feels comfortable on Michigan. Wisconsin, I think, is a great concern to her because you can see how often she and the Walzes have been there. I mean, Governor Walz has been there many times. Mrs. Walz has been there many times. Former President Trump was there recently. There's a lot of attention being put on Wisconsin. But it's all about Pennsylvania. It is almost impossible to make a map that for Harris, that doesn't include Pennsylvania. For Trump, sweep the bottom 4, win one of the 3, he wins. For her, if you take Pennsylvania and it's 19 votes away, she needs 2 states. And of the 4 states, boy, it's tough. Could she get Georgia and maybe? Can she get North Carolina plus 1 more? Maybe. I think most people think Arizona is out of reach for the Democrats. So now we're down to 3 states and she needs 2 of them. I think it's really tough. So for me, curious about Wisconsin, but focused, tremendously focused on Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania will decide the presidency.
And that is exactly what former President Trump and Vice President Harris told Pennsylvanians yesterday. They held their, final arguments, if it were, last night in Pennsylvania. And they told voters, you got to get out and vote because Pennsylvania will be the difference maker. So it appears as though both of their campaigns agree with that thought. Richard, I also wanted to ask you about polls. People love to talk about polls, right? People love those concrete numbers, but how concrete are they? How accurate are they? We are on Election Day, just hours away from the polls closing. How much weight should people take in those final polls?
0. People should go vote as if the polls don't exist. You know, polling in America is sort of an interesting thing. Years ago, they only polled people who had refrigerators, you know, because they knew what was going on. Then they polled people who only had telephones. So, you know, polling has evolved over the years. And we've seen another massive change, you know, with a cell phone, with other ways of needing to communicate. The problem with polling today is so many people have come into the process. How do you measure them? How do you measure all these young people who registered to vote for this election? How do you measure Hispanics who have come in and other people? So the polling, I think, can be way off. If we look at polling historically over the last couple of elections, I mean, it's kind of a fascinating thing. They were wrong on, you know, everyone talks about 2016, obviously, where they were dead wrong. Everyone thought Hillary Clinton was going to win. Obviously, she lost. She won the popular vote. And that's the other problem, by the way. I should just stop myself. Kamala Harris is going to win the popular vote. There is very, 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 very little doubt about that. I think most people expect her to. That's not what we're talking about. So when you poll, first of all, these national polls that have her up 1 point are meaningless because she's going to run up massive numbers in New York, New Jersey, Illinois, California. So what? If she wins by 1, she wins. So I think that skews the numbers. So that's an issue. And then when we look at historically, you know, they were wrong in 2020. They thought Biden was going to win easily. He won by, I think, 3%. So there was a bias in that year towards the Democrats that was wrong. And if you look, let's say, at the 2022 midterm elections, there was a bias towards the Republicans. The Democrats did much better. Polling is in trouble, and we have to come up with a system that works a lot more. But this is election day, and on election day, throw out the polls, go vote, you know, do what you think is right. This thing will work its way out tonight or over the next couple of days, but I don't think we could put much credence in them right now.
Well, the only poll that really matters, Richard, are the election results. I mean, that is the final poll of the American people, and we will definitely be keeping a close eye. We do need to step away for a 2-minute break, but Richard, I'd love to continue this conversation if you wanted to hang on for our viewers.
Of course.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to bring back Richard in as we continue on our Election Day coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 4:42 Eastern, 1:42 Pacific. We have at our fingertips so many live cameras right now, and I did want to just go through a few of them with you. This is a live look at the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is Trump's election headquarters right here, and you can see the red and blue lights right here, along with the large screen where those election results are expected to be projected, along with the American flag. It's a little hard to see because, of course, it is dark, but there is a crowd already inside the convention center, as we are still a number of hours away before the polls close, at least on the East Coast. Now, former President Trump, he will not be at the convention center watching those election results in real time. We understand that he will be at his Mar-a-Lago club watching those results come in. We were sharing with you a little bit earlier on some of the comments that he made to some of the staff, and he was saying that he hopes that those results come in by tonight, although we have been sharing with you some live briefings from election officials saying that that may not happen, that may spill over into tomorrow. Meanwhile, I did want to share a number of other live looks with you. This is a live look from Phoenix, Arizona, Arizona being one of the swing states. This is outside right here, and asking people to vote, and millions of Americans have already done so. This, meanwhile, is a live look from El Segundo, California. California, not a swing state, but a lot of electoral votes happening there right now. So I did just want to share just a number of live looks with you, as we do have access to these cameras. However, we are going to continue our conversation here with Richard Gordon, who is a political analyst. Richard, thank you for hanging on with us. And I did want to ask you this, because I have, a binder full of information, and I wanted you to kind of break down for our viewers. We are awaiting those election day results, but those are rolling results because states have different rules and regulations when it comes to when they are allowed to begin closing. 14 states in Washington, D.C., they don't allow ballots to be counted until the polls are closed. Meanwhile, there are states that allow counting to begin on election day. And then there are states that allow processing to begin before election day. So can you kind of talk about the timeline as to when we are going to really start seeing those results come in?
Well, I think you're going to see a massive dump at around 7 o'clock tonight, because I think a number of states that have allowed for early voting and early counting, and early counting is the most important part of this, are going to release their numbers. And, I don't think the public should get too concerned one way or the other. I mean, I think our job is to talk about what it means, to analyze it and whatnot. But to be really blunt with you, just like in 2020, people saw that Trump jumped out to a massive lead, only to realize that they hadn't counted all the Biden votes, and then that came down over a period of time. This time it's going to be a lot closer because of number of the states, as we just said, allow for early counting, but also a lot of Republicans have voted early this time. So I think you're going to see a large dump each hour. More than normal. You know how normally you turn on the TV and it's like at 2% for the longest time. I think you're going to see those numbers jump very, very quickly. And then it'll taper off for quite a period of time before it gears up again. But a number of the early states, well, first of all, look, a state like Indiana closes, most of the state closes at 6. Most of the rest of the state closes at 7. It depends where you are in the state. They're going to release their numbers at 7:01. You're going to know very quickly. I predict either Kentucky or Indiana will be the first state declared. They'll both go for President Trump, obviously. But we're going to see a huge number of votes. So those are going to be actual returns at the moment, but other states will give us actual returns from early voting. Now, one thing we should comment about, and your viewers should understand, is Pennsylvania is one of the states that do not allow early counting. So, the most important state is going to be perhaps the last state to come in. And I think that's going to get people rather tense and rather nervous if this election is that close.
And we've been hearing from election officials all day long, in some of these telescope counties or states, the ones that are really being focused on. And election integrity is a conversation that has been had for a very long time now. And these officials are making sure that this is not about speed, that this is about accuracy, that this is about making sure that every single ballot, every valid ballot is counted and counted once. And, from your experience, especially with what happened 4 years ago, I have to imagine that it's about being right and accurate and not being first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when the votes are counted. I think everyone wants a fair representation of the voting. They want everyone's vote to count and to be included. I think as Americans, we all have the right to have our votes counted. But, you really have to give election officials a lot of credit. First of all, there is infinitesimal. I mean, it is a tiny number of amount of fraud in the United States when it comes to elections. Our elections are fair. Our elections are honest, and they always have been, and God willing, they always will be. But also, the states have put a fortune into making sure the system works even better. And when you look at the amount of money that a lot of states, a lot of cities have put into vote counting machines, it's really impressive. And so, you look at some of these places that put in plate glass windows so you could actually watch them count the vote. It's like going to the mint when I was a little kid watching the money be made. It's exciting to see how it's actually done, but it's honest. And I think the election officials deserve a lot of credit for what they have done, the investments they have done. There is nothing more important, I think nothing more important than the sanctity of the American elections. And they have always been fair. They've always been honest. I shouldn't say always. 1876 was a problem, but we didn't have the same system. But in recent history, they've been very fair and very honest, and it will be so tonight. And they're really taking pains to do that. I give them incredible credit. They don't get enough credit. A lot of people are complaining about them for some unknown reason. They are apolitical. They're just people who are really doing their job. And I expect that to take a couple days. It's not going to happen tonight, but we'll see what happens over a period of the next few days.
So, Richard, we obviously spoke at length just in terms of, the different issues. Is there anything else that you're keeping a very close eye on?
Well, I'll tell you, the two things, I guess. The abortion issue is massive this election. I think even if a woman was not running, this would have been a huge issue. This may determine the election. When you look at the suburbs of Philadelphia, in Bucks County and Montgomery County and some of those other counties, and this is where, if you want to really spend some time tonight and look, I know that is what I will be looking. I'll be looking at some of the counties and see where they're coming in. But abortion has been a massive issue in this election. There are a lot of people who are mad that Roe v. Wade was overturned and don't like the Dobbs decision, and they're going to express that. What I am seeing over the last 2 weeks has been a change. It's interesting when you compare this to 2016, and the only reason I'm making the comparison to 16 is because you had a female running both times. Hillary Clinton made a major point about breaking the glass ceiling. Well, Vice President Harris hasn't talked about it at all. I mean, I can't even think of a time that she really talks about it. I mean, it's kind of obvious who she is and what she is. But what I'm finding now is women who I would not have expected to have been as energized to go vote are now voting. And I'm seeing over the last couple of days so many things about that. So I think abortion is going to really drive a lot of this for women. I think the economic issues we discussed earlier are driving it for a lot of men. We're not talking about foreign affairs, which frequently has been historically more of a male type of issue, even though, Israel is on the front page. Support for Ukraine is a massive issue. We're not talking about those issues. So guys seem to be talking more about the economy. Women seem to be talking more about abortion. But I'll tell you the thing that I think is moving numbers and why I think this election is starting to turn the way it is turning, and that's tone. I mean, of all the things, tone and attitude. And I saw a massive change start to happen after the Madison Square Garden event that President Trump had. And, you know, everyone talks about the really awful and unfortunate joke about Puerto Rico, but it was bigger than that. And people who watched it saw it, and people who read it understood it. And the bigger issues were how every group got slammed. It wasn't just Puerto Ricans. It was gays. It was Palestinians. It was Arabs. It was Jews. I mean, everyone got criticized. And I think you've seen erosion or coalescing maybe on the other side around some of these things. Like, we don't want that type of country anymore. And I think Harris has been very adept at, when you look at her closing speech at the Ellipse, and I don't know how many of your listeners stayed up as I did last night to see both closings, but we're talking about two different Americas. I mean, we're literally talking about two different Americas, and the contrast between the candidates. You know, we're once talking about hope in the future, and one's talking about gloom and doom, and one's talking, well, his inaugural speech about American carnage, you know, and the other's talking about, you know, making America, you know, fixing America and moving forward. There's a huge contrast. One's talking about himself and being a victim, and, you know, Joe Biden, I thought I was running against, and I mean, that's how he closed last night. And she's talking about, I'm going to fight for you.
It's definitely two different tones, Richard. It is going to be very interesting to see, though. Ultimately, it doesn't matter, you know, what pundits think, what political analysts think. It's about the voter and what American voters think. We are going to be watching those election results in real time. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But as always, Richard, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have to step away for a 2-minute break.
Delight seeing you. I hope everyone goes to vote.
Absolutely. And we are going to step away for that 2-minute break. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We have been talking about Election Day, but now we are inching closer to Election Night. So I did want to share this look with you, and I did want to bring in a live look of one of the polling sites that is happening right now. This is live right here. This is some live coverage as we're taking a look right here. You're taking a live look from El Segundo, California, as folks are still casting their ballots. But now that we are close to those polls closing. I did want to just share with you when polls actually close on Election Day. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see, of course, all eyes are on those battleground states, those 7 swing states. We're talking about Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Now, for the state of Georgia, polls are going to be closing at 7 p.m. Eastern time. For North Carolina, those polls are closing at 7:30, so half an hour later. And in Pennsylvania, those polls are going to be closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we were talking with political analyst Richard Gordon, saying that he expects those first results to come from Kentucky and Indiana. That is because those polls close at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So those are the states that we are going to likely hear from first. Florida and Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, those are going to be at 7 p.m. along with some of these others, right? And then 7:30, of course, North Carolina. 8 p.m., there is a massive number of states that those polls are going to be closing, but I'm going to focus in on some of those key swing states. Michigan, those Eastern time counties, that is going to be happening, and Pennsylvania. So those are the swing states at 8 p.m. At 9 p.m. Eastern time, the swing states of Arizona, the central time counties of Michigan and Wisconsin, those are when the polls are going to be closing there. 10 p.m. Nevada. That is when the polls are going to be closing in the swing state of Nevada. 11 p.m. No swing states there. We're talking mostly, Western California, Washington, Oregon. Midnight, Alaska and Hawaii. So I did want to go over those with you right now. And also it's interesting to note because these states have different rules and regulations as to when they can actually start counting their votes. So states that do not allow counting to begin until polls close, 14 states plus Washington, D.C. There are states that allow counting to begin today on Election Day, but can also do so before polls close. Those are 24 states. And then there are states that allow processing and counting to begin before Election Day. Those are 12 states. So if you're curious, Pennsylvania, we keep talking about Pennsylvania, the critical swing state of Pennsylvania. That state allows counting to begin on Election Day and can do so before polls close. So I did want to just recap that with you. What we're going to continue to do is we do have access to our Fox O&Os, and I did want to head to the swing state of Atlanta, as all eyes are also on Georgia. They have their Fox 5 Atlanta coverage right now. We're going to pivot to that and listen in.
And 15 minutes after the polls opened, so around 8:15, police immediately moved in, checked things out, and decided that they were just a hoax. But it turns out we talked to one woman who watched it all unfold. State Representative Lydia Glaze says she drove right into Union City Police evacuating C.H. Gallant Elementary School after the bomb threat was discovered Tuesday. The state lawmaker says she was trying to drop off voters to cast their ballots. Election officials say it was a similar scene at the Itris Community Center on Lakeside Drive. Both locations were temporarily closed, evacuated, and a security sweep done.
This is shenanigans. The fact that we had 2 major voting precincts in one city with bomb threats is, for me, strongly concerning. I see it as a way to oppress the vote in this area. People were waiting in line. People were inside ready to vote.
And a lot of people concerned, Fulton County election officials tell us they were working on court orders to try to expand the hours at those 2 polling precincts. We are still trying to confirm whether they have been able to do that. Reporting live in Fairburn, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5.
All right, Angelique, we'll keep watching it. Thanks for that live report. Meantime, after history-making presidential campaigns, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are waiting anxiously along with millions of Americans.
And that is to find out who will be the next president of the United States. Fox's Rebecca Castor reports from Florida, where former President Trump is watching the results roll in tonight. Rebecca?
And have voters
Courtney, Tom, we are at the Palm Beach County Convention Center where the Trump campaign is hosting its election night watch party. But the former president will be watching the returns come in from his home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly trickle in, and there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over, something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19 electoral votes, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's the state both candidates spent the most time and money in and see as a must-win.
The reality is whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be president.
Vice President Harris keeping a low profile today, speaking with several radio stations in a last-minute effort to get out the vote. She says Americans are ready for a fresh start.
Frankly, I think people are exhausted with this spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other. I think people are done with that.
When asked if he would accept the results of the election if he lost, former President Trump said if it's a, quote, fair election, he'll be the first to acknowledge it. Tom, Courtney, back to you guys.
Yeah, so many of us just anxiously awaiting some results that we will be starting to get soon. Rebecca, thanks. On the other side of the aisle, Vice President Harris and her supporters spent the day working to get out the vote.
In just a few hours, Harris supporters will gather at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta to watch the election returns. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is there tonight with the Harris campaign.
After months of heavy campaigning, numerous visits by VP Harris and her surrogates, final preparations are underway for tonight's watch party here at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta, where supporters will gather in just a few hours' time. Tonight's watch party hosted by the Democratic Party of Georgia. Final preparations underway in the Centennial Ballroom here for the big event, with polls showing the candidates running neck and neck in this battleground state. A record number of people voting during the early voting period, and Biden's victory decided by a slim margin in 2020. The Democrats are campaigning on Election Day to energize their base and get their supporters to the polls. Senator Raphael Warnock spent the afternoon canvassing for the Harris campaign in Fayetteville, East Point, and McDonough.
Happy Election Day. Yes. Yes. Let's get this thing done. Yes. Are y'all ready? Yes. I don't know. You don't sound like you. Are you ready to send Kamala Harris to the White House?
Doors opening here tonight at 7:30 for what Harris supporters hope will be a victory celebration. In downtown Atlanta, Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
The presidential race, not only the decision on the ballot, we're also watching other elections, including the race for the state legislature. All 56 Senate and 180 House seats are also on the ballot. Races for the House and Senate will determine which party holds the majority and several tax measures as well.
And don't forget to join Fox 5 Atlanta for complete election coverage throughout the evening. After the 6 o'clock news, we will have Fox's Democracy 2024. And we want you to meet us right back here at 10 for all things Georgia in terms of the election results here on Fox 5 News.
All right,
it's going to be a long night of news.
Yeah, but we had a great day to get out to the polls and vote today. We have less than an hour left as we take a live look outside over downtown Atlanta.
And we do thank our Fox 5 Atlanta team for that coverage. Time right now is 5:06 Eastern, 2:06 Pacific. Happening right now, just into our live now from Fox Newsroom. We are expecting an update from Maricopa County, Arizona, as election officials have been giving briefings all day long as those Election Day results are coming in. We're going to take a 2-minute break, head there live after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue our live Election Day coverage. Our next live event taking us out to Arizona, where the Secretary of State there is giving an Election Day update. We're going to head there now live and listen in.
By all accounts, the Election Day is going very well across most of the state. We do have some minor issues that we will talk about, and some issues that we are working through right now and continuing to get updates from. So we'll have some stuff on that. Also, please, if you are messaging to voters, please let them know that if they are in line by 7 p.m., they don't have to be in the polling station, but if they're in line by 7 p.m., they are still eligible to vote. That's an important part of the way we do things here in Arizona. And then also along those lines, if voters still have their early ballots in their ballot by mail envelopes, they can cut right through the line, get up to the front, and drop those off immediately. They don't have to wait in line to drop off those ballots. Another quick thing, for any other voter information, Arizona.vote is going to be the general source for trusted information, and that's one of the things we want to make sure to get out there. All right, so we've got a couple of really important updates. As we get closer to the rush hour, voting is going to start increasing. We're already seeing a little bit more turnout, and the lines are getting a little bit longer right now. Folks are working hard across the state to make sure we get everybody through, and that's really important. But folks should be aware that the only people who are authorized to be in the polling places, aside from the poll workers and voters, are going to be folks who are official party observers appointed by the county party chairs of the major county parties, and officials from the Department of Justice who also have their written clearance or permission to be in there. My office has not authorized any other groups or affiliates to enter any polling places. We've heard hints that that is a possibility. I haven't been briefed completely on that. Apparently the issues were very easily resolved by some of the polling place officials on the ground, and so it didn't rise to any sort of a level of any sort of alerts. It's just we'll see how that little piece develops. We've been monitoring a particular threat that has emerged. We have a statement that we've gotten information from the FBI. Do we need to make an adjustment there?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. From the FBI. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. We are aware that there have been threats made not just here in Arizona, but Georgia, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin as to bomb threats in Arizona. The threats pertained to 4 specific locations in Navajo County only. These are unsubstantiated threats. We have no reason to believe that any of our voters or any of our polling places are in any sort of jeopardy. I was briefed just moments ago by my security team and some folks with state law enforcement who are working in conjunction with the feds. This is another, we believe, probing attack. We also have reason to believe, although I won't get into specifics, that this comes from one of our foreign enemies, namely Russia. They've been busy lately, I suppose. Let's see. We'll head over to Apache County for an update. There has been an e-poll book and a printer problem. Now, this is county-wide. This doesn't only exist on the reservations in Apache County. There are technical teams out in the field that are resolving these issues. Most of the sites in Apache County are up and running well. As we understand at this moment, there are still some residual issues out in Apache County. And we're doing our best in our office with our folks to work with the county election officials there to see if we can resolve any of the remaining problems. I did have a meeting with the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and one of the delegates to the council and some of their staff, along with the state election director, excuse me, to talk about some of the details and continue those open lines of communication we have with our tribal governments as we try to facilitate voting that is not only in Apache County but also on the Navajo Nation and in other spaces. So we're going to continue to have those conversations. We'll keep them updated as we get more information and back and forth. So the communication is very clear with the folks on the ground out there. We are doing what we can to help resolve those issues. We'll keep you posted on that. Again, back to, nope, I already covered that one. There is a little bit of what we understand, a couple of reports of some misinformation going on, particularly in Coconino County as to student voters. Unless you are registered to vote 29 days ahead of this election, you are not eligible to vote, not even for president in Arizona. We do not have same-day voter registration. Some students, as I understand, are being informed otherwise, and they're being told that they can vote for president without being registered in Arizona. This is not true. And so if there are folks up there in the Flagstaff area, please understand that we're doing what we can to share on social media and in other ways to discourage this practice. But no voter can be turned away. And even if you vote with a provisional ballot, that's perfectly legal under the law. That doesn't mean it will necessarily count, and frankly, usually they do. But if you are not registered to vote within 29 days of the election, you are not eligible to vote, even if you are registered outside of Arizona. You've got to be an Arizona voter to be able to vote in Arizona. This is an unidentified group that has been telling this to voters, saying they can use a Fed-only ballot or just vote for president. Neither one of these things is true. And voters across the state can verify their voter registration status at my.arizona.vote. I'll repeat that website, my.arizona.vote. At this time, that's the update. We're doing it in this format because we've got a lot going on, and we wouldn't have had time for questions anyway, although I've been given a high sign that we may have a question or two that have popped up on YouTube, which is the only channel through which for this briefing we're going to be taking questions. Do we have anything that is up yet?
Not currently.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and leave the briefing at that stage for now. I just want to run back through here. I apologize and make sure I didn't miss any important points. If you'll bear with me, folks, I do appreciate it. All right, looks like we're good. I just want to close on this point, and again to explain very quickly how our results come in Arizona. Just imagine 3 buckets. The first bucket is your 8 p.m. bucket. These are our early ballots. Everything that has been processed up to the point when the counties are ready to report at 8 p.m. That's bucket number 1. Bucket number 2 is election day voters, not the voters who bring their ballot on election day, but the folks who actually vote on election day, filling out their ballot in person. That number, that set of numbers will be revealed through the evening tonight, starting sometime well after 8 p.m. Now, as a caveat there, most of our counties in Arizona are central tabulation, so the ballots have to be transported to a central tabulation location to be tabulated, and then those numbers will come out. Even our counties, however, where tabulation happens on site, those data cards or the USB sticks or whatever the technology is they use have to be transported back to the disconnected server physically so we can get those numbers up. That's bucket number 2, election day voters. And of course, the third bucket is all of the early ballots that are either handed in on election day or which have not been processed yet. Bucket number 3 will go on for several days. We expect we expect official results to be prepared 10 to 13 days, and I think I'm getting the high sign over here. Are we done, or do we have a question?
Yeah, there was a question, sir. They wanted to know how you know it was Russian on the bomb threats, so maybe just clarify.
Yeah, we're not going to reveal that at this moment in time. We're still making sure to be as clear as possible with that, with our federal and local, our federal partners on that specific. But look, Russia wants to sow a lot of mistrust and distrust. They've been increasing their repetitiveness and their sort of directness in these attacks, spreading misinformation and disinformation. And, you know, Vladimir Putin would love us to hate one another, and so that doesn't surprise me that it is. I don't know that I'm at liberty to reveal anything more than my solid suspicion grounded in information that I don't know that I can share yet. So I'm going to have to leave it at that. And is there another one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There was just ask if there's any update on numbers, which might mean you might just have to say when they can expect numbers.
When we can expect numbers?
Yes, or the first
8 p.m. 8 p.m. is when we do that bucket number one. That's the only thing we can really guarantee at this moment in time. We're not going to try to push the counties to get us updated numbers from this office, and y'all in the media can ask those questions, but we know how hard they're working on everything else right now. So many folks doing a lot of work. I know that we will get some good numbers later on this evening, but if we do get anything solid that we're ready to report, we could push it out there. Anything else?
Yeah, Jen wants to know if
Jen Fifield?
There's only one Jen, sir.
Blue Pen Jen?
Can you say if the threats to Navajo sites are credible, and if so, what is being done to protect those locations, and are they still open?
The federal and state and local law enforcement agencies are doing everything they need to do within the protocols, including, as I understand, folks have been deployed to the locations. We don't have any reason to believe that anyone is in jeopardy or any of these locations are in jeopardy. That comes from the folks who are analyzing these threats, not from me. That's not my gut. That's not my hunch. And so I got briefed right before I came on this call, so we can say with some confidence, as informed by those folks who take care of that stuff, that no one is under any threat as we understand it right now. But I think they are sending folks out to these locations just to verify that. But these threats aren't credible at this time. Anything else?
Did the polling places in Navajo Nation have to close down at any time?
No polling places have closed on Navajo because of these bomb threats at any point in time. This is my understanding, and I'm pretty sure, I can't confirm that, but I'm pretty sure none of them actually closed.
And that's pretty much it, sir.
Okay, well, thanks everybody. We're going to go ahead and sign off here. I don't know if we're going to do another briefing, but I'm sure there's plenty of stuff here that many of you will want follow-up on, and so we will continue to retrieve and process more information. And if we get another pile of data that we want to make sure you all are informed about, we'll make that happen sometime later this afternoon or throughout the evening at some point. All right, let's go ahead and kill the train.
All right, so that was Arizona Secretary of State giving a briefing live, just sharing some updated information, saying that they will not be expecting to get any of those election results until 8 p.m. And of course, that is when the polls will be closing. I'm just taking a quick look at this when it comes to Arizona right here. And again, polls close at different times depending on the state. And so Arizona is going to be closing at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Arizona, of course, being one of those key swing states. I'm taking a look at our list right here. Michigan, also a swing state, will also be closing at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Nevada, 10 p.m. Eastern time. So those are some of the later results that we are expecting from those key swing states. Georgia will be closing at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that is the very first swing state where the polls will be closing. North Carolina just 30 minutes later at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. And Michigan, Pennsylvania, 8 p.m. Eastern time. But it's interesting because Michigan is split, right? You have the Eastern time zones and then, of course, the Central time zone. So depending on which county, those polls will be closing at different times. But as we continue our countdown coverage, I did want to share this with you. This is a live countdown clock. The first polls closing on the East Coast in 1 hour, 36 minutes and about 30 seconds. So we are very close from pivoting from election day to election night when those results slowly start to come on in. And so many people are going to be watching and waiting for those results to come in. I did want to share this look with you. We just got this into our Live Now from Fox newsroom right here, but take a look. A beautiful live look out of Howard University. This is where Vice President Harris is going to be watching those election results come in. Howard University being her alma mater right there. And so that is a live look right there. I also wanted to share this look with you. This is inside the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is the Trump election headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the crowds already gathering right there. To note, though, former President Trump will likely not attend as he is expected to watch those election results come on in at his Mar-a-Lago club. But I did want to share that with you as we do have these live looks right here on Live Now from Fox. And I do want to invite you to stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we transition from Election Day to Election Night. Our primetime coverage with Andrew Kraft begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. As those results come in, our entire Live Now from Fox team has you covered with those real-time results. There's also going to be a panel of analysts and reporters spread across the United States, giving you those live looks inside those headquarters. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we're going to be joined by Christina Evans, my colleague at Live Now from Fox. She is going to be covering the social media component. No doubt a lot of strong reactions and a lot of comments are expected to come throughout the night, and she has you covered on that front throughout the election night. All right, so we're going to step away for a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 5:28 Eastern, 2:28 Pacific, and we're continuing our live coverage on Election Day. Just 30 minutes from election night. Our primetime coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and we invite you to stay with us as we will be getting those results in real time, sharing all of it with you, not just the presidential election, but of course the all-important congressional races as the balance of power hangs in question. And we're going to keep a very close eye on that. Of course, there are also a number of gubernatorial races that are very important and some of those ballot initiatives. And speaking of ballot initiatives, I did want to share these looks with you because abortion continues to be one of the biggest issues on the ballot. 10 different states have that on the ballot. We have highlighted all of those states for you: Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, Missouri, New York, Maryland, and Florida. And this really has been an important issue. In fact, Vice President Harris making it part of her campaign platform, appealing to female voters. And this is also the very first time, and I did want to read this with you, that since the overturn of Roe versus Wade by the Supreme Court back in 2022, this is the first presidential contest since Roe v. Wade was overturned. So how much of an impact could this have? That is what we are going to find out. Because both, of course, the presidential election, but also these initiatives are on the very same ballot. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. And another big issue that we have is marijuana. A lot of people have very strong emotions on that. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Florida, all on that as well. No doubt, very important, strong reactions are likely to come on in. And for that, I do want to bring in my colleague, Christina Evans, who is keeping a very close eye on everything social. So we're going to pivot to her, bring her in. Christina, it's great to see you on this election day, almost election night. I know you're keeping a very close eye on everything social media. Can you bring our viewers up to date in terms of what you will be covering in the coming hours?
Absolutely, Stephanie. Thank you so much for having me here to kind of preview what we're going to be talking about on our social platform. So if you have your phone, grab it, pull it out right now. I want you to follow us at Live Now Fox. That's it over all of our platforms. We are, though, going to be particularly active on TikTok tonight as well. So keep that in mind. If you're not sitting there at the TV watching these results come in live, we've also got you covered on social media. Your phone goes with you everywhere, so Live Now will be with you everywhere you go. I also do want to show you a look here in our room so you can kind of see what I'm going to be monitoring tonight. As you can see, we've got all of these posts from X and Instagram and some from TikTok as well flowing into our newsroom as we're keeping an eye on the social stories that are going to start to define this 2024 election day. There's one in particular, though, that I do want to show you a closer look at right now. As I bring you here on our screen, take a look at this. We are getting these updates. Again, this is a post on X, some of the examples of those storylines that we will be following. Right now, we know that at least 200,000 people have voted in person there on Election Day as of 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time in Pennsylvania. So, again, some of these county election centers do put out posts so that way they're able to show exactly what's happening in their state so voters can be aware. But another thing that's trending on social media that I have to bring your attention to, this is in Maricopa County. We also know that Arizona, a critical swing state in this election, has got a lot of voters as they're going to the polls today, maybe feeling some anxiety. It's normal for an election day. But one thing that's going to be helping out this election day, as you can see next to me, puppies at the polls. So this is another example of a post that we found on social media that's starting to get some traction there in Arizona and in Maricopa County specifically, as the Arizona Humane Society decided to bring out these puppies to help ease anxiety for those voters who are seeking to cast their ballot in this election. So a lot is going on right now on the election front that we're keeping an eye on social media. Again, one more time, I want you to follow us at Live Now Fox. That's it on all platforms. You'll be able to find us there. I'll be giving you updates throughout the night, specifically on TikTok. So make sure you're downloading the app and hitting that follow button.
Christina, I have to say, this election season has been contentious. There's no doubt about it. But I could not help but smile when I saw that puppy. And we need sometimes that levity. I mean, Election Day, of course, incredibly important. But, those lighter moments also we need to embrace as we do await those election results. So you're going to have the serious to the lighthearted and everything in between, keeping a very close eye on everything social media. No doubt the thousands and hundreds of thousands of viewers are going to be keeping a very close eye on exactly what you are doing. So fascinating and so important. So thank you so much for taking the time to really just break it all down for us.
Absolutely, Stephanie. And yes, just like you, I'm going to show it here one more time. The puppies were definitely my favorite part so far that I've seen on social media today. Who can't smile when you see a puppy? So again, those are the storylines that we'll be bringing. Thank you so much for your work that you're also doing on the desk there in Orlando, Stephanie. Throw it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Christina. And make sure to keep it on live now from Fox. Christina is going to be giving you all of the social media updates as they happen in real time, beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern time. That is when our prime time coverage does begin. We invite you to stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue that coverage, really now just less than 30 minutes away from our primetime coverage, transitioning from election day to election night. And no doubt about it, this is going to be an incredibly historic night for the United States, but not just tonight. Tomorrow as well, as many election officials are saying that they may not have their final results until tomorrow. You can count on Live Now from Fox for that 24-hour coverage. We are not going away. Every step of the way, every single result, we are going to be with you, bringing it to you in real time. So we do want to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. But before we do, once again, taking a live look out of Howard University. This is in Washington, D.C. And in fact, as we were speaking with Christina, they actually changed that live look right here. This is where Vice President Harris will be watching those election results. Howard University is her alma mater, and you can see it is nighttime there, just a little bit breezy, but a beautiful view as you can see that folks are already gathering right there as school also is underway. But you can see some of those lights right there sparkling there in the distance. Meanwhile, transitioning, I also wanted to share this with you. This is where former President Trump's election headquarters are. This is Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. You can see also a crowd starting to gather there right now. You can see the very big election board on the screen as those results come down in real time. Former President Trump, though, not expected to attend this particular election party. He is expected to watch those election results come down at his Mar-a-Lago club, and it is unclear as to whether either Vice President Harris or former President Trump will be speaking, delivering some sort of statement, but no doubt about it, if they do, we are going to be there with you, bringing that in real time. In the meantime, we do have a number of other cameras that I did want to share with you as polls are still open. And this is a live look from Phoenix, Arizona. I just wanted to make sure that I had my information correct, and the polls still open there as it is early in that area. In fact, they will be open until 9 p.m. Eastern time, Arizona being one of those key swing states. So we do have live looks around the United States. We are going to be everywhere, bringing you all the important coverage with live reports in the field, expert panels, and of course, those real-time results as they happen. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. After that, much more live coverage, and we're also going to be checking in with Andrew Kraft. He is going to be your host for election night, along with our entire Live Now from Fox team. We're going to be talking about specifically what he and the entire team will be focusing on in the coming hours. We'll be right back. I'm Stephanie Quinnew. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to cover Election Day, almost election night, as polls are still open, but now we are just moments away from them closing. I did want to share these live looks with you. This is a live look from the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is where the Trump headquarters are and where many of his supporters will be watching those results in real time. Former President Trump, though, not expecting to attend this particular watch party, as he will be watching those results from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, just a short distance away from this. Meantime, this is a live look right here at Howard University, where Vice President Harris will be watching those real-time election results. This is in Washington, D.C. And you may wonder, why Howard University? Well, this is where she went to college. This is her alma mater right there. So I wanted to share that with you. Meantime, we continue to follow the very latest out of all of the swing states. And we did want to share this with you. This is a live look at our swing state map. You can see that there are 7 states that are critical to either former President Trump or Vice President Harris to win the presidential election. Pennsylvania being the critical state. We have been hearing a lot about Pennsylvania, and for good reason. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes up for grab. That is the most out of all of these swing states. Yesterday, former President Trump and Vice President Harris both campaigning, making their final arguments to voters, those undecided voters in Pennsylvania, urging voters to get to the polls, saying, without you, I will not win. That's from both sides of the aisle. Georgia is next with 16 electoral votes, along with North Carolina also having 16 electoral votes. Michigan has 15 electoral votes, Arizona 11, Wisconsin 10, and Nevada with 6 electoral votes. And so it is interesting. So just to give you some context and a little bit of history, 2020, of course, the last presidential election, President Biden won every single swing state except for North Carolina. Former President Trump, he took that state in 2020. Going back even further to 2016, this is former President Trump against Hillary Clinton. Trump swept all of the swing states except for one. Hillary Clinton won Nevada. So as you can see, these 7 states really have been key in the past 2 elections and now currently in this particular election. Now, Pennsylvania officials say that it could take until tomorrow before they have any final results. So, of course, there might be a big question mark tonight. That has yet to be determined. We are going to be watching this very closely every single step of the way. Now, Georgia has also been under very high scrutiny with electoral integrity and election integrity. That was a big focus during the last presidential election. We have been hearing from the Secretary of State a number of times today, giving updates on the electoral process on this election day. And I did want to share one of those last briefings with you with the Secretary of State. Let's listen in.
And specifically, what kind of things have you done?
We're battle tested, and we'll have a process in place. We'll make sure we follow the law, follow the Constitution, and report the results accurately.
One last question. Several thousand Cobb County viewers got their, voters got their ballots late. They were under the impression, many of them, as of yesterday, that they would be able to return those ballots late. With the motion to stay now, any word to them or to the people who are in charge of submitting those ballots or mailing those ballots?
The Georgia Supreme Court had a ruling, and every voter needs to return those no later than 7 p.m. If they can't get to the election office for Cobb County, then they can show up at their precinct, and they can then, nullify their absentee ballot, and then they can vote in person. So there's a process.
All right, so that was Georgia's Secretary of State. That was mid-sentence, so I did want to bring it to you in its entirety. So I am going to almost rewind it just a little bit so we can once again listen in.
Your mic check?
Yeah.
Level check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Well, it's great to see you. Well, so far, it's been just smooth sailing, by and large. And I'm just really grateful for the team that we have. I've led the way to make Georgia the most secure, free, and fair place to vote in the United States. And we've done that by doing a citizen audit, make sure only American citizens are on the voter rolls. We've done 2 audits on that. Now we have photo ID for all forms of voting. We have photo ID for absentee voting. And I believe that has helped shore up security and also confidence. And then we have a multi-state organization that makes sure we have clean voter lists, so our lists are up to date and accurate. So far, we're tracking line times. Average line time in Georgia right now is 2 minutes. And then with the electronic poll pads, average check-in is 49 seconds. When I checked in, it was actually, under 49 seconds. It was actually about 47 on early voting. And I did want to share that because you probably thought I got special treatment. But today, it's 49 seconds for everyone in Georgia. And so people are having a great voting experience. So turnout looks like right now it's just solid, steady, and it's more than you would think because the lines are moving so quickly. So people are in and out in less than 10 minutes. So it's just a tremendous day. So that's where we are right now. And didn't know if anyone had any questions right now they'd like to ask. Yes, sir.
Hey, Secretary of State, when do you think Georgia will be able to call a win in the presidential race?
Well, we will have, with SB 189, all of this early voting, so that's over 4 million ballots that were cast early, and the absentees that were accepted. All of that will have to be uploaded and reported no later than 1 hour after the polls close. Most polls will be closing at 7 p.m., so by 8 p.m. you'll have probably 99% of all that. So that'll be uploaded. So you get a good idea of what the race looks like. Then all the voting that you're seeing today, before the end of the night, you'll have all of that. Many of the smaller counties are pushing to be done by 10:30 at the latest. But that's the type of response you're going to see in the smaller counties. But by the end of the night, you'll have all of those results.
One follow-up question. Regardless of the outcome, do you expect legal challenges?
Well, that gets into future predictions, and our job is make sure we have a secure election that's accurate, and we're really excited that's also going to be fast. The voters are having a great experience. Lady in the back?
Sorry to interrupt. We've received a lot of emails today about people who say their polling location was changed last minute. Signs outside of polling locations say it's actually this other location. Are there any reports of that? Do you know of any last minute changes? What should people do if they encounter this?
I haven't heard any reports about last minute poll changes.
Did all the polls open on time at 7? Any delays today?
As far as we know right now, it's been smooth, and so we obviously hear about that a little bit later. But you always have a couple precincts that will have a 15-minute or a 30-minute extension. When you have 2,400, there's always something that could happen right at 7 a.m. I know I was up at 5, but many of the people that are working here, when I checked with them, they were actually up at 4. So I guess they stepped in.
Still on pace for 1 million, you think, today?
Oh, I think we'll pass that based on where we are right now, just the feedback we're getting. I think it'll be a little bit north of that. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
You can't predict the future, but have you prepared for litigation if you need to go to court, and specifically what kind of things have you done?
We're battle tested, and we'll have a process in place. We'll make sure we follow the law, follow the Constitution, and report the results accurately.
One last question.
Several thousand Cobb County voters got their ballots late. They were under the impression, many of them, as of yesterday, that they would be able to return those ballots late. With the motion to stay now, any word to them or to the people who are in charge of submitting those ballots or mailing those ballots?
The Georgia Supreme Court had a ruling, and every voter needs to return those no later than 7 p.m. If they can't get to the election office for Cobb County, then they can show up at their precinct and they can then, nullify their absentee ballot, and then they can vote in person. So there's a process in place.
Have you heard of any threats at polling places? That we heard about one bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any polling places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, is a bomb threat.
So of Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election, and anything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers. Thank you so much.
Can you clarify where they were from?
So that was Georgia's Secretary of State giving an election update right there. I also was going to share a live look with you from New Hope, Pennsylvania, as night, of course, has fallen in the swing state of Pennsylvania, and there was an incredibly long line of voters, but it does look like that live stream has now shifted, and so that's what happens. We have access to all of these live cameras all around the country. They come and they go, and that is the way that it is. But speaking of live, I do want to bring in Andrew Kraft, who, of course, is going to be your host for election night. Andrew, I know that you are so busy getting ready, so I appreciate you taking the time to chat with me. But specifically, as we are now really just minutes away from our primetime coverage at 6 p.m. Eastern time, can you walk our viewers through kind of the time frame that you're taking a look at when it comes to election results, when it comes to those significant ballot numbers? What are you keeping a very close eye on?
Well, yeah, good to be with you, Stephanie. Of course, at the top of the hour here on Live Now from Fox, we will begin our election night coverage. Happy election night to everyone watching right now. But that's what we're going to do all throughout the course of the evening. We're going to be bringing you results in real time, not just with the presidential contest, but with these down ballot races for control of the House and the Senate, governor's mansions around the country, these major ballot questions that have been put to so many voters on issues like abortion and immigration and marijuana specifically, too. So we're just getting started here. We're going to give everyone a lay of the land at the top of the hour, tracking the number of electoral college votes that each candidate is getting throughout the course of the evening. So right at the top of the hour in a couple states, ballots will close in parts of those states here. So it's going to move very, very fast. And I'll be looking for voter enthusiasm, same-day voter turnout, how that tracks with some of the record-breaking early voting numbers we've seen in some of these battleground states as well. So there's a lot of things to watch for tonight, Stephanie.
Yeah, and I just put up our map of the 7 swing states. You mentioned those battleground states. These are, of course, as you know, these are the key states that everyone is going to be keeping a very close eye on. And I know you're going to be giving those results in real time. But what a difference these 7 states will make, Andrew.
That's right. They're very consequential. And it's not only those 7 states, but a subset of voters within those states, undecided voters still. Can you imagine if you're undecided still at this hour, and independent voters as well? So you're going to have an eye into some of these polling locations, outside of some of these polling locations. And of course, breaking news pops up on election nights as well, depending on how the ballot counting is going. And so there's a lot of storylines to follow. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. We got a lot in store at the top of the next hour.
No, absolutely. And we ourselves are going to step away for that 2-minute break as we hand it over to you, Andrew, and the entire Live Now from Fox team as Election Day primetime coverage starts in just a number of minutes. We're going to pivot to you. We're going to step away for that 2-minute break. Stay with us, everyone.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live Now look there at the White House in the nation's capital. This is the moment we have all been waiting for all year, and that is the prize of the night. Some would say it's the Super Bowl of politics. Welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I'll be guiding you through these results tonight in real time when we get them as well. Polls are about to close in just a couple of states and part of a couple of states. So we'll get some of those results coming in momentarily at the top of the hour. And let's talk about the presidential contest. According to some of these national head-to-head polls here, the race is very close between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris here. Voter enthusiasm, of course, and early voting turnout have remained high over the last couple of weeks here. We'll see if that remains the case for some of these same-day voters in these 7 battleground states we'll be watching throughout the course of the evening as well here. But we are live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be bringing you these campaign rallies, campaign events, press conferences from election officials in states around the country as well here, just like we have been doing all throughout the course of the election cycle here. So right now, we do want to show you what we are watching at the moment here. Take a look at this. This is inside, we believe there, the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. We also have a live look as well at Howard University outside the nation's capital at the Harris Watch Party. So these are all set, these events there. We're going all night. We're not stopping. It'll be live, raw, and unfiltered, of course. You'll be hearing the candidates from all across the country, whether they win or lose as well. Now, the question on everyone's minds is whether there will be a declared winner tonight. Of course, we can't answer that question right now. Each state has their own rules when it comes to counting ballots. But remember, just to set the stage, we are going to be relying here on Live Now from Fox with the Associated Press. All of their data, all of their numbers and metrics, that is who we will rely on here to bring you these results accurately in real time. Now, if you notice in the bottom left hand of your screen there, that is our Electoral College tally, and it will update in real time when these states get called. Now, below that, you see another number there. Right now, it's at 510,500. That means that is showing how many people are streaming live now from Fox at this very moment here. So just a really interesting, cool feature to let you know how many people are watching alongside with us and with you here. Now, and remember, it all comes down to that magic number in the presidential contest, 270. These battleground states will decide the election here. Let's bring into the conversation, though, some of my colleagues who will help us make sense of this night as well, including Live Now's Austin Westfall and Christina Evans. Austin, let's start with you. You're going to be our guy at the board there, and you're going to have some maps. You're going to help us make sense of some of these results. And Austin, it's not just the path to 270, it's the balance of power in Washington on Capitol Hill.
That's right. The top prize tonight, of course, Andrew, it's going to be this building right here. We do want to show you how we're going to illustrate these results as they come in through the Associated Press as the night progresses. You see a lot of gray on this map right now. This is going to start filling in with some red on this side as the night progresses. We're going to start seeing some blue on this side as the night progresses. We're going to be tracking results in all 50 states, of course, but the campaigns have really been focusing on 7 battlegrounds: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So, what's the easiest path to victory for both candidates? Let's start with Harris. She's just got to get those blue wall states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and then one in Nebraska. That gives her the presidency if all of the other 43 states and Washington, D.C. fall the way that we expect them to. How about Trump's path? Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. That's all it's going to take. Those are the easiest paths for both candidates. Of course, like you mentioned, though, that's not going to be the only story. We're going to be tracking the balance of power in both chambers of Congress as well. This is going to be pivotal. We also got maps to show you for the Senate and the House. This is how we're breaking down the Senate. We just want to illustrate here that all these darker colored pips, these are seats that are not up for grabs. Everything in the center, these are the seats where we're seeing challenges. As you can see, many more blue seats on the defense compared to red. Democrats have a slim majority in the Senate right now, 51 to 49. It's pretty much all but guaranteed at this point that West Virginia, Senator Joe Manchin, who's not running for re-election, his seat is going to flip independent to red. Jim Justice, the popular 2-term governor in West Virginia, likely going to be flipping that seat. So that is already going to be one seat that the Democrats are going to be losing. There's a number of other competitive Senate seats: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Those are pretty much seats that Democrats are going to need to win if they want to maintain their control. There's also some seats where the Republicans could be on the defense. There's been a lot of chatter about whether or not Colin Allred can actually outpace Ted Cruz in Texas. There's an interesting race in Florida with Rick Scott. And then an independent challenger coming out of nowhere, giving us an unexpected challenge in a state that nobody expected a senatorial challenge to happen. So that's what we're tracking in the Senate. Finally, before we go, Andrew, let's talk about the House here. Again, a lot of gray. 218, that's going to be the magic number. This map is much more complex. We're starting to see every single district. There's competitive districts from as far east as Maine to as far west as Alaska. So many competitive races on the West Coast, including in southwestern Washington, Bend, Oregon, the Central Valley in California, Southern California. Those are House races that could determine the balance of the House, and those are races that may not be called for a long time. So I say all that to say, Andrew, that this building is important tonight because it's going to let us know just how powerful of a president we're going to be talking about.
You know, that's so true, Austin, depending on who wins the presidency tonight. You know, will they have a unified government on Capitol Hill or a divided government on Capitol Hill? You know, will Chuck Schumer in the Senate keep his job? Will Speaker Johnson on the House side keep his job? All of those questions remain outstanding right now. Austin, thanks so much. If it's election night, you do need a map. You got a map, and we'll check in very soon here. In the meantime, though, so many of these storylines will be happening on social media, particularly. We're going to get a lot of our news there, because even on election night, breaking news will happen live, raw, and unfiltered, as it usually does. And to join us to track all things on social media, my colleague there in the Live Now newsroom, Christina Evans. And Christina, what are you watching for tonight on social media?
Yeah, Andrew, it's great to be here with you guys on election night in Live Now's Social Center. That's what we're kind of calling it at this point. So if you do have a phone that's next to you, as many of us do when we're watching television, pull it out right now. Download some of those apps that we're talking about, X, also TikTok and Instagram. You can find us there at Live Now Fox. So on those social media platforms, I'll be guiding you through some of those other top headlines that we're seeing pop up on social media. I do want to show you just a look now as what we're dealing with here in our social center. Here's the look. We've got all of our boards in here pulling in these posts from X as well as Instagram and TikTok as things are starting to break on the internet. And when it comes to some of those storylines, an example of one that we're going to be following right now, I want to show you here on your screen a look of a story that's now coming out of Milwaukee. So this is some breaking news that we did just get into our newsroom as well. The city of Milwaukee says that it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators here at Central Count had an open door. Right now, officials aren't sure of how that happened. They will zero out those machines and start again. Now, this is according to our news partners there at Fox 6 in Milwaukee. But again, another important storyline that we're covering there in Milwaukee. So what we have learned is that the city spokesperson, Jeff Fleming, said that those tabulators were sealed, but the doors to those machines were not properly closed. This issue, though, involved early absentee and in-person ballots and has affected all 13 tabulators. Live look that we have there in the city of Milwaukee as we're continuing to follow some of these breaking stories. That's just an example of some of those storylines that we're going to be following here on social media. Again, as you're stepping away from the TV, maybe you need to go pick up your kids from school or run a quick errand to the grocery store. Pick up your dinner tonight. Make sure you have your phone with you. You can follow us at Live Now Fox. I'm going to push our TikTok platform right now because we'll be there very active giving you those latest updates. So, Andrew, sending it back over there to you. But again, you can find us on Live Now socials as well throughout the night.
All right, Christina Evans, thanks so much. You're going to be very busy. We'll be checking in with you periodically here. Christina, thanks. All right, in the meantime here, we are well underway now in our election night coverage, and we're into the top of the hour. And a few states, not a lot, I believe about 2, some parts of those states, polls have closed there. I'm talking about Indiana. I'm talking about Kentucky. So we will get some of those results in momentarily here, of course. At the top of the next hour, some of these major battleground states, polls will close there. North Carolina and Georgia, will have our eyes on that as well. Let's just give you a sense of what we're watching for right now. We have all of these live pictures, and that's what we do here, of course. You see there inside of the Trump campaign watch party as well, and that's in West Palm Beach, where this will all unfold tonight. Now, for the other campaign, the Harris campaign, this is at Howard University outside the nation's capital. Of course, you know Vice President Harris is an alum of Howard University, a historically black college and university, and that is where she has chosen to host her campaign election night watch party and rally here. So we also have some of these vantage points coming to us from polling locations. We just brought you that news out of Milwaukee there, so some snafus and flare-ups. But let's take our first commercial break of this hour. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and happy election night. We are just getting started here. We do want to update you. Remember, I had said that in parts of Indiana and Kentucky, polls have now closed there. We are getting race results there, some of these key House districts, and let's talk about them with my colleague here, Austin Westfall, yet again. Austin, race calls have been made there in Kentucky, I believe. Who?
So the way this goes, pretty much every recent election cycle is the very first places that we see polls closing and we start seeing results coming in are portions of Indiana and portions of Kentucky. I gotta underline here, these are very preliminary results. In some cases, they are not indicative of some sort of larger electorate here, but we're starting to see, at least up here, that Republicans now officially have 2 seats out of the 218 that they're gonna need to take control of the House. So let's zoom out. Let's pick up here where exactly these seats are. And what I want to show you really is that these are uncontested seats. Kentucky District 5. That's Hal Rogers. As it says, it's an uncontested race. That's why as soon as the polls closed, they were able to call this one in Hal's favor. That's District 5. Let's also take a look at District 4. That's the other race that was called immediately because it's uncontested. Thomas Massey winning his seat. There are a couple of other races. These are in Indiana, District 8 right now, polling, and only 1% of the votes have been tallied so far. So very preliminary details. We're just going through these more or less to show you how the night is going to be working as we move forward this evening. So we see a strong Republican lead in this race with 1% of the vote tallied. So much more to go, Andrew.
That's right. Some of those Kentucky House districts, always ruby red there. Austin, thanks so much. In the meantime here, remember, we just brought you this news there out of Milwaukee from Sam Kramer there at Fox 6, saying the city of Milwaukee says it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators there at Central Count had an open door. Now, officials aren't sure how that happened, but Fox 6 caught up with some election officials. This is a very brief update from election officials there in Milwaukee on what exactly happened. This is about a minute long here. Let's listen.
And the ballots that have already gone through the tabulating machine will be rerun through them. It's just out of an abundance of caution. We have no reason to believe that there was any compromise to any of the machines, but because they were not fully sealed, human error, and not fully sealed, we are going to zero them all out again, the 13 machines around, and then rerun the ballots that had already been processed. So most of what you're seeing on the floor here, the opening of the envelopes, the sorting through them, that doesn't have to be redone. What has to be redone is just what's happening against the wall at the machines. It is going to extend the time that we will get the totals here. We don't know how much longer that will be, so it's not insignificant.
You said what was sealed, that means...
Okay, so that's the bottom line there. It will extend some of the counting, some of these deadlines there in Milwaukee because of this error. And you got some clarity there from that election official in Milwaukee. In the meantime, Live Now look there at the White House. We are waiting on some of these results here in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. And of course, we are tracking the Electoral College count. We have this there at the lower left hand of your screen. We'll be popping that up once the races get called in certain states. Of course, has not happened yet, but that's going to be a key feature throughout the course of this evening here. In the meantime, though, we do want to bring in our first guest in to the conversation, and that, of course, is GOP strategist and operative Keith Nahigian. He joins me. Keith, thanks for being with us here. Let's talk about what the Trump campaign needs to do to close up some of these gaps here. You know, declaring on who wins tonight or whether or not there is a race called tonight. Do you think the former president, much like he did in 2020, will he prematurely declare victory? Or are Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles telling him not to do that? Is that in the offing, you think?
I don't think they're talking about that from the standpoint of we're not in a COVID election. Last time they were tabulating things with COVID protocols and touching ballots and all these other things. And they had twice as many absentee and early voting ballots. They don't have that now. They have much better machines. I think you're going to see results tonight and then acceptance speeches even tonight or or recession speeches tonight for the most part. I think we're going to get to a conclusion way quicker than past elections.
All right, of course, live look there at the White House. I have to ask, though, I mean, if he does speak, if Trump does speak tonight, what will his message be if there is no conclusion yet?
I think if he does speak, he will say, you know, I don't have enough electoral votes. We're waiting. And then he'll come back tomorrow, kind of like I believe he and Hillary did that in the cycle that they ran together. You just never know. It depends what's withholding still. If there's enough that he can call a victory because he has enough electoral votes, basically, if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, which he has an advantage in right now of early voting ballots, all he needs is Pennsylvania. So if the trend line is that he's going to win Pennsylvania, that's it. That's 270. So none of these other states would matter. If he doesn't win North Carolina or for some reason Pennsylvania, then yes, it's going to be a much longer night waiting for other states and other time zones to close.
So, Keith, though, should the Trump camp be worried about the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, particularly the Puerto Rican American diaspora here? The Harris campaign has gone really hard with that constituency over the last week in the wake of those comments that joke made at the rally at Madison Square Garden. Should they be worried? And if so, are they?
I don't think they're even thinking about it for a minute. It's a joke of a person that said something 5 days early. If that's what things are moving the electorate is about the economy, the immigration issue. Puerto Ricans are very upset about, illegal immigration in their communities. There's other big issues that are impacting people at the kitchen counter every day, and I think that's the number one priority for them. So there's 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. I think they're going to vote on what issues really matter to them most.
All right, Keith, I do want to bring in my colleague here, Austin Westfall, with a few questions for you as well. From the Trump side of the equation, we do have his election night watch party shot there in West Palm Beach. Austin.
We saw in the past week, Trump visited New Mexico and Virginia, Keith. We saw J.D. Vance in New Hampshire as well over the weekend. What does the Trump campaign see in those states? Those are not the typical battlegrounds that we've been focusing on.
I've been talking about New Hampshire for the last year. When Biden canceled the primary up there, it was very devastating to the process. It's their main way of life up there in terms of picking presidents and getting the no candidates. And when he canceled the primary, it really was devastating for the economy up there. And then he also instructed his cabinet not to travel up there for nearly 2 years. So in terms of Harris, she has never really been there. Remember, she dropped out before the Iowa primaries. And then this time as vice president, I think she's only been there, a handful of times. They really like to know who they're voting for up there. And I think there's a disconnect. I think these pollsters are missing the Democrats that are maybe not going to vote because they don't know the candidate well enough. She had a huge disadvantage of only having a couple of weeks worth of campaigning. In New Hampshire, they take things seriously. I can't imagine them going into the polls and voting for someone that they hadn't met in person because they didn't have the chance to. So New Hampshire, Virginia is another one to watch. I think he went to Salem also because that media market hits parts of North Carolina. But there's a lot of polling that shows it's within a couple of points in Virginia. And New Mexico, that was a little bit more of a stretch. I'm not sure why he was going to New Mexico. We'll have to see. But different polls have it widening the lane in multi ways of getting to 270. Harris is having a smaller and smaller lane in terms of how to get to 270, especially if she loses Pennsylvania.
So, Keith, I want to ask, though, are Republicans right now and those inside the Trump camp, are they too bullish on some of these early voting numbers we've seen that have trended and have favored Republicans in states like Nevada and elsewhere here? When you compare that, which we don't know yet, with the same day voting numbers, should they keep their powder dry with that or not?
I think the number to watch is not early voting, but registrations. The registration numbers in these states have moved 8 to 9%. Registration changes are real new voters that are going to be in their column. And if you're talking about 9% in Georgia, in North Carolina, and some of these other places, 6 to 9%, those are new voters registering as Republicans. And a lot of those, that's the bigger number. So it's not early vote, it's the registration changes that are the most dramatic.
All right, Keith Nahigian, we do appreciate your expertise for coming on tonight. I know it's a busy night. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, like I said, we're just getting started. We're going to be bringing on experts, analysts, surrogates for the campaigns themselves to help us make sense of some of these results that we're getting in. Some of these themes and storylines we'll be tracking throughout the course of the evening here. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
I do think we should pop up some of the Indiana and Kentucky results.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I think. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Like I said, we do have these live pictures coming to us, both there at the Trump watch party and also there at the Harris watch party on the campus of Howard University. So we do have some results, though, we want to get to out of Indiana and Kentucky here. I want to take this right now. This is the presidential contest there in Indiana with about 5% of estimated votes counted. At the moment there, you see Trump over Harris, almost 2-to-1 there, 61 to 37%. But it's early, 5% only of estimated votes counted. We'll see whether or not Trump can maintain this very, very wide margin Indiana went for him in 2020 and 2016. All right, moving on. We're going to stay, though, in Indiana. Remember, there is a Senate race there. Remember, the senator right now, the Republican Mike Braun, opted to run for governor instead. We'll get to that race. But his chosen replacement, Jim Banks, the current congressman in Indiana, the Republican, over his Democratic challenger, Valerie McRae, right now. You can see there he's up 72 to 26. Still early, 2% of estimated votes counted, but that is a very, very wide margin there. So I wanted to stay in Indiana. We are getting some of these results in as well. Also, let's move not too far there in Kentucky, the bluegrass state. You see there 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, about 2% of estimated votes counted. Trump over Harris, really 2-to-1. But like I said, it is still early, but Kentucky always ruby red here. Let's bring into the conversation Austin Westfall there in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, so we do have some of these results pouring in, only in Indiana and Kentucky, but some people have been watching these races.
Yeah, let's focus in on Indiana here. So Indiana has voted red 13 out of the past 14 elections. They voted for Obama one time. First off, let's just illustrate here that still no races have been called, but you're starting to see some of these colors shading in Indiana, Kentucky. These are light shades of red. That's to indicate that these states are leaning this direction. This is another feature of the maps that we're going to be working with all night tonight here. We can focus in on some of these counties. I'll focus in on Fort Wayne for the purpose of just showing what kind of information we're going to be seeing throughout the night. Are any of these counties bellwethers for the night? No, they're not going to be bellwethers for the night, but you can see Trump so far with a 51/47% advantage, a 4-point advantage over Harris so far. So those are some of the numbers that we're seeing at the county level in the presidential race. Let's pull up the House once again because we're starting to see a little bit more shading coming in some of these races. Again, none of these are expected to be bellwethers, Andrew, but we're just starting to see that some of these counties that we expect to be red are starting to either be filled in with solid red because those are uncontested races that were called immediately, or they are leaning red in some of these unsurprisingly red counties. Sure. Andrew.
Yeah, and Austin, of course, we mentioned the gubernatorial contest there in Indiana, in the Hoosier State. I mentioned Mike Braun. Remember, he's currently the Republican senator from Indiana. He wanted to do and try his hand at the governor's mansion there. We're getting results in around 4% of estimated votes counted for the governor's race in Indiana. Braun at 58%. His Democratic challenger, Jennifer McCormick, at 39% right now. Braun with a pretty sizable margin over McCormick. It's still early, though. But interesting, this opened up a seat kind of in the Senate for Republicans in Indiana, though Jim Banks, he tried his hand at Senate politics, and it's seemingly going well for him tonight as well. Austin.
And again, I'm pulling up Allen County behind me here. This is where Fort Wayne is, Andrew, just to illustrate some of what we're seeing in these bigger counties. So far, this is where the majority of the votes have come in, 36,000 for Braun, 34,000 for McCormick. But that's only 5% of the votes tallied so far. There's not too many competitive governor races so far in this cycle. In fact, the only competitive one that we expect, and by the way, I should introduce our map of all the governor's races around the country. We are, of course, following North Carolina closely. That's an interesting one with Mark Robinson. We do want to bring you results as soon as polls close in North Carolina. That'll be an interesting one to watch for. The real only competitive governorship that's happening this cycle is going to be in New Hampshire. We're going to be following those results closely. That red that you see in Indiana behind me, not a shocker.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. In the meantime here, we are anticipating some type of press conference there out of Philadelphia. We don't know entirely when that's going to begin, but I want to tell you why this is happening. This is what precipitated it earlier this afternoon. Donald Trump there posting on Truth Social, saying a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. He says law enforcement coming. Now, Philadelphia election officials and the district attorney in Philly, Larry Krasner, are weighing in on this. Krasner says this: my response to Trump's unfounded allegation of cheating in Philly's general election. He says the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. He says there's no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation there from Krasner. Going on to say, we have invited complaints and allegations of improprieties all day. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now.